Hello everyone, welcome to this MongoDB full course by Intellipaat. Data is the world's most valuable commodity, and any business, be it large MNC or small scale startup, needs to have a proper data management mechanism in place. For many organizations, MongoDB is that mechanism. Right now, 47,000 organizations including Uber, Accenture, Bosch and Forbes are using MongoDB as a database management unit with their application and software. Okay, wait, you must be thinking about why you should be learning MongoDB as a developer or as an aspirant. Let me shed some light onto this matter. You see, unlike the other databases, MongoDB scales up vertically, which means whenever the database becomes too big for the server, it will migrate it to another larger server easily. Another reason is MongoDB does not follow flat SQL data storage schema. It uses the NoSQL mechanism, hence it will be storing data in form of documents. So it does not matter if your data is structured or unstructured, it can be naturally coded into your main backend program. That's why MongoDB is something every developer should learn to remain relevant in the development industry. That being said, welcome to this free MongoDB course designed by our top instructors working in organizations like Google, Amazon, Meta, etc. This particular MongoDB course has been designed by keeping current industry trends in focus. We have aligned the agenda of the complete MongoDB tutorial to backend developer job description that asks for MongoDB as a critical criteria. So stay tuned until the end. Here's what this course will cover in the detail. This course will begin with an introduction to NoSQL and then the benefits of NoSQL along with how NoSQL differs from flat RDBMS schema. Then we will move on to the installation of MongoDB and setting up the project in MongoDB Compass. Next, we'll explore the CRUD operation covering collecting and indexing using NoSQL, and then we will have an overview of the aggregation focusing on pipeline operations, pipeline stage and indexes. And finally, we will cover the GridFS in Nodejs followed by a replication architecture and sharding. Well, that was highly technical, but don't worry. We have made sure the contents of this course are understandable for beginners as well. But before we begin, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon to never miss an update coming from our YouTube channel.
Now let's start with the first agenda, that is what is MongoDB. So MongoDB is an open source document-oriented database that is made to hold a lot of data and provide you with a lot of flexibility when working with it. It falls within the NoSQL database category because MongoDB does not store or retrieve data in the form of tables. Let's move on to our next agenda, that is how does it work. We will now examine the actual behind the scenes action. As is well known, MongoDB serves as a database server and these databases are where the data is kept. Or, to put it another way, the MongoDB environment provides you with a server that you can launch and use to host several databases utilizing MongoDB. The data is saved in the collections and documents because of its NoSQL database. As a result, as illustrated below, the database, collection and documents are related to one another. So similar to how MySQL database has tables, a MongoDB database has collections. You may make as many databases and collections as you like. We currently have documents inside the collection. These documents contain the data that we wish to store in the MongoDB database, and because they are schema-less, several documents may be found in a single collection without necessarily being related to one another. The fields are used to build the documents. Similar to columns in a relational database, fields in documents are key value pairs. Any BSIN data type, including double, string, boolean and others, may be used as the value of a field. BSIN documents are the format used for the data stored in MongoDB. BSIN refers to the binary encoding of JSON documents in this context. Or, to put it another way, the MongoDB server transforms the JSON data into the more efficient BSIN binary format in the backend, which is then stored and queried. You are able to store nested data in MongoDB documents. In contrast to SQL, This data nesting lets you construct complicated relationships between data and store them in the same document, which makes working with and obtaining data incredibly efficient. Now let's move on to our next agenda, that is, where do we use MongoDB? Firstly, we have big data. Consider MongoDB before RDBMS databases if you need to store a significant amount of data in tables. Your database can be partitioned and sharded using MongoDB's built-in functionality. Next, we have unstable schema. While MongoDB lacks a schema, RDBMS makes it difficult to add a new column. It will be very simple to add a new field and it won't affect older documents. Next, we have distributed data. Since numerous copies of the data are kept on many servers, even in the event of hardware failure, data recovery is quick and secure. Now let's see how is MongoDB different from RDBMS. MongoDB, it is a document-oriented, non-relational database, while for RDBMS, the database is a relational one. For MongoDB, it is appropriate for storing hierarchical data. For RDBMS, it is not suitable for storing any kind of hierarchical data. Again, MongoDB, its schema is very dynamic, while for RDBMS, it already has a schema. For MongoDB, the CAP theorem is at its core: consistency, availability, and partition tolerance. For RDBMS, it focuses on the characteristics of ACID, that is atomicity, consistency, isolation, and durability. Lastly, MongoDB, it performs significantly better than RDBMS in terms of speed. And for RDBMS, it performs worse than MongoDB in terms of speed. Now let's take a look at the features of MongoDB. Firstly, we have schemaless databases. MongoDB offers this wonderful capability. One collection in a schemaless database can contain a variety of document kinds. In the MongoDB database, numerous documents may be stored in a single collection, each of which may have a distinct amount of fields, kind of content, and size. Contrary to relational databases, there is no requirement that one document is comparable to another. This amazing feature allows MongoDB to give databases a lot of flexibility. Next feature we have is document-oriented. Unlike RDBMS, MongoDB stores all of its data in documents rather than tables. In contrast to RDBMS, the data in these documents is significantly more flexible because it is stored in fields, that is, key value pairs, rather than rows and columns. Additionally, every document has a distinct object ID. Next feature is indexing. Every field in the document in MongoDB database is indexed with primary and secondary indices, which makes it quicker and easier to acquire or search for data from the pool of data. If the data is not indexed, the database must search each document individually using the given query, which is time-consuming and ineffective. Next feature is scalability. With the use of sharding, MongoDB offers horizontal scalability. Using the shard key, a significant amount of data is divided into chunks and then distributed evenly among shards that are spread across numerous physical servers. Sharding is the process of distributing data across multiple servers. Additionally, it will add new computers to an active database. Next is replication. MongoDB offers high availability and redundancy by making multiple copies of the data and sending each of these copies to a different server. This way, in the event that one server fails, the data can still be retrieved from the other server. Next, we'll see aggregation. A single result or computed result can be obtained by performing actions on the gathered data through the use of aggregation. It is comparable to the group by clause in SQL. It offers three different aggregations, that is, a MapReduce function, an aggregation pipeline, and a single purpose aggregation approach. Lastly, we have high performance. Due to its characteristics like scalability, indexing, replication, etc., MongoDB has a very high performance and data persistence compared to other databases. Let's take a look at the advantages now. It is a NoSQL database without schemas. When using MongoDB, the database schema does not need to be designed. It is unable to perform join operations. It gives the fields in the papers a lot more flexibility. It includes diverse data. It offers scalability, availability, and great performance. It effectively supports geospatial. The data is kept as BSIN documents because the data is document oriented. Additionally, multiple document asset transition is supported. There is no need for SQL injection. It is simple to incorporate with Hadoop for big data. Now some disadvantages. It stores data using a large amount of the memory. More than 16 MB of data cannot be stored in the papers. That is the document. Additionally, there are restrictions on data nesting in BSIN. You are not permitted to nest data deeper than 100 layers. Now before moving to the hands-on, let's try to understand some important terminology with respect to MongoDB. Firstly, we have database. You must first comprehend the concept database. Simply said, a database is a place where collections are kept. A project will often have one database with a variety of collections because a database in MongoDB and a database in SQL are essentially equivalent. Next is collection. A database's collection are groups of related documents. In terms of concept, this is equivalent to SQL's database tables. Per the data model, you typically have one collection. Your app, for instance, might include user, post, and product collections. Next, we have document. A record in a collection is all that a document is. In a SQL table, this is semantically equivalent to a row. Typically, a document represents a single term from a collection. A document in MongoDB is really just a JSON object. Lastly, we have field. Fields make up the final term you need to comprehend. A field in a document is nothing more than a key value pair. This is basically equivalent to an SQL column. Each document has many fields with data like name, address, interest, etc. in them. A key distinction between MongoDB and SQL is that a field can contain data other than just characters, numbers, booleans, etc. just as JSON objects and arrays. Additionally, separate fields can be configured for MongoDB documents inside the same collection. When using MongoDB, a user document in the user's collection could contain the field's name and age, while other user document could have the field's name, address, and hobbies. This is in contrast to SQL, where all entries in a database must have the same columns. Now, before working with data, we must first comprehend a few basic commands. Let's take a look at them. Firstly, we have mongosh or mongosh. So this is the first command we'll talk about. This command grants us direct access to our local MongoDB installation and is executed at the terminal. The mongosh prompt is where you will run all the commands in the rest of this video. Next command is showdbs. A specific command that displays all MongoDB database is showdbs. When you run this, you will see that certain databases that were created during MongoDB installation are already present. Next one is use and arrowheads. We have the database name. You can change to a database with this command based on the DB name variable. Use mydb, for instance, to access the MyDB database. Even if the database does not exist, it will still switch you to it, and if you subsequently contribute any data, the database will be created and the data added. In contrast to SQL, MongoDB lacks commands for creating data or collections because these things happen automatically when you add data. Next we have db. This command just prints out the name of the current database you are in. Then we have cls, clears the terminal screen. Next we have show collections. You may use the display collections or show collections command to print out details about every collection in a database if you're connected to it. Next we have db.drop database. The current database and all of its data will be deleted by this command. Additionally, you will see that this command resembles JavaScript code quite a bit. In fact, this is true with a lot of MongoDB operations. This is good because it can make learning MongoDB much simpler if you're accustomed to JavaScript. Lastly, we have exit. The exit command which ends the MongoSH session you initiated with the MongoSH command. This is the final fundamental command. So these were the most basic commands. Let's take a look at the CRUD methods. We'll discuss what are the CRUD commands and not go in depth right now. Firstly, we have the create operations. Create or insert operations helps one in adding new documents to the collection. If by chance the collection does not exist, create operations goes ahead and creates the collection. Next, we have read operations. Read operations query a collection for documents, that is, retrieve documents from a collection. Next, we have update operations. They just modify the existing documents in a collection. And lastly, we have delete operations, and they delete documents from a collection. And now let's begin with the hands-on. Now let's start with the hands-on. We will be going to the MongoDB Download Center. I will suggest opening a new tab and type in MongoDB download. So we will be downloading the community edition. So let's just click on it. And after we're directed to this page, you can see there are different options here. And it says download MongoDB community server. The servers and managers and Kubernetes operators. We will just take a look at this available downloads. What you need to do is select your platform, Amazon, Linux, Windows, Mac, whatever your OS is, just select it and the package. I suggest that we go with MSI only and just click on download. Let the process begin. It might take a while to get this downloaded, and let's wait till then. Now the download is almost complete. Let's wait a few more seconds. And there it is, the download is complete. Now we'll run this installer. Let's double click on it. So it's preparing to install. Now this wizard, it will help you through all the steps of installing MongoDB. Let's just click on next and I accept. Next, we'll get the complete. Now we're installing MongoDB as a service. So we'll just continue with the pre-filled fields and we'll just click on next, and there's something called MongoDB Compass and we'll get to it in this hands-on as well. And let's just go ahead and install MongoDB Compass and MongoDB. So we'll click on install. As you can see, it says MongoDB Compass is being installed and it will launch once it is done. Again, it resumes and there we have our MongoDB Compass. Let's wait for it to load the platform, and here it is. The local host by default on the system is this port 27017. That is the by default one, and we can just leave it like that and click on connect. And this is how the platform looks like, MongoDB Compass. Now we'll get back to it, and we have other things to cover. Let's get back to MongoDB. Yeah, now it's done. We'll just click on finish. Now it's all done. Now after you have MongoDB, there's MongoDB installed in our system, and plus we have MongoDB Compass. So after we have MongoDB in our system, we will need MongoSH or Mongos. This is the shell that you need to actually work with and access and read database queries. So to get MongoSH, or Mongoose, we will need to visit again the MongoDB download center. Here we have searched how to download Mongoose, and we'll get to this link that says install MongoDB Community Edition on Windows. If we scroll down, we see that it talks about MongoDB shell, that is MongoSH. And here you can see there's a link. Let's click on it. There we have it, the MongoDB download center. There it is. This is for MongoDB shell. Let's download this as well. The version is the latest one, and Windows is 64-bit. We are downloading it as zip, and we will click on download. Now, after downloading the shell file, we need to extract the folder in our desired location. Let's click on it and let's see what are the components of the zip file. There we have it. There's Mongoose, the file folder. We'll extract it to this location, the default location, and we'll just click on OK. It got extracted. Let's take a look. So we'll open the location that it was saved in. That is, go to downloads. Here we have the file folder. Click on this and the bin file. So what we need to do now is to add the MongoSH binary to the path environment variable. Now how to do that? We'll just click here. The path is there. We will copy it. And now after copying the location of the bin file, we will just search environment variables. So here you can see it says edit the system environment variables. We'll just click enter and the system properties dialog box appears, and in the advanced section at the bottom right you can see there's something called environment variables. We will just click on it, and there are two sections. As you can see, there's user variables for admin and then system variables. In these system variables we need to edit the path variable. Select it and click on edit. Here you can see the number of paths already added. We need to add the MongoDB or MongoSH path variable. We will select the path variable, click on edit and then click on new. Here we will paste the path that we copied and click on OK, OK and again OK. So now the path variable is added to the environment system variable. Now to make sure that the path variable is configured correctly, we need to open the command prompt and we will run the following command. We will type in MongoSH --help. As you can see, we have a bunch of valid commands that get displayed after we enter this command. So if it is rightfully configured, a list of valid commands gets displayed, and if not, you will probably get some error. And if it is rightfully configured, these are the commands that you will get to see. So now what we need to do next is, and now we need to connect to our MongoDB deployment. That is done by running the command MongoSH without any command line to connect to the MongoDB instance that is running on your local host with the default port, as we already saw, 27017. So we will just run Mongoose, and if this happens, you are in a default database, and it means that the deployment is connected and everything is ready to go. And test, this is nothing but the default database that we are currently in, and this database does not contain any data. Now let's try to verify the connection. For that we need to run this command, db.get mongo, and parenthesis, press enter. As you can see, it's running properly. Let's go ahead, and as you can see right here, what this method returns is the connection string URI for our current connection. Now let's try a few basic commands. So first one is show DBS. What it does, it shows all the existing databases. We'll just click on enter, and there we have it. We have 4 existing databases, and let's try to create a database. So let's say use db1, press enter. Now we have switched to DB1. What it does, even the command says use DB1, and DB1, that database does not exist. So even if it does not exist, it will go ahead and create that database or collection for you and then switch to it. So as we wrote the command use DB1, and even though DB1 did not exist, MongoDB went ahead and created DB1 and then switched the command line to it. Now we'll just practice one or two basic commands. We will try to see collections as we already talked about it. So we will see what collections are there in this database. Even though it's brand new, we just created it. Let's just see how this command works. So type in show collections. There are no collections, so we won't be able to see any. So we'll just switch to another database. It is NewDB, and we have switched to NewDB, and let's see what collections we have here. As you can see, we have one collection named as C1. Now let's say I want to drop the database DB1. So I'll first switch to it, and the command for deleting databases is db.drop_database and parenthesis. As you can see, it says OK1 dropped DB1. And even after you can see that DB1 is dropped, we are still inside it. So what happens is, the interesting thing about MongoDB is you never need to create any database, collection, or a document. If it does not exist and you need to use it, MongoDB will go ahead and create it for you. Let's clear the screen here, and we're still in DB1 even though we deleted it. So this becomes our default database now. Now let's go to MongoDB Compass and let's see how to operate on that platform. It's right here, and as you can see, we have the same databases that we got to see when we used the command show DBS, and the queries, and once you open, there are no collections. Admin, config, and local are the default databases that we get even though we have not created them. They are just there. And this is NewDB. We can create another collection, the documents. So these are the two documents, and the platform is pretty simple to use. Rather than going to a terminal or shell to access and use MongoDB, you can just use this platform called MongoDB Compass. And the great thing about MongoDB is that it's very similar to JavaScript. And if you're familiar with JavaScript, calling functions and all that, it'll be pretty easy for you to even work with.
NoSQL SQL is the relational database, and NoSQL is the non-relational database. Okay, which is used for distributed data stores with the need of homogeneous data storage. Like in SQL, you have the fixed types, like you are creating in the table and all those, and as per whatever the columns you have, you are inserting the values in those columns. Okay, either you are inserting the values, or if allow null to that column, then you can keep that field as an empty. But in the this NoSQL, you don't have that kind of restriction, and there is no direct relation between the tables relation which we are seeing on the SQL side. You will not see in the NoSQL side. Okay, and NoSQL includes variety of database technologies that can store structured, semi-structured, unstructured, and polymorphic data. Okay, so we will see what is a NoSQL database. Okay, so NoSQL is considered to be an approach to database design that can hold a wide variety of data modules. So what kind of data modules? Including key value, document, columnar, and graph formats. So these are the mainly four formats in which you will see the NoSQL databases, the key value, documents, column, and graph formats. Okay, so MongoDB is the document database. But in short, we will check these type of databases, how it looks like. Okay, so you will get the idea like how the NoSQL database bases are, and then we will go proceed with our document MongoDB one. So key value database. So key value stores or databases stores data as a collection of key value pairs. Means there is a key which known as the unique identifier. Okay, so through key you know the value of that particular field. So key is like the we have seen the primary key mainly on the SQL side. In similar manner, if you know the idea of that particular things, if you see on the right hand side, the employee ID. So this employee ID is mainly the key. So if you put the one, you will get the respective data, first name, last name, and address. And you can also refer that as a key in another table if you want. The key is a key value pair must be a unique. This is a unique identifier that allow you to access the value associated with that key. So if you check the key value for the 2, you will get the Michelle, Clark, and what's address? Melbourne. If you check the value for the 1, you will get John, Newman, and address is New York. So that way you will the key value will work. Okay, this is a short intro about what is the key value database. Okay, we have seen the 4 types. One is key value, second is document, third is column, and fourth is graph. So document is more important because the MongoDB is a document database, and document database stores semi-structured data and description of that data in document format. So you are mainly seeing the columns and all those things in the SQL side, but here instead of column, here we can say the fields. So column is equal to the fields, and table is like collection. Okay, and one row is we can call as document. Okay, so the document model works well with use cases such as catalog, user profiles, and content management systems, where each document is unique and develops over time. Document database enable flexible indexing and analytics over collection of documents. So every document has one unique ID. Okay, if in the document side, if you are passing the ID by your own, then that's fine. If you are not passing that ID, then in case of the MongoDB, it is creating a 12 byte of object ID, which is added there. Okay, so every document has one ID. If you pass it, it will take that as ID. If you don't pass it, it will generate by its own. And it's a combination of multiple things, which we will see when we are doing the document, the MongoDB one. Okay, so this is a quick overview. Next is column database. So columnar database stores data in columns rather than rows. Okay, so if you see on the right hand side, time, it's going in increasing order, and value, it's stored against it for that particular time. So 0 second, the value was 15.2, 10 second, 15.4. Similar ways, it's go in at the end, and then it will again start. I will show you how it will look like. So if you see here, columnar database, it is go this way. Once it's reached to the end, again, it start from the beginning. And this way it is actually writing the data in a column fashion instead of row one. Okay. So the main aim of the columnar database is to efficiently write and read data to and from hard disk storage in order to speed up the time it takes to return a query. Okay. So this is the basic of columnar database, and this way it is storing information. The graph database. This is the last one, graph database. So graph data stores assemble the data as nodes, okay, which are like records in the relational database. So it has the different nodes and edges which represent the connection between nodes. So each node represent an entity. So John is an entity, Sally is entity, okay. A person, place, things, category, or other piece of data. And each relationship represents how two nodes are associated. Like if you see John and Sally, so John friends of Sally, Sally friends of John. John has read graph database book. Also Sally has read graph database book. So each relationship represent how two nodes are associated. So if you see these two nodes are associated as a friend, this has a read. So that way it is connected. Okay. So this is just a short, quick overview about what kind of NoSQL databases we have. We have seen the 4 NoSQL databases. One is key value. Second is document. Third is column, and fourth is graph. Okay. So now we will check the benefit of this NoSQL database. What are the benefit of NoSQL database? Okay. So these are the few basic, what we can say, benefits of the NoSQL database. Elastic scaling, avoids joins. No need for, means we don't need any joins over here. So we are avoiding joins. Okay. Sure, I will. I've seen the chat from the Vara, and she want the document database example once. Sure, we will check the document database once. Okay, so let's consider you have the customer ID, order items. So if you see on the right hand side, the document, one document you can consider as a row. One row means on the SQL side, if you aware about the SQL database, like how the SQL database storing the row by row, the data in table. So similar manner, one row is you can consider as a one document. But here there is no relationship between the another tables and all those. So if you see over here, customer ID is 99, and whatever the customer order items, those are also listed in the below. So if you see the similar part on the SQL side, the customer data will be the different, order data will be the different, and then relation between these two data you will see by using the primary and foreign key. But in this document database, we don't have any relationship. Okay, so we club all these data in single document, and you can map like document as a one row, and the table is you can map as a collection. Okay, and these fields as a column. So column customer ID is one column. You can, in the document database, you can say it as a field. Order item is also field, and inside that there is a nested document as well. So this is an array of nested documents, multi-valued. So the product ID, quantity, these are again the fields inside that nested documents. Okay. I think Vara, is that enough for now about the document database? Okay. Okay. So we will check the benefit of the NoSQL database. So first is elastic scaling. Okay. So scalability point wise, NoSQL database are designed to handle large volumes of data and can scale horizontally by adding more servers or nodes to a cluster. This makes them well suited for application that required high scalability, such as a web application with rapidly growing user bases. So that is the scaling. Those are also, we'll first check the bullet points, then I will explain the benefits of the NoSQL. Okay, so avoid joins. We don't need any joins. No need for the data to fit a schema. So like the way, if you are a little bit aware about the relational database, then you can easily consider this concept. The third point, no need for data to fit a schema. Like if you have the particular 10 columns, but you only have the data for the 8 columns, then it's hard. Either you have to save the null values to that particular row in that SQL side, but in the NoSQL, you don't have to worry about it because it's a no need for the data to fit a schema. So if you don't have the other two fields of data, that's fine. You can store 8 fields in one document and 10 fields in another document. Or even you want to add more fields onto the third document, 12, 15, you can add that. There is no check if you are not applied. There is no need of check like how you are storing the things into the your document side. Okay. Also quick and easy development. So it's easy to develop. So it does not have the fixed structure. You can add any kind of fields anytime and remove any kind of fields anytime. Okay. We'll see once we will proceed further, you will get the clarity like how the actually MongoDB worked and how it is flexible and all those points we will check. Ability to cope with network failure, low latency and high performance. So if you see like NoSQL database are often optimized for read and write operations. The class started at 8 p.m. Class started at 8 p.m. Samuel. Okay, so we just started and I just explained the things about what kind of NoSQL databases and all those. And we are just now seeing the benefits of the NoSQL database. So we hardly completed 15 minutes after starting. So in that week, just covered these much of parts. Okay. So even if you are joined right now, that's fine. Okay. So high performance, if you want to know, like NoSQL databases are often optimized for read and write operations, which makes them suitable for applications that require low latency data access. Okay. And some NoSQL databases like in-memory databases can provide extremely fast data retrieval. Okay. So that way the low latency and high performance supports multiple data structures. Okay. And less management. Okay. So these are the benefits of the NoSQL. So we have seen the avoid joins means no joins, unlike SQL database, which often require complex join to retrieve data from multiple tables. So NoSQL database typically store data in a way that reduce the needs for joins. Like the way we have seen in earlier, there is a customer ID and order items also in same documents. So it's you can consider as a row document as a one row if you compare with the SQL side, okay, and the columns as a fields inside in that. So if there is no joins, so you don't have to worry about the joins and populate the data from connecting to different tables and pull out that information. So you don't have to do that in the NoSQL database. You can just call that particular document, you will get all the data immediately. Okay. So no joins is required. Also, we can do the horizontal partitioning. If you see the SQL database, it's only scale on vertically. Okay. But if you see the non-SQL databases, that supports the sharding and horizontal partitioning. So it will allow you to distribute data across multiple servers based on specific criteria. And this can improve both scalability and performance. Okay. Also, the schema one we have already seen, like NoSQL database, make it easier to accommodate changes in data structure. Yeah, I will repeat the elastic scaling, Preeti. So, like NoSQL database are designed to handle large volumes of data and can scale horizontally by adding more servers or nodes to a cluster. Okay. So if you see the SQL one, it will only vertically scale. But if you see the NoSQL databases, those are scaled horizontally as well. Okay. So like normal example, if you see the one building, if you want to create, you can add the floor, but there is a limit, right? After 50th floor, 100th floor, you will not exceed it. The similar things happen in SQL as well. It will only increase like the floor wise. But here in NoSQL, you can create the another buildings. Okay. That is the benefit of the NoSQL. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We have seen the benefits of the SQL. Now we will see the difference between relational database management system and NoSQL. Okay. So these are the few points. So RDBMS primarily known as the relational database management systems, and NoSQL, it's a non-relational database management system. Database are table-based. Like we know the SQL, it's a table-based. And here we have seen the 4 types of the database, NoSQL database, like key value pairs, graph, documents, columns. So those are the databases we can see on NoSQL side, but on RDMS side, those are table-based one. Have predefined schema means you have to predefine columns in short, or the schema is predefined. Here on NoSQL side, have dynamic schema for unstructured data. Like one document has the customer ID, order ID. Okay. The second document has only customer details, but there is no order details. That's also we define. Third document has customer ID, order ID, and also some extra information like complaint details. Okay, about that order. So that you can also see on the NoSQL side. But if you have to do the same thing on the RDBMS side, you need the separate table for that complaints and all those. You also need to map the relational, like which customer, what his order, and what its complaint. So 3 tables mapping you have to do, means create the relational in those tables. But in NoSQL side, you don't have to worry about the relational. You have all the things in one document. Okay, and it does not check like, okay, earlier document does not have these complaint fields, so how you can add on to the next document. So there is no restriction. You can add one document 5 fields, second document 10, third document 50 fields. It does not so that's why it's a dynamic schema for unstructured data. So your data is not structured or not properly structured format, but on RDBMS side, you need the proper structured data. Okay, you can do the structural data properly maintained in the NoSQL database as well. Like if you allow or use any application which will using the NoSQL database like MongoDB, and you can the application which is using this data or inserting the data, and you restricted that, okay, every time it has to insert these 5 fields, and these are the mandatory fields if you are taking that information from particular form, then in that case, all the documents contain the similar fields and similar kind of type of data. So you can also maintain the structured data in NoSQL as well if you want to do that. But yeah, there is a no relation. Even if you add a few fields in particular documents, that's also be possible on NoSQL side. Okay. Fourth one is database are not best fit for hierarchical data storage, and database fits better for the hierarchical data storage. Okay, and the examples of the RDBMS are MySQL, Oracle, SQLite, MS SQL. So these are the examples of RDBMS, relational database, and NoSQLs are MongoDB, Bigtable, Cassandra, Neo4j. So these are the example of NoSQL. Okay, we'll check the document database. If I'm going a little faster or you are not able to understand anything, just ask me on a chat so I can immediately respond you. So at least you will not, if you are not understanding any earlier topic, then maybe the possibility the further topics you will also not able to understand. So better clear each and every topic. If you are not able to understand, I'm ready to repeat it multiple times. So ask me anytime if you are not able to understand any particular topic or it's not clear to you. Even if I explain the twice, if it's not clear, you can also ask third time. That is also fine. Okay. So document database. It's a MongoDB mainly. It is a modern approach to store data in JSON format rather than tables. Okay. So we are storing whatever the document we are storing, the format of its JSON format. If you try to push some data which is not following the JSON format, it will not allow you to push that data or insert that data. It allows you to display the data in its original form, the way it's intended to be. Okay. Document store database stores each record and its associated data within a single document. Like I mentioned, there is no relation. So we have to, whatever particular document it has all the data which we are storing as a single document, or you can map with the SQL. It's a single row. You can consider the single document is a single row. Okay. And every document has a one unique ID. If you pass the ID, then it will take that as a ID. If you are not passing the ID, you are just passing the fields, the MongoDB automatically creating and attaching the ID to that document. But every document has a unique ID. Okay. Okay, so let's see with some of the examples. This is a XML file. Okay. And if we want to convert the similar file into a JSON, it will look like this way. If you see artist name ABC, and if you check the earlier artist name ABC. Okay. So artist name, it's a field, and ABC is a value for that field. Okay. Albums, album name, date release, and genre. So if you see over here, 1 second. So there is a albums, and albums, there are multiple album inside in it. So similar manner, if you convert this into the JSON format, it will look like this. So this is the albums, which is an array, contains multiple albums in it. Okay. So this is a JSON file. Okay, so we will check the graph database. So graph databases are NoSQL database that use the graph data model composed of points, which is an entity like person, place, object, or appropriate piece of data, and edges, which symbolize the relationship between two nodes. Okay. So the way we have earlier seen, like the example we have seen, it know the relation, like John, friend of Sally, Sally is friend of John, and John has read the graph database books. So similar way, it's just explain. Okay, like Tom, Adam, Ram. So these are the persons. So those are the nodes, and Tom knows Ram. Sorry, Adam knows Tom. Okay, Ram knows Adam as well as Tom. Okay, so what is the relation between two nodes? That is explained like nodes, and these are the nodes entities: Ram, Adam, and Tom. Okay, but this is just a quick overview about the graph database. Mainly, our focus is on the document database. Okay, so we will go with the introduction to the MongoDB. Okay, so MongoDB is an open source non-relational database management system that uses document-oriented database model that support various structures of data. Okay, so first thing, it is open source. Also, it's a non-relational. We are not keeping any relation with any data. Okay, and it's a document-oriented database model. So the database, the collection, you can say collection is a contains the multiple documents. Okay, one collection has multiple documents. Means the documents you can consider as a row, and collection you can consider as a table. Okay, and the column under the document you can consider as a field. Okay, so we will see that the comparison in future, but now it's clear to everyone, like MongoDB is open source. It's open source means anyone can contribute in that MongoDB development. Second, it's a non-relational. We are not doing any relation with the data, and it's a document oriented. We are storing the things in a document format. Okay, so MongoDB document model is simple for developers to learn and use. Okay, it's very simple, and if you just understand the syntactical things, how we are inserting, finding, updating, removing the data from the MongoDB, you will be more comfortable. Okay. Learn and use while still providing all the capabilities needed to meet the most complex requirement at any scale. Okay, and we also in the difference we have seen the RDBMS is only scaling vertically, but we have the ability in the NoSQL, like we can scale it vertically as well as horizontally. Okay, so now we will see the structure of MongoDB. The MongoDB works with the extended version of JSON, that is BSON, also known as a binary JSON. So BSON is lightweight, and it travels and efficient. Okay, so you have the application, you have the drivers and native data types. So whenever the MongoDB drivers communicate with the MongoDB, it will pass that information in a mainly BSON format. Okay, and we will see what are the tools we will use for the MongoDB. So MongoDB has many MongoDB management tools are available in the market, and this helps us to enhance productivity of MongoDB development and admin task. Okay, so as a developer, you mainly have to use the MongoDB Compass. Okay, there is also NoSQL Booster, Robot 3T, NoSQL Manager, but mainly the MongoDB is the main one. Everyone who want to start with the MongoDB Compass is the best one. We will see how we can install that on the local and all those things in further. Okay. There is a question from Preeti. What is BASIN? Can you explain more? Okay. BASINs, which stands for binary JSON, okay, is a binary encoded serialization format used by the MongoDB to store and exchange data. Okay. BASIN is actually designed to be efficient in terms of both storage and processing, and it is specifically tailored for MongoDB document-oriented data model. Okay. So like it's doing the binary encoding, like unlike the traditional JSON, which uses the plain text to represent the data, BASIN uses the binary encoding to store the data. Okay. So this binary format is more compact and efficient for storage and transmission, making it well suited for database operations. Okay. And also BASIN supports a variety of data types, including string, numbers, dates, arrays, embedded documents, binary data, and more. If these data types mirror those used in JSON, but BASIN encodes them in a binary forms mainly. Okay. So we'll go further, and if you still have the doubt, then we will explain that. Okay. Okay. So these are the tools, and we will see how we're installing the MongoDB on the Windows machine. Okay. So if you follow these steps of installation, that would be good. Okay. So just simply go on to the Google and search with the MongoDB. Or if you are able to open this link, you will also open that. Yeah. So if you see here, you have the platform for Windows. I just search with the MongoDB download, and it will give you the link for MongoDB community server download. You just have to click on that link, or if you want this link, I will also share with you. Okay. So you can directly open that link. And if you see here, the MSI, it's an installer. Instead of zip for Windows guys, you can download this one. Okay, this is the current version. And for the Mac one, you have to choose what kind of Mac you have, x64 or ARM64. You can download appropriate. If you select the Mac one, you'll get the TGZ file. You just have to click on it, so it will extract, and you just have to drag drop onto the send the link. I already shared the link at the top. Rakesh, if you are seeing the earlier link, which I just shared 1 minute ago before your message, if you want to reshare, I will reshare it. Here is the link. Okay. So you have to download this server and install it. So we will see the steps for this installation. Okay. So for mainly we will go with the Windows 1. Mac 1 is also similar. Once you downloaded the things and drag and drop it to the application, you can also see the setting thing the similar manner. So we will go with the Windows 64 one and download it. Okay. So once you downloaded, you will see that MSI file on your download location. Okay. You just have to double click on it. Okay. Let me share the presentation again. Yeah. So we downloaded from the command center. And if you see at the bottom, if you are using mainly the older versions, then you will see the files downloaded at the bottom of the location. Or if you are using the latest browser, at the top you will see the download arrow, so you will know where it's downloading. So once it's downloaded, you just have to double click on it. For the Windows persons, for the Mac one, not able to see link in chat. Oh, sorry, my bad. Okay, now everyone able to see the link. Okay, yeah. Sorry, actually sharing with was selected to the wrong one. I just selected with everyone. Now it's fine. So you can download it. It will take few minutes to download that MSI file. I think for Windows it's 500 MB file approx. If I'm not wrong, 572 MB. Okay. So you can download it. Once you download it, I will wait at least one person has to complete the download part. If anyone is completed with the download, just ping here. Okay, Niranjan is completed with the download. So you can double click on it and you'll see similar kind of window. After double click on that MSI file, you have to click accept the license agreement. Complete one you have to install and click on the next one. Okay. Install it with the default settings instead of changing anything. It will ask if there is no tick on the install MongoDB Compass. You can also tick that. I think by default it's ticked. And click on install. So let me know if you guys are able to download and install this one. At least 3-4 person want to confirm like they are successfully done the installation. The screenshot you are seeing on the PPT side, maybe the versions and all those things are a little bit older, but yeah, the process is same. Or anyone facing any problem, you can ask me on chat window. After downloading the MSI file, double click on it, click on the next, accept the term and license agreement, click on next, then install, select the complete one and click on next. Service configuration, you will keep the default one and click on next. If the install MongoDB Compass is not selected, then you can tick it and click on next. Then click on install. It will take a couple of minutes to install and then finish button. No, Priti, we don't need to set password. Whatever is the default configuration, keep it as it is. And click on next. How to install in Mac? Like I have you downloaded that TGZ file, Niranjan? Okay, so you just have to double click on that file or it will extract it, and then you just have to download that whatever is the extracted from that zip file TGZ. Okay, so you just have to drag and drop that particular file on the application folder in the Mac. I don't have the screenshot for the just confirm me once one of you able to successfully install this and installation completed. And once you see this finish, you can click on finish and then ping. Okay, we shall done the installation. at least 2-3 more members I need. So then we will go further. Okay, Nandesh is also done. Ashru is also done. So you just click on your search on the Windows and check you are able to see the MongoDB Compass or not on your install application. You just have to try to open the MongoDB Compass. If you are done with the successful installation, just check MongoDB Compass. Are you able to see in your application? Yes, Nandesh says yes. So yeah, so earlier we have to, okay. Vishal also says yes. So we don't, so you guys don't need to do this installation for the MongoDB Compass. Those are not able to see the MongoDB Compass, even this completing of this setup, those need to follow these steps, like specifically download center and check for the Compass and install this. Those are already seeing this MongoDB Compass. Don't visit these links and download it again. Don't do that. Okay. If you are able to see the MongoDB Compass on your machine, then it's done with the MongoDB Compass installation as well. If there are any members who is not able to see the MongoDB Compass on his machine, then and only then he has to follow these steps. Okay. So it will, again, you have to check the stable version and the platform like Windows, Mac, and download that and install that. If you are not able to see it, if you already see the MongoDB Compass on your machine, then you don't have to do any steps. Okay. So these are the steps, and after the successful installation of MongoDB, you can connect to the, it has the local host and all those things. So you just have to click on connect part. So after connecting, it will show the by default 3 databases: admin, config, local. Okay. So if you want to create the database, you will just click on the create database part. So this is just a, no, I cannot see. Maybe I need to restart the system. Abhinav saying he's not able to see. Have you finished the installation, or installation is still in progress? Abhinav, I think you are done with the installation, but you are not able to see the, yeah. Okay. Anyways, today we are not doing anything with the in MongoDB Compass. Okay. So even if you guys are not able to successfully install it, you can install it. The link I have already shared from where you have to download, and the steps, if you just see these steps we need to follow. Okay. So first we are downloading, then MSI file is downloaded, double click on it, click on next, accept the term and conditions, complete installation we have to do, then click on next by selecting the complete. Instead of the custom, you have to select the complete. Default server service configuration we have to keep. Okay, you don't have to set any account domain or account name or account password. Just keep the server configuration as it is. Okay, don't change anything in it. Then click on next. Make sure the install MongoDB Compass is checked. Okay, and then click on next. So it will also install the MongoDB Compass, so you don't have to do the further things. Even Abhinav, you can check or you can just double click on that MSI file again, and then it will ask for you to repair. In that case, you can check the install MongoDB Compass was checked there or unchecked. That thing you can just cross check. If it's unchecked, you can click it or install it, or there is another option to download the MongoDB Compass. Give me a second. I will also share the link for it, how to download the MongoDB Compass. Okay. So I'm sharing the link for downloading the MongoDB Compass. This is a link. Okay. So on the same link, ignore the first shell download. Okay. You have to scroll a little down, and there you will see the MongoDB Compass download GUI. Okay. So check this, and under that, then you will see the platform Windows or Mac, and then download the package exe. Okay. So Abhinav, you can try this one. I can see now after Compass download. Okay, though then it's good. Okay, so everyone is done with the installation. I only get, I think we have almost 20 members in a team, but I'm only able to see 4 or 5 people's done. Puriti is also done. Even you are not Niranjan done, Rakesh done, Subodh also done. Okay, and everyone is able to, one second. Rakesh, I am seeing what the problem you are facing, and I will let you know what is the next step. Yeah, you just have to click on connect button. So once you open the Compass, you just need to click on the connect button, and then you can connect. If you are not able to connect and you are getting some errors, then let me know. So if you install the that community server and still you are not able to connect with this and you are getting any error, just let me know. Okay, so anyone has any problem with this process which we followed today, or any question on any earlier topics? So we'll see the what we can do in the MongoDB Compass and further. But one second, Rakesh, I will check after clicking on connect what's the problem you're facing. Yeah, so you successfully connected. On the what we have to do, Rakesh, I will tell you in the next session, like how to create the database and all those. But yeah, if you are successfully connected, on the top you are see MongoDB Compass and localhost 27017. That means you are connected. Okay. Otherwise it will give some errors. So in that case, most of the time, if someone is getting the error, we need to go to the services and start the MongoDB services. But yeah, you are perfectly fine. You properly connected to the MongoDB database. Okay. So those are still not able to download or install or complete the setup. I hope till the next session, you will successfully install the MongoDB community server. And also if you tick that, this one, install the MongoDB Compass, you can just also connect. Okay. To MongoDB Compass. Just click on connect. After click on to the MongoDB Compass on your local machine, it will ask you to connect. Just click on the connect button. You don't have to put any connection string or anything. By default, it is connecting to the local MongoDB server, which we just installed. Type Mongo sh and you will see this one, like which MongoDB version you have installed and which MongoDB shell version you have. So I have installed the MongoDB version 701 and Mongo shell version is 201. You open the MongoDB. Okay, one question. One second. I think you have to check the services, and in services, let me open the services for myself as well. So on services side, are you able to see the MongoDB server is running? Vishal? Go to the services, open the services, and go to the MongoDB server. This is alphabetically services are arranged. Search with the M and MongoDB server and just check it's running or not. If not, run it and make it as a automatic. So every time your machine is restart, it will run. Once you check your service is running and type the Mongo sh in your normal command prompt. Okay. Vishal, you are using the Windows machine? Yeah. So there is a search option on your application. Search whatever the app you are using. There is a search, right? So in that, just type the services. If you see my screen, are you able to see? If you are able to see the services app, open it. Okay. Everyone, those are not able to run the Mongo sh, or it is giving you the error like Mongo sh is not recognized. You can follow the same process. And check your MongoDB server is running. And make the startup type as a automatic. Yeah, so okay, it's running. Vishal, can you check, do you have the MongoDB Compass? Can you open it? So if you are facing the problem with the command prompt and even your service is running, okay, but till your command prompt is not able to recognize the Mongo sh on your normal command prompt, you can also do the same thing with the MongoDB Compass as well. Connect it. It automatically connect to the local host because we already installed in the last session. Okay, so don't change anything. Just click onto the connect. So it will connect. And in the bottom, you are able to see this Mongo sh test. Okay. And here you can type show DBs. So it will show you the whatever the DBs you have. Okay, it will show you the admin config local. These 3 DBs come by default. Okay, student I have created, that's why it's extra for me. But if it's showing you the DBs, then that's fine. By default, it is launched into the test DB, state test database. Okay. Okay. Rakesh, are you also able to run the show DBs on your machine instead of going through the command prompt, you can open the MongoDB Compass and type show DBs. Here, connect it. Keep the connection string as it is. Like if you see, you will see this. Open the MongoDB Compass on your local. Then it will automatically take the MongoDB connection. I hope you will check earlier the MongoDB server is running at your end. If it's running, then come over here and just connect it. So you will see these 3 DBs even on the left hand side. Or okay, so you are also, and if you type the show DBs and press enter, you will able to see the 3 DBs. This one student is extra at my end because it's created by myself. Okay. So everyone is ready for the practical, right? Okay. Okay. Yeah, sure. Zaiba, you have to, you already installed the MongoDB Compass on your, okay. Ashru, you can also follow the same steps. Few of the members just joined. So I'm just repeating the steps for them. On your machine, open the MongoDB Compass. On your machine, open the MongoDB Compass. And it will automatically come up with the connection, default connection to your local host. It will connect to the port 27017, which is a default MongoDB port. Okay. You just have to press connect. Zaiba, Ashru, you both can confirm me. Are you able to? Okay, Ashru is done. So once you connected, on left hand side, you will see these 3 DBs, admin, config, local, or if you are able to see on the screen, bottom Mongo shell is there. So you can just up it. By default, it is using the test DB. Okay. So what you have to do, you have to just show DBs, type show DBs.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career growth with the full stack developer course.
It's there and press enter. If it works, then we will start with the actual practical. Okay. Okay. So let's start. Okay. On that Mongo shell. So I will also now use the Mongo shell. Okay. You can type message like you can see the screen, type where message, where means any variable we have take. We are just checking the normal JavaScript is also working here or not. Okay. So type the similar manner like I'm typing on the screen. So we have declared one variable message and we assign the value hello world to it. And now we want to print that. So we'll use the print JSON and can I zoom my screen? Okay. Give me a moment. I will zoom my screen. Go to the, okay, we will first perform some operations. Okay. And then we will come here to understand the theory. So we will understand the theory in better manner. Okay. So you just have to type use student. Just type on your use student. So what it will do, it will, if it's exist, it will use the existing database or it will create the new one. Okay. Type use student and press enter. Okay. If you already have the student database, it will switch, or if it's not exist, it will create for you. And once you see on the left hand side, use student, then this is the thing. And here you can type show collections. Okay, I'm giving you the things as well in whatever I'm typing onto the command prompt or Mongo shell, I'm sharing with you as well. So we, till the time we have executed this much things, we executed a simple print statement by creating a message as a variable, hello world assigned to it. And I hope everyone able to print the hello world. After that, we have use student statement. Okay. It is create the new student database in your local host, in your local Mongo server. It will create the student database. And if you execute the show collection, it will not show anything to you. But for me, it is showing the stud because I have one stud collection inside in it. And if you want to just check what DB you are, you just type the DB and enter. It will give you the name student. So you are sure like you are now using the student DB. Okay. Yeah, collection equal to table, Ajay. I'm showing you one screen. Okay. You can everyone able to see this? So take the screenshot of this. Okay, everyone. This will be more helpful if you are aware about the SQL. So database is database. Table and views onto the SQL side. Those are, we are call it as a collection in MongoDB side. Row, we are calling it as a document. Okay, it contains JSON data. Column, we here call it as a MongoDB side as a field. Index, we call it as an index. Join, where here embedded document. Foreign key, here is a reference. So these are the terms we are calling on MongoDB sites, and these are the SQL terms mainly we are using. So better if you take the screenshot and memorize this, you will not face any challenges to learn the MongoDB. You can, if you are aware about the SQL, you can easily learn the MongoDB smoothly. If you fit in your mind like, okay, table or view means collection on the MongoDB side, row means the document, column means fields. So only top 4 is mainly you required. These 4: database, table view, row, and column. These 4 are mainly important. Okay. Ajay, clear to you? Okay. Okay, come to our screen. So if you see over here, okay, I have executed this command. I am sharing the remaining commands as well to you. MongoDB Compass, here is a refresh database button. Okay, just click that, and then you are able to see the student, and then you are able to see the collection, COLL. Once you execute this command, DB collection insert 1. Okay, if you just switch to the student database and does not perform any action, and you close your MongoDB Compass and reopen it, you will not able to see the student database on your local. Okay, it required some collection with at least one document inside in it. Okay, so collection is by default created. If you performing any insert operation, collection automatically create. So with this command, DB collection insert 1, it created this collection automatically. Okay, and inserted one document in it. The document is this in circular bracket. This is a JSON name max. Okay, name max in curly braces, whatever we are passing, it's a JSON. Okay, so we inserted one document, and this is our document. You can also pass multiple parameters by comma separated values. Okay, but for just to create the database and create the collection, these are the steps we are performing now. Anyone facing problem to create the collection and one entry inside in it? If not, we will proceed further. Okay, so if you see here, this is our, please explain entry once again, Monica. Okay, so Monica, you have to open the MongoDB Compass on your local machine. Give a copy of command. Yeah, sure. I am giving you the all commands right now, Ashru. So if you see here, these are the commands till the time we have executed. Okay, so Monica, you can open the MongoDB Compass. If you are able to see my screen on your Windows machine, if you are using the Windows or any machine you are using, open the MongoDB Compass and then connect it. So once you connect, at the bottom, you are able to see the Mongo shell. Not able to copy paste. Then everyone facing the problem for the copy paste from the chat window? Okay. Okay. One second. Then I will share the file with you, command file, every time. You can just confirm me, are you able to download that file? One second. Till the time, Monica, you can do these steps. Open MongoDB Compass, connect it, and then one second, where the file created. We already repeated the things twice, Monica. So you have to speed up little bit, because other member also will bore if we repeat the same thing again and again. So you just have to open the MongoDB Compass, open that link, and execute the commands whichever I have provided there. First, we have just check, are we executing the JSON JavaScript there? So it's working or not. So that's why we executed the JavaScript there. Then we have used the, okay, I will execute those steps again and execute those commands. If there is a space or a line break, then execute those commands one after another. Okay. And we, by default, you will land into the test database, which is not exist. But if you execute any insert statement, then the test will also be visible to you. Now we are using the use student database. So after click on to the after executing the use student, it will shifting from test to the use student database. This is the switch database command, use student, and even if that database is not exist, the use and the database name will create that database if it's not exist. Okay, but it will be destroyed if you directly close the compass at this moment. You have to perform at least one insert operation to actually create that database. Okay, and for that purpose we executed this command. Okay, db collection dot insert one. Okay, and after inserting, you are able to see this record is inserted, and at the top you just have to refresh it, and if you expand this, you will see the collection and one document inside in it. Here it's show me the two documents because two times I executed the same command. I'm removing one, so we all on the same page. Okay. Okay, now this is the insert one statement we have executed. Okay, we will now execute the multiple documents at the single time, like the way we are inserting the what we can say, inserting multiple rows. Similar manner, we will add the multiple documents in single command. Okay, for that, one second, give me a moment. I will share the, I have just entered the command there for all of you on that same link, and I am executing the same command over here. Okay, so here I'm just changing it to the max one. Okay, so it will be another entry and execute it. So here it's created the two inserts. Okay, one document, we have passed the array of documents, or you can say the collection of rows in SQL language, but here we're passing the two documents. This is first one, this is another one. Comma separated is through, we are separating the documents, and this is a array. Okay, so array of documents we have passed, and instead of insert one, we have used here insert many. Okay, and once you executed that, it has created two IDs. MongoDB creating ID by its own. Okay, this is a 12-byte ID. Okay. So if you pass ID by your own, like if we just come back and if we just pass the underscore ID 1 2 3 comma, okay, and here I am doing the max 2, okay, and other option to access the link. Yeah, I will, Monica, I will share the commands in chat as well for you if you are not able to access the link. I don't see, means all members are able to access the link, or you can see onto the screen the commands and type by your own. That is also fine, because we are only doing a small variation in the existing command. Even if you write one command and just use your up and down arrow, okay, you are able to populate the earlier command which you executed. Okay, so if now here is the underscore ID and 1 2 3 I have passed as ID, but the second document I have not passed any ID. Okay, and if I enter this, what happened? It again inserted the two documents. This is ID taken by from my document because I have passed the underscore ID field, but here I have not passed that field. So that's why it's again regenerated by the MongoDB side by its own. Okay. So Monica, you can refer the chat window and copy from there. Otherwise, you can just refer the chat window, and by referring the chat window, you can type on your. Okay. So till this time, everyone is able to understand. So we will check some theory part. Okay. If you come here and just go into the first, refresh the database, go to the student, go to the collection, and just refresh there. You're able to see whatever the documents you have, how many insert command you have executed. First time we executed the single insert one command. That time this one is created. Second time we inserted these two without passing the ID with the insert many command. Third time we have executed the same insert command which we executed at the second time, but we passed the underscore ID 1 2 3. So for this document, it is taken the ID which we passed, and second document in the same insert many statement we have not passed any ID. So MongoDB automatically created the 12-byte object ID for this document, and that's why at my end 5 documents are there. Till this point, anyone has any problem or any question? So we will check some theory part as well. And that link has all the commands. No one has any questions, so we will see some theory part also with this. So now you are able to understand the student, the database we have created. How to get ID from name Alex. Yeah. So if you want to get the ID from the Alex Ajay, you just have to do like this. Okay. So db.collection.find. Okay. And here you have to pass the condition. We will see in the upcoming things, but I'm just answering the Ajay, like how he will get the ID of the this Alex. So name is Alex, name Alex. Okay. So we have two Alex in our system. Okay. This is one, this is another one. Okay. That's why the condition is this, and that's why it's match, and these are the objects are written. Okay. And even if you do the search with this on this, I hope you are able to see the compass as well, my compass. So here, if you click here and paste this as it is, like the ID, you can copy from here and paste it over here and just find it. You will able to see that particular entry. Okay. So without the typing find command, you can also do the search from here. Okay. Okay. So clear to the Ajay as well. So let's go to some theory part. Okay. So this is a collection. What collection we have created? COLL. That is our collection name. Okay. And this database we have created using use student. We executed the command and it created or switch to the student database. Okay. So that through that way, and if we just execute the DB, it will give the name of that database, in which database we are right now executing those commands. Okay. And collection, with one insert query, we have created the collection under that student with the DB collection insert one command first time we have executed. Okay. So if you know, so first we shifted into the use student. Show collection, it will not show any collection to you because there is no collection. And DB, if you press, it will show the name as a student. Then we have executed this command. So it will create the collection of COLL with the name of COLL. Okay. So any name you can even give to here. If you execute the same command again on the same Mongo shell by just changing this collection as any name, stud collection 1, 2, 3, then it will create the similar connection. Like on the second place, it will create that collection. And under that, whatever the insert, it will again create the another document. And one collection has multiple documents. Okay. So on this MongoDB side, these are all your documents. Okay. This is first, second, third, fourth, 5. These all are documents. Or if you compare with the SQL, these are the rows. These are the 5 rows. But in MongoDB terms, we are saying it as a document. Okay. And this underscore ID name, these are the columns onto the SQL side. But here we are saying those as a field. Underscore ID is field, name is field. Okay. So these are the fields. Can you type the find command? Oh yeah, sure. 1 second. I will copy paste for you as well. I am also inserting that into browser. Okay. So anyone has any doubt till this? What is the database? What is the collection? What is the document? How we will use or switch or create the database using the use statement? You can create, switch, or use the database. Okay. Collection, if we inserting anything, it will automatically create that collection. Okay. Whatever the name we are passing, it will create that collection. And make sure this is a case sensitive. MongoDB commands are case sensitive. So while executing those, make sure you will execute it properly. Otherwise, what happen if I just pass this collection as a capital C. Okay. And one second, I will execute the insert one command with the capital collection. Okay, so here I just make the collection as a capital C and enter it. Okay, we'll check it will create the two collection. See, this is another collection it's created. Why? Because I make a typo mistake. Capital C I have passed, but earlier all my execution done on to the small collection. Okay, so if you do the typo of the collection name, then it will give you the wrong result, or it will perform the operation onto the wrong collection. Okay, so hope you will understand the MongoDB commands are case sensitive. So whatever you are passing or typing every time the collection name or the database name, it is also same for the database name as well. So every command you are typing into the Mongo shell, those are case sensitive. Okay, even these field names, okay, those are also case sensitive. You are passing capital N and a small n in a name section, then it will consider as a different field. Okay, so we already created the collection, and we also executed the insert many statement for that collection. Okay, we have seen the db collection find command. Okay, I will now explain the db find command in detail. Okay, so I have performed this find command. If I not pass this as a condition, I will remove this. Okay, I just type db dot whatever is the collection name, this is my collection name, and just dot find, and if I just press enter, it will give me the all documents which are exist into the my collection. Or you can say, if you just type the select star from a table name, whatever the result you are getting, the same result you are getting by typing the db.collection.find. Okay, so that's why if you see over here, I type this command and I have get all the 5 documents. Okay, if you have the multiple documents or thousands of documents, it will give you to press the I, and then it will show the iterate it. Okay, those things we will see into the further sessions, but till this slide, anyone has any question? So the find command return you the complete list of all the objects. Okay, and there are multiple tools available and the shells available. Okay, through which we are executing these commands. Okay, we are using the MongoDB shell, and that's why the things are in proper indentation, and you are easily able to see, okay, the first document started here, ended here, second document started here, ended here. Okay, but in other command prompts or the shells you are using, if there you are executing these MongoDB commands, that time sometimes you are getting, can we have a different number of fields in each documents? Yes, Savita. I will show you immediately. Okay, so this is our one insert one command, and I am passing the address here. Okay, forget about the spelling mistake in address. ABC Road. Okay, you can pass the phone number here. This is the phone number, and if you do the insert, my bad, I inserted in another collection because the typo I have shown you the small c. And if I execute this, and if you come back over here, the all documents have the name. I just refresh it, the just inserted one, it has the different fields because MongoDB allow you to this is a NoSQL database, NoSQL document database. No, right now, Chinmay, we are in the same collection, or you can say the find command is executed mainly onto the collection. Then you have to do the JavaScript. Chinmay asked the question like, is there a way to use find across multiple collection, like the way we are finding in the multiple tables? If we want to find something onto the collection side, okay, if there are multiple collection, can we find it in those collection with a find query? This find db.collection.find, it always require the collection name, and then after that the find command. Okay, so if you want to do this search in all the collections which you have to write the JavaScript and pass your collection in one of the array. It will replace in a loop the find command and the collection name, and then it will perform. Okay. So with can we have different number of fields in? Yeah, that we already checked the different number of fields in every document. Okay. Chinmay, it's clear to you? No, there will not be null values, Ashru. If you see over here, why we are saying this is as a NoSQL, non-structured, and structured, unstructured, semi-structured, because it's in our hand. Okay. So if this document, if you are able to see my screen, it does not have the address and phone number fields. So that does not mean those fields are null here. This is not the SQL. If you see onto the SQL side, if those columns are there, means address and phone number columns will be exist. In that case, you will get the null values. But here it's completely different because it does not follow any structured. Okay, whatever, even we will not pass the name, and I will show you one more thing. We'll create a completely different things. Okay, I will erase everything and I'm passing, okay, college name, and my college is something XYZ, and I'm passing here the city as a Nagpur. Okay. And I inserted this. So there is no relation what we are inserting. Okay. If you see here college name and city, there is no name, address, phone number, nothing common in the documents. Ajay, I'm not getting your question. Like, do we have to define field or can we define? Can you elaborate your question, Ajay? These are the fields, okay? Name, address, phone number, college name, city. Yeah, this is a, like in SQL, we have to define field names. No, here you don't need to define the field names. Whatever you are inserting, those consider as a field name. Okay. Yeah, if you are using the MongoDB and do the insert operation through any particular language, then there you can define, okay, these 5 fields, every time it has, if there is an insert and it has to go with these 5 fields. If only 3 fields data will be there, the other field should be inserted as a null or the empty value. Then through any specific language, you can achieve that. But through this insert and all those, you will not define the field. Yeah, every time we need the field names. Because this is a JSON. JSON follow this structure. JSON has key value, okay? So this is a JSON. Whatever we have inserted in these curly brackets, is a JSON. If we are not following the JSON structure, it will give us the error. Okay. So only primary is going to be there like object ID. Correct. Here by default, primary key you can consider it as a, or the unique key you can consider as a underscore ID. Okay. Yeah. Can we pass XML here? No, you need to pass the JSON or the BASIN format. You can't pass the XML. But if you have your own code in JavaScript, which will read your XML content and convert it into the JSON and then execute the insert command in your JavaScript, then definitely you can use the XML file, and through that you are converting in a JavaScript and then you are inserting, then that will be possible. But you have to do your JavaScript code, which will understand that or read your XML and then convert it into the JSON, Samuel, and then you are able to insert over here. Okay, yeah. Let me know if I'm going faster, or if anyone is not able to understand, let me know. Okay, so I'm telling you about this pretty, dot pretty, why we have to use the dot pretty. Okay. Unfortunately, we are using this shell, which is understanding the MongoDB documents very well, and that's why it's showing the document in a proper format. Okay. But if you execute the similar commands in a different command prompts, those are unaware about this representation. In that case, what you have to do, whatever is your find command, in front of find, you have to add the pretty command. Okay. So what it will do, pretty, it will just show the output in a proper indentation format. So if you see over here, maybe I have the screenshot, but it's a little older one. Yeah. So if you see this find command, limit 2, I will explain the limit 2. But if you see over here, I executed this and this show the result in this manner. Okay. It's not properly in indented format, or you have to keep the track. Okay, where is underscore ID? Okay, here is the underscore ID and here is another. So this is the one document, this is another document. Okay, this is something like the same document, keys come under this. Okay, so it's confusing you. But if you use the pretty, this one, where is Mongo? Yeah, if you use this dot pretty in those command prompts as well, it will show the output in this manner. Here you will not see the difference because we are using the Mongo shell under the MongoDB Compass. So it is automatically doing this dot pretty in the background. Okay. And the limit 2, what is the limit? So I have this much of document. Okay. But I only want the see only first 5, first 3, or first 2, whatever. I just want to see the limit we will add. Okay. Like the way we are doing on top 1, top 5 onto the SQL side. Okay. If you want to filter out the highest salary or second highest salary, third highest salary, the top 3 you will pick and then do the descending. Similar manner, the limit will do the top kind of selection. Okay. So if I put the find, so this will return me the all documents. Okay. But if I add the dot limit condition, so it will only return me the 2 documents. Okay. Max and max 1. So if you see here, only first 2 are written, others are not written. Okay. And if you add here the skip one, like I want to skip first 2, So third and fourth, if I want to check, or if you follow the any pagination kind of UI, like 10 by 10 slot you are showing in your pagination, 10 records you are showing in your grid, and after clicking onto the next button you are showing the next like 1 to 10 you have shown on first page. After clicking onto the next button or the second page, it will show 11 to 20 records. So similar manner this skip will do. Here you can consider we have the 2 rows pagination. Okay, and if someone is click onto the next page, it has to see the third and fourth entry. Similar manner, if you see here, it will skip the first 2 records and pull the next 2 records. Okay, so in pagination kind of scenarios, you can also use such kind of commands in MongoDB side. This is, I know this is I'm just giving the quick overview. We will see all these commands in detail. Okay, but I'm just giving you the idea. Like an offset and fetch concept. Correct, Samuel. Yeah. So if you see, Alex and the max2 are the third and fourth entry. If you see, first 2 are skipped, Alex and max2 is selected. Okay, and if we do the skip of 5 and limit of 5, but we don't have the 10 records, so whatever is the remaining, it will return those. By skipping the first 5, it will return those. So if you see, it only return me the last 2 records, means 6 and 7. These 2 are 6 and 7. Why? Because we skipped the 5 and total records we have is the 7. Okay, so whatever is the remaining, the similar manner we are also showing onto the pagination. If you reach onto the last page of that grid and there is hardly a 1 or 2 record, it will show only that 1 or 2 rows. It's again the multiple slide, you will see the similar things are explained, like create or insert operation, add new documents to a collection. In the documents means here the row. If you know the SQL, here in SQL it's a row, here it's a document in MongoDB term. Okay, so read for we are using the in the SQL we are using the select statements, but in the MongoDB we are using the find. Instead of select here and MongoDB, it's a find. Update also here has update one or update many functions in the MongoDB side to updating the things in a single collection, and delete operation to remove the document. And we also have the filtering conditions in the MongoDB as well. Like if the condition are matching, then it is performing those operation on that match condition. Okay, match documents basis on the condition which we are executing. Okay, it is a small intro like about the database. It's a well-organized collection of data. Database supports storage and manipulation of data and also makes data management easy. If you already know these things, it's very boring, this theory. But if you are new, then better to understand what is databases and all those. Like in earlier age, everyone homes has a telephone directory, and in that you are able to see the all phone numbers with the contact information, name and the contact information area wise it is separated. So it's a big dictionary kind of thing, telephone directory. Okay, so many organization or almost all the applications are now using the databases to store things related to whatever specific site, web application. It has to store some information and show some information, modify, update, delete the information it is what purpose or what kind of site it is. Like if you see the example of Flipkart, Amazon, they also have the databases to store the things, retrieving the things. Okay. So almost all the web applications requires the database. That does not matter what kind of data they are storing and which kind of database they are using. Either it's a relational database, it's non-relational, NoSQL database. But every application wants the data to be stored in the database. Okay. So in the MongoDB term, how the document look like? Okay. So document is a JSON file or JSON data we are considered as a single document. Okay. So if you see this example, this is one document. Okay. And whatever inside in this, these are the field. So field 1 has value 1, field 2 value 2. Similar way, you have the multiple n number of fields and respective value with that field. Okay. But it is not the expected, like every document requires this n number of field. Few documents has only one field, few documents has 5 fields, few documents has 100 fields. It's up to you what kind of how many fields you want to insert in that particular one document. Okay. But make sure the data while inserting it's a JSON document. Otherwise, it will give you the error if you are not following the proper JSON document. Like if you are missing some curly braces, or if you are passing just a string without the quotation, you just pass a value as a normal statement without the quotation mark, single or double, then it will give you the error because it's not following the JSON styles or JSON guideline. So it's not a, or you can say incorrect JSON document. That's why it will give you the error. And in the last session, we have also seen the comparison. I will again share with all of you. So remember this mapping. Okay. So in SQL side or the relational database management system side, database is also same as database in the MongoDB as well. Table and views you are seeing in the SQL, those are collection in the MongoDB. Row and one table has multiple rows. Okay. And that rows storing the information in column wise in SQL side, right? But here row is a single document, and that document is a JSON document, and the fields column means fields. So if you have the 2-3 tables and those are related, or there is a relation between those 2-3 tables in the SQL side, those all 3 tables data come into the single document, because in NoSQL side we are not following any relation kind of thing, like primary key and foreign key we are using in SQL, but here that is not the case. Here you can directly club those columns in field and everything is in a single document. Okay. So row means document, and inside document multiple fields, those are the columns. Okay. If you remember these table, row and column mapping, and if you already aware about the SQL, it's easy for you to, if you properly map these things. Okay. So this is the things. Anyone has any problem till this slide? It's clear to everyone. Okay. We'll see the CRUD operation. We already see few CRUD operation in earlier session. Okay. But we will just revise quickly. I will not take the more time for revision. So DB collection insert one, we have inserted the one document. pretty. So if you see the result, I will show you. Maybe there is a slide. Yeah. If you are not using the pretty in the find statement, it will give the result look like this. But if you use the dot pretty, it will give the document, print the document in proper indentation. Okay. We have the insert many statement. So if we want to insert multiple documents, we have to use the insert many. So we are passing the array. Inside that curly braces, comma separated values. If you see here, insert many, this is the opening array and closing array. And if you see this curly brace, this is the one. Again, it's closing here. The comma is, okay, excuse me. Yeah. So this is the second document. So two documents it's inserted, and what IDs after insertion. So these are the two IDs generated. We have not passed any ID. That's why MongoDB added ID by its own, 12-byte ID, object ID. Okay. If we pass the underscore ID, it will take whatever we have passed. It is taking that ID. Okay. If we just execute the db collection.find, it will return all the records. It will return all the records. But if you have the 1,000 or millions records at the end, after printing some okay, sure. There is explain a little more like when to use which bracket, curly brackets, or circular. Sure. So I will open the MongoDB. We already created in the last session, we have created this student database. Inside that we have created the collection, COLL, it's our collection name. And few fields we have added, approx 7 documents we have added in the last session. Okay. So I'm explaining where you want to use the square brackets, curly brackets, or circular brackets. Okay. One second. So let me take one command, which is combination of all these three. So mainly we have executed the this insert many command. We are passing the array whenever we have to pass the multiple records. Okay. Multiple documents. Here we are passing the multiple documents. That's why we have used the array square bracket. Okay. So inside square bracket means it's a one kind of array. And how we will separate out the things, you have to pass the whatever information you are passing in square bracket, we have to pass in the, so this is starting curly brackets, this is ending of these curly brackets. Inside in that you can also pass the similar things, like here we are passing again the array. Inside that the multiple documents, sub documents you can say in the array with the comma separated. Okay. And these are the fields inside the sub documents. So circular bracket you can use at the very initial stage while you are performing any operation, insert, find, update, delete. Okay, that time you can use the circular bracket. Curly bracket you have to use at the start. If it's not array or even array, you have to use the curly brackets. Square brackets you have to when you have to use only when if you want to pass the multiple values. Okay, here we have to insert multiple documents. Here authors, these are the authors, we have to pass the multiple authors. That's why we have used the square bracket as a multiple entries we need to pass, and inside the curly brackets we are passing those multiple information by comma separated values. Okay, we are not using the circular brackets inside the anywhere in the document. No, square brackets used for array fields values, and inside that square bracket you have to use the curly brackets, Samuel. Yeah. So we have inserted two documents. So insert many and many. So we have to pass the multiple. That's why we have used the square. And inside that, whatever the separation we have to do using the curly brackets. So this is opening and closing curly brackets. This is a comma separation. And this is a second document. So two things we have passed in this array. This is one, this is second. Okay, this is one part. And the top level. Inside that, this is the one kind of document. Okay, but inside in that document, we also have the array. Why? Because authors, multiple authors we need to pass. That's why we have used the before acknowledge. One second, I will scroll it little up. I hope you are able to see the complete. I will share on to the code share link, and I'm again sharing the code share link. One second. So this is the code share link I have reshared. Okay. So clear to everyone when to use which bracket to use. Whenever you want to pass multiple values, there you have to use the array. So here authors, multiple authors we have to pass, but we can't directly pass the comma separated values. Okay. You have to use the curly brackets inside the square bracket. Even with the function which you are performing, that time you have to use the circular bracket and then curly brackets. But here, why we have used the square bracket? Because we have to pass the multiple documents for insertion. That's why we have used the square bracket. Otherwise, the first bracket in the circular bracket is the curly bracket. Okay. So if we want to pass just this much of, let me, so I have to remove this square bracket. So I just have to insert one document, and I will convert this to insert one. Okay. So if I want to insert only one document, that time the circular bracket, then curly bracket, and inside that curly bracket, these are the fields. So title is field, authors is field, author is a field, which also has multiple values. That's why we have used the square bracket. And inside that square bracket, we have passed the curly bracket separation. Even it contains only one field, you have to pass with the curly brackets. Okay. This is a JSON guideline or a JSON document. Clear to everyone? When to use which bracket? I also share the same to insert many and insert one in the code share link. Is that the result of the queries? Yeah, so whenever we are performing any operation, on that basis, it is Mongo shell is giving the confirmation, okay, acknowledged true and inserted. We have done the insertion. Okay, so that's why insert ID is there. If we do the updation, or in that case, the insert ID is null because we are not inserting anything. Okay. So if you see this, this is the record we have. Okay. Like I mentioned, we have inserted this document with the object ID. This title is book 1 and two authors inside and these two. Okay. in this document, book 1. So if it does not found the matching condition, I will tell you the use of upsert first. So with the query execution, you will understand more clearly. So if I want to add the title of the, you can say title of the book or release date. Okay, so I will add release date, like some string values, 12 November 2022. Okay, this is our set condition. And specifically, I'm not passing the upsert here. I'll first show you how it's working. Okay, so if you see here, acknowledge true, insert ID is null. Why null? We have found this condition. So our condition is match with document. So match count is 1. Modified count is 1 because we have found this document and we have modified with this release date. And upsert count is 0 because we have not done any insertion. Okay, 1 second. I will go towards the upsert side. So if I just refresh this, we'll see release date is added over here because we have the matching condition. Now what I will do the change, I will manually change these to last B is, I will change it to 3. Okay, so if you search with this record, I have the record with this no. Okay, I don't have the document with this ID. I just tweak the ID. Tweak, I just replace this B with the 3. Okay, so this document does not exist. And I want to update that document with the release date. But I have also passed the upsert parameter. What the upsert will do, if it does not found the matching condition, it will do the insertion. So first curly bracket is our condition. Curly bracket, whatever the information we need to update, we are passing in second curly bracket, and upsert is our third curly bracket in that circular parenthesis. And if I do this execution, the reference true is not defined. What happened? I have tried to search with this record, but I does not have this record. But I have the set condition. If the record does not found, it does not set anything. Okay, but what we have passed the upsert with this. So upsert done the insertion. Okay, so I will little bit scroll up. So here I have changed the ID with the B with the 3, and I have shown there is no document exist with that record. But earlier we have this document and we have done the set condition. So that's why it's does not have the insert record. But what happened in this case, this is not found. And so what the MongoDB did, because we have passed the upsert true, so it's inserted the new document, and the new document ID is this. Okay, new document ID is this. Even the condition is different. Even our matching condition is different. It does. We have passed the ID, that's why it selected the same ID. If we pass another field and it's not matching, and we have the upsert true, then it will add the dynamic ID or the random ID it's generated, the object ID, and it will print it over here. So inserted ID is, you will see here null, why it's found the condition, matching condition, and that's why match count is 1. Here match count is 0. Modified count is 0. Why? Because it does not found the matching record, so it does not modify that. Okay, but upsert count is 1. Here upsert count is 0. Why? Because it has a matching record, so it's modified that record. It does not inserted anything. Here it's inserted the new record. And if we see over here, we have inserted this record with this information. Okay. Clear, Ajay? The upsert one. Everyone is clear with the upsert? Actually, this is come into the upcoming session, but yeah, if you have the doubt, then definitely I will clear those doubt. Means update record will be called as upsert record. Yeah, if it does not found that matching entry, then it is inserting. So upsert, in short, it has a update with insert. That is the background, you can say, the long form of this upsert. Okay, or you can memorize like update with insert. That's why upsert. Okay, new upsert result will have one fields. If the record match, then update, otherwise it will insert new document. Correct, Priya? Okay, you guys still have the doubt. I will again execute the same command. Now we have this matching entry, matching records, right? I have just changed the date 12 November to 15 November and perform the same update task. If you see here, before executing the compass, this is 12 November. We're passing with the same upsert, and where is the command? Yeah, I just changed the release date to 15 November and I have inserted it. What happened in this case? It found this matching condition. Okay, it found this matching condition. So it will not done any insertion. Correct. So that's why inserted is null. Match count is 1. Modified count is 1 because it found the records and it's updated. And upsert count is 0 because there is no insertion. Okay, clear to everyone? Okay. Where we are in the slide. Yeah. So find we have seen, pretty seen, limit also we have seen in the last time. The whatever the documents we need in the return, we'll put that limit. If you have the 10 documents and you put the limit 2, it will return first 2 documents. But if you use the skip, it will first skip the 2 documents, then limit 2, then it will return the 3rd and 4th document. Okay. Update 1 we have seen just now. This is the matching condition, name ABC, set parameter, and it's acknowledged true, and match count, modified count, whatever we all already seen these things. Update many we will see. I think we have not seen the update many. We'll see the update many. Okay, how you can print the last 5 document. If you know the total count, okay, you can skip count minus 5. Okay, then you will get the last 5 document. Correct. Otherwise, do the sorting in descending order and limit 5. So you will get the last 5 records. There are multiple ways. We'll go in session by session. We'll see the aggregation queries, sorting, filtering, all those things we will see. Okay. Yeah, we can use the skip in only case if you know the total count. Okay. So you have to do the total count minus 5. Then it will skip all the records and you will only remaining 5 records you will get. But if you don't want to use the skip, you can use the sorting, do the descending sorting and limit 5. So it will print the top 5, which is actually the we have sorted with the descending order. So you will get the first top as the last 5. We will add one of the common parameter, or we already have one. We don't need to add any other. First, we will see the update many with the blank condition. So db dot collection dot update many inside that first one is our matching condition and second is our update or set condition. So with the empty information or without condition, I have to set, means it will update all the documents with that details. Okay, Apple. Okay, so this update many will update multiple documents because we are passing the update many. If we pass the update one with the same command, it will only update the one. Okay, let's see. First we will pass the update one without any filter condition. We are executing this. Okay, sorry, I have to pass this into a single quote or double quote. It's a string value. Field we can pass without the quotation mark, but the value we need to pass in the single quote or double quote. Okay, so it updated one record. We will reset this and you will see it's updated the only first entry. Why? Because we have used the condition update one. Okay, but if the same condition, if we execute for the update many, okay, for now I explicitly not passing the condition just to show you things. If we execute the update many and there is no condition, or if it's matching condition, it will update multiple documents. So I executed that. So match count, it will found 12. So we have approx 12 documents right now in the student database collection. And out of that, 11 are updated, modified 11. Why? Because one document already have this entry, first one. Okay, that's why the count is -1. If we execute the same command, it will give the match count 12, but modified count as a 0. See, match count is 12. Already every document has this record. That's why the modified count is 0. Okay. So if you see here and just refresh this, we have the 12 and every document we have inserted the apple. Okay. Because we have not passed any the matching condition. Okay. Now I am able to see we have the 2 Alex. I think, yeah, 2 max2. Name with max2. Okay. So we'll take this as a matching condition and then we will execute the update many. If you see, the matching condition are 2 because it found the name with the max2 and modified 2 because both does not have the game field. So if you see over here and search those two documents, you'll see football is added in both the document. Okay. Now, if you have the matching condition, but you only mention the update one, so it will only update the, we're passing here as a game one, the new field, and passing the game as a something cricket. Okay, and if you see update one, so it found the one and it updated the one. Okay, so we have the two documents, but it's only updated the first one, not the second, because we have mentioned only one needs to be updated, not the many. So that is the difference between update one and update many. Even there are the matching condition, but it's only found one and updated that one because we have the update one. If we execute the same command with the update many, it will found all those and update all those. Okay. Anyone has any doubt in these till the last command we have executed? So go to the slide again. We have seen the update many, replace one. Okay. We'll see the replace one. Again, go to the Okay, first I will give these commands to you in the, yeah, sure. I will paste those. Second, what was the last paste command there? Insert one with the book. Okay. Make sure you will update the object ID as per select the appropriate document and then perform these queries. Otherwise it does not match, then it will do the insertion. Okay, with upsert, without upsert. And we have the first is the matching condition, or you can say filter condition. Next one, what are the things we need to replace with that matching condition, and the optional parameters that not required right now. Okay, so what we have to replace, we will replace the name max2. We'll take the Alex instead of max2, and we want to replace with the something like username. Okay, not outside. Like Alex do. Okay, and we also add few more extra fields there, like first name is Alex, last name do, and email alex@xyz.com. Okay, and we executed this. So come to here, and if we check the Alex record, reset this. Instead of Alex, name is replaced with these 4 fields. Okay. Yeah, I will paste this one also. So it completely replaces. It does not matter like with the one entry you have to, one field you have to replace with the one field. You can replace with the multiple fields as well. I've inserted the command in code share as well. That one is replace one. Yeah, delete one also we have not seen. So we will see the delete one. So we have the max2 records. We'll try the delete one there. Where is Mongo shell? Yeah. db.collection coll.delete one, because we only, okay, we will use the delete many for the max2 record. Delete one we will use, I think we also have the max one entry as well. Yeah, max one. We will perform the delete one operation for the max one, and delete many for the max two. Or with the fruit also we can execute. Okay, we will first execute on the max two. Fruit condition we will select for the multiple deletion. But I think it will clear all the records in that case. Okay, game football we have. But that again in the case of max 2. Okay. Book one title will, so we have 2. Okay, we'll do the execution of our title. This is our matching condition. Title, book 1, space is there. What if Alex value not found here? So for now, once this finish delete one, we will check that. Okay, Abhinav? If we are not passing the upsert, then it will not do any insert. Okay. So this is the delete one. We have the 2 books with book 1, right? Yeah, this is the one and this is the one. 31B. So I have, if I execute this, so it's giving me the delete count 1. So I think this, I will copy this ID. Or we have the 12 records. If I just search 11 records are there, and 1 is deleted, is that particular ID one. This ID one, I think it's deleted. Let's search it. ID. And this is the ID. Yeah, so that record is deleted because it has the title book 1. We have the title book 1 with 2 entries. But now if you see, only 1 is there. Okay. And if we execute for the delete many, so let's execute the delete many with name max 2. It deleted 2. If we refresh, reset here, we will get only 9 counts. Earlier we have the 12 records. We deleted 1 book 1. So 11 records. We deleted now 2 max 2 records. And if we search here the max 2, you will not find. Okay, so delete 1 is deleting 1, delete many is deleting 2. What's the question? Yeah, I will give this command and 1 second. This is delete 1. If you perform the similar insert operations, then you can perform similar update delete operations by following the same commands. Okay. Replace 1 I have given. Yeah, I can. Okay. So your question, Abhinav, is what happen if the matching condition does not found in the replace 1? See, we have the Alex now. 1 second, we will check. Okay, we have the Alex, but we don't have the Alex 1, correct? So we will do the Alex 1 over here. Okay, and execute the same command. So it inserted anything? No. Match count 0, modified count 0, upsert count 0. So it does not done anything with the replace if it does not found the any. Okay, so we have seen the replace, delete 1, update many, update 1. Okay, go to the slide then. Delete 1, MongoDB data types. Okay, anyone has any question till the time the query which we have executed? Then we will proceed further with the data types. Okay, no one has any questions, so I'm considering everyone is understand. Okay, so we'll go with the MongoDB data types. So these are the 16 main data types in MongoDB: double, string, object, array, binary data, undefined, object ID, boolean, date, null, regular expression, JavaScript, symbol, JavaScript with scope, integer, timestamp, min and max key. We'll go one by one. Okay. Okay. So double towards the double values. We can check that. We will execute all those things in the second. I think the last command I have not shared with. If anytime I forget to share any command, just let me know. So we are storing the double values, something like some digits. Enter, and if we do the print, just check the value. We have to do the print. Okay, it's CL, not 1. Yeah. So this is the variable in which we have stored the double value. Okay. Similar way, we will also store the string values. Let me try. We'll go through slide better. So double storing the floating values. This is string. So string, it's UTF-8 valid string is required. Through script, we are able to see we are storing the values. So this way we will see the only complex one, because everyone aware about these things, right? How we are storing the string, object, like we'll pass one of the earlier document, will pass as a object. Okay, so go to our earlier slides. This is the object we will pass. Let me check where bj equal to, this is my object. I hope it will take. Yeah, and if I print the obj, it will give me the object. What next? We know how to store the string, integer. So the double, integer, long, we will store in a similar manner. Okay. Boolean also we can store in similar manner, like where Boolean is equal to either true or false. We need to store, and if we just will get that value. We'll check the date part, how we can store the date. So date, mainly we have to go with the ISO date format. So date equal to ISO date, and the date in quotation like 2023-10-08 T 08 10 00Z. This is ISO date format, and if we just print it, it will print. Array also we can store, like array example. So square bracket ABC, comma D F G and HIJ. Okay. So this is a array format. ISO date is mainly where, yeah. So this is a ISO date. Okay. So mainly it has this YY is the year, this is the month, and the day. What is the day, like 1 to 31st? T separates the date and time component. So this T actually separate the, this is the date, this is the date, and this is a time. So this is a T making the separation of that date and time. Okay. This is again hour, minute, and second. You can also pass the, again put the dot and pass the few values, which is, you can also pass the millisecond as well. And Z represent the time zone offset in the format of UTC. Mainly it's a UTC by default. Okay. So that is a ISO date format. It's everywhere, whenever it's ISO date, it's everywhere it's a similar format we are following. T for separation and Z for the time zone. UTC is the default one. Okay. And even if I add the millisecond part, I just add by dot 456. Okay. And if I again, it will show me that millisecond part as well. It's up to us. Okay. Okay. Now we will see the, we see the object also. Array also, array, we have not printed the array. EX is not defined. Okay, capital, case sensitive. Okay, so make sure whatever you are giving the variable name, it's perfectly matching. Otherwise, it will give you the error. I'm copying all these in the sheet. Give me a moment. Every time I have to do the refresh for this code share. Sorry if you are facing any break in the voice. I'm facing some network connectivity problem from the morning. Object example, we have seen this, right? This is a object we have passed. Can we change the time zone here? Yeah, we can change the time zone also. Give me a second. First, I will copy all these commands, and then we will change the time zone. We have to actually tell what kind of time zone we need to follow. Okay. Your question is also there. Array EX is reserved keyword, or we can pass anything there. We can pass anything. Ajay, we can pass anything there. Sorry if I missed the questions because object example, please. Priya, I already given the object example. Array example, we can pass anything there. Can we change the time zone here? Yeah, we can change the time zone, but it's not like the ISO date format you will not change, but you have to use something like require JS or something you have to use for the time zone. And then you have to pass, okay, this date is in the particular time zone format, then it will change. Can you show all the query result in database also? Sure, we can see all the things in database as well. Give me a moment. I will create one document in front of you, and we will insert all these records. Date is there. Then array. Array example is there. Okay. Okay. So we will insert one document with all these details. Okay. So, one second. We will create db.collection dot insert one. Okay, so integer we will use in the ID. You don't need to go to the history. If you just press the up and down arrow, you will be able to see the executed queries on the Mongo shell. So ID we will pass the integer something like 345. So this will. Okay. I need to check Ajay for see all the executed queries on the MongoDB shell side. Is there any existing command or not? We'll see on this last insert one document with combination of all these fields. Okay. We'll also pass the name as same like John Smith. We'll also pass the user details as an object. We can say sub document. Okay. Also pass the boolean. So we'll say as a flag as a false. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career growth with the full stack developer course.
Date. Okay. So I have imported the collection. We have the 200K records. Okay. In short, 2 lakh records or 200K records, whichever you are comfortable. Okay. And if you see on to the indexes side, we only have one index, which is underscore ID. This index is created by default. Okay. No, this is not the recorded session. Let me check. Yeah, recording is started for this session. But this is not the recorded session. Manita. Okay. I don't have collection tab to import. I think it's version specific because Compass is changing. So make sure, Zaiba, you have the latest version of the Compass. Just go to the help and check for update and update your version. Okay. Or you have to click on order collection. If you are onto the database, you are not able to see that option. You have to create the go to collection, order collection, then you are able to see that collection option. If you see I'm going into database, it is hiding that option. Okay. Okay. So how to create? We don't have to create. Just click on to this database option, create order, create database. If you see this plus sign in front of database, click on this plus sign. Then give the name, database name as a customer, collection name as order collection, and by default it will land on this page. So go on to the collection, import data, and select the JSON file. Okay. Okay. So this is a unique index created by the MongoDB by its own. Okay. So if I want to search anything, let's consider I will take this as an example. Give me a moment. Yeah, we'll take one example like we have the customer with the name and city. Okay, on code share, I will also share the same thing. Okay, if I find this, I have found 48 entries. Okay, but on this page, only 20 entry will be shown. So if we go second page and third page, we will see all those entries. Okay, so if you see here, we only have the ID index, but ID is not field of any of these filtering condition. Correct? But if you click on to the explain, okay, it will show us like these 48 entries are documents written out of 20K documents examine, means each and every, 1 second, I raise the hand. What to create? We don't have to create anything. We have to import the database just by giving the database name, and which I already shown to everyone. Give me a second. I will show you. So I have deleted this. This is the last time I'm showing to everyone. So if you have the database, you just have to click on create, add the customers, give the name customer and collection name as order collection. Instead of typing, I just copy paste the things. Okay. You have to give the customer and order collection. Downloaded file the same name, customer.ordercollection.json. So you can copy from there and you just have to click on create database. That's it. This is the create part, Zaiba. You're getting? And code share link you are asking. This is a code share link. Okay. After creating a database, click on to the collection, go to the import data and select the downloaded file. So it will import that 200K documents. Okay, it's a simple JSON file. See that we have the 200K documents with one index. Okay, and this is a unique index. So we are seeing now the query, which I already shared. One second, I again have to show you. So this is the query, and if we go on to the explain, so it took 99 milliseconds. Okay, so to give that 48 documents, it has to actually travel from that 200K documents. Okay, and 100 millisecond or 99 millisecond time it took. Okay, is not the sorted in memory, and zero index key examined means it does not using any index. Okay, so this is a query performance, and this query performance is very bad. Why it's very bad? Because all the records it's examined. That's why it's bad. Okay, it has to go each and every document to give us this result. It has to travel each and every document, and then after that it is returning only 48 documents. Okay, so we want to create index on this database. Zaiba, if you are done with the things, you can down your hand. Put down your hands on the Zoom. Okay, so so we have the once we will take the break, you can discuss these things. Here you can't ask some kind of things like create WhatsApp group and all those. Okay, so it is very bad if we have to travel all the documents to return the result. So we need the index on these things. Okay, so here we will get to know how the index improve our query performance. Okay, so this is a normal query we have executed, like customer with this name and city with this. Total 48 48 documents or 48 rows we have in our database collections. We have the 48 records, but it has to visit all the 200K documents. So how we can improve our query performance? Okay, it is taking 100 milliseconds. So we will create the index, compound index we are seeing over here. This is the single index underscore ID, and this is also a unique index as well. Okay, so each and if you want to create the another document with the same ID, it will not allow you to create because of the duplication of the ID. So it will not allow you to create the similar ID document. Okay, so we will go into use customer, and we will create the index on customer and city field. Okay, so we are creating a compound index. So db dot order collection dot create index, and we will create the index for customer in ascending order. That's why 1. If you want to create with descending order, you have to give the -1. Okay. City also we want in ascending order. Okay. So this is the index we want to create on our order collection. This is a compound index. So if we go on to the indexes, if you see, this is a compound index, and how much size it is taking? 1.9 MB. If we just refresh that again. Okay. So now it is showing 2 indexes, and this is the index we have just created. And if we go there and execute the same query, we have the 48 record. But if we go to the explain plan now, explain plan give us an idea like how many documents it's written and examined. So if you see, the speed is 0 millisecond. Earlier it's a 99 millisecond, but here it's a 0 millisecond. Why it's a 0 millisecond? Because our index is perfect. Why it's perfect? Because the field which we are searching, those are part of the index. Okay, customer and city, and in the same order. Okay, so if we try with this by changing the order, let's see, is there any impact or not? Okay, there is no impact. Why? Because both the fields are part of the index. Okay, there is no any extra field or anything, and it is exactly matching the things. And so here is the change now. Earlier here it's a 200k documents examined, but now how many documents is examined? Exactly what is the matching count? 48. The same documents it's actually written and examined, so those are equal. So our index is perfect here. Okay, if you have even huge data like millions or billions documents you have in the MongoDB side, then that time this examine will be little bit higher side. Okay, and if you are find or a filter queries contains more things like order date also will be part of, item also will be the part of that. So in that case, it is taking more time. But if you see now the compound index, how fast it is. Okay, and if you see 48 index key examined, earlier it's a 0. Okay, and this execution time is 0 millisecond. So the document return, the 48 document returns, this indicates that the query resulted in 48 documents being written as a result. Okay, so these are the documents that actually match the criteria specified in the query, these 48 documents. Okay, and below this examined 48 documents examined, this number represent the total number of documents that were examined during the query execution. Okay, so Mongo had to scan through these 48 documents to identify and retrieve these 48 documents that match the query criteria. Why it is exactly matching the 48? Because we have the index now. Yeah, create index query. 1 second. I will share onto the code share. 1 second. I have shared onto the code share. Okay. So, and the millisecond execution, if you see this 0 millisecond execution time, it's a ms millisecond. This is the total time it took for query to execute. Okay, and it's measured in millisecond. In this case, the query took 0 millisecond to complete, but without the index, it took 99 or 100 millisecond. Okay, to complete. This execution time is essential performance metric and can help you to evaluate how fast your query runs. So through this way, you can tell anyone how your query is faster or not. Yes, sir, Xcan I got 222 millisecond. Why? So these parameters are changed for you. IXScan actually telling you which index actually use. So it is giving you the index name and all those things. But if it is using the index, check your index is in proper format. Have you created index on a customer and city field or only one field? Priya? Both. Check the typo. Is there any typo there, like C small for customer and C small for city as well? Both are small. Just check that. Even if you make it as a capital, it is not able to identify that field. Or drop the field and copy the complete create index from the code share and then try to execute. Okay. And is not, if you see, is not sorted in memory. Okay. This statement indicates that the query result were not already sorted in memory. Okay. Sorting result in memory can be more efficient for some types of queries, especially when you need the result in specific order. Okay. So mainly aggregation queries and all those you are able to see, those are sorted in using the sorted in memory case. And if you see 48 index keys examined, so we already index the things, and because of those index keys it's used, and 48 fields it's written. So those 48 fields it's actually mapped and use those keys. Okay. So this is the example of compound index. Compound index is actually also known as a composite indexes. Okay, it's an index that involves multiple fields. Okay, it's used to improve the performance of queries that filter, sort, or project the multiple fields. It is more efficient instead of the using the individual or the single field indexes when your query involves the multiple criteria. Okay, if your query only have the criteria of the customer or the city, okay, if your query only have the one criteria, then in this case the single index is useful. But your most of the queries in you coming through your any application which is developed in any language, if the query coming with a combination of particular fields, then create the index using those, and it's more performance. Even if you have the separate single index onto the customer and separate single index on city, which is not that much giving you the good performance, because it has to examine multiple documents in that case. But if you have the compound index, which is combination of the exactly matching the things, like the filtering fields is already part of your indexes, then your index is perfect. Okay. So our query is this city and customer, and that's why we created the index on customer and city field. Okay. So these are the, we consider for now, these are the two fields mainly used by or commonly used by our applications to filtering the data. So we have created the index on these two fields. If your application has the three fields, you can create the combination of three fields, four fields, whatever you want. You can call it as a compound index. Okay. Clear to everyone? Okay. So for now we are going to the indexes and we are hiding this index. Okay. Hide means it's hidden. It is actually not used. If you perform this same operation, it will not use the any index. Why? Because it's a hidden index. So if you see, I just hide that index. So it again examine the all 200K documents. Okay. And here it's showing 0 key examined. Why? Because I have hidden the index. Hidden index means index is there. Okay. Index is there, but it's a hidden. So whenever you perform any or execute any query, this index is not visible to it, and that's why it's not in use. Okay, so the query only able to or MongoDB only use this _ID index, but not this one, because this is a hidden one. And you can see here, if hidden is there, means this is invisible for the queries. So they are not queries not using this. What is the use of this then? Hidden index. Okay, so use of this is you have this already index all those 200K records. Okay, if this is a billions of records, and if you create the index, it will take few hours or few minutes to apply the indexing. Okay, depending on your CPU performance, it will take time to apply that or indexing that all the fields. Okay, so hidden field hidden index is giving us a feature like we can hidden it instead of deleting it. If I delete it and then I have to go and create it again, and it also has to do the indexing or do the ordering again and store it in index area. Okay, which actually took 1.9 MB size. So this is the index size. So in this 1.9 MB, it actually stored customers and the city in alphabetically order, ascending order. Okay, so this 1.9 MB only keeping the track of that data. Okay, so hidden index just hide that instead of deleting it, but the query is not using that or not able to see we already have such index in the background. Okay, so we just have to unhide the index. We also have the commands for hide and unhide. Okay, you can use that. Otherwise, if you have the compass, you can just use this UI part. If I just click on unhide, it will unhide. And if I again execute this, it will give me the, see how quickly it is immediately started indexing. Why? Because we just hidden the index. We have not deleted that. If we deleted that and if we start creating it and immediately execute the query, in that case, it is taking not giving that exact 0 millisecond result. Okay, because all the fields are not indexed in fraction of second. Okay, so that is the benefit of compound index. Also, we have seen hidden and hide indexing. Okay. Okay, so now we will see the multi-key indexes. So we just go through the some. Okay, we will ignore the theoretical part. Better we will. I will show you the theory at the end or in the middle. Okay, please quick recap of compound index. Okay. Okay, so compound index is an index which contains more than one field. That's why we are call it as a compound index. And if only one field, if you apply the index onto the city, it is a single index, but more than one fields, if you are applying the index, it is a compound index. Or you can also, it's also known as a composite index. Okay, which involve multiple fields in a single index. Okay, is used to improve the performance of queries that filter, sort, or project multiple fields. Okay. Please share the query first so that we can execute and see at our end. Query already shared with code share. Zaiba, query already shared with the code share. Okay. So Sumitra also okay with the revision. Okay. So now we will see the multi-key indexes. What is multi-key indexes? Okay. So if you want to index this product ID or quantity, we'll see these items because that there only one item is there. Okay. So if you see items, this is an order collection, and in this order, 5 items are ordered. Okay. So if you want to do the indexing of this product ID or the quantity, then in that case, this is, you can say, as a inside array, you are targeting the particular fields. So we'll call it as a multi-key indexes. Okay. Multi-key indexes in MongoDB are used for indexing array fields within documents. Okay. So this is a document and this is the array, and inside in that array, you are targeting the field. Okay. So in our record, we have an item field that is an array of object. Okay. And if we want to create a multi-key index to improve the queries on this field, we can do it as follows. First, we will check the query performance. Okay. After firing the query, I don't see the index on the MongoDB Compass. You have to press the Control R. Press the Control R or reload the collection, reload the data. Then you are able to see the indexes are 2. And check your indexes, Zaiba. Okay. So if we search with the field, items product ID, and if I search with the 15, so total I have 28,128 documents which contains the product ID 15. Okay. If I just extend this, one of the item in this is using the product ID 15. See, this is the product ID 15. So total we have 28,128 documents, and how much time it's actually taking? 210 millisecond. Okay. If you see here, it's returning the 28,128 documents, but it has to examine all the documents, all 200K documents, and time it is taking 210 millisecond. But if we seen earlier query, we have just used the indexes, and 100 millisecond we have reduced it to directly 0 millisecond. Okay, and you can clear. Okay, have you pressed the Control R or done this reload data? Can you check you are on the same collection, customer.order collection, or you check you have switched your data use customer before executing your index? Have you switched your database, Zaiba? Okay, every time I can't mention to everyone, even I have shown this step to all of you, like I am switching to the proper database. So she created the index, but that index created under the test database. Okay. She created the index, that index is also created, but it's created under the test database. It's created the separate order collection. And there she created the indexes. Okay. So remember these steps. Always switch your database. I will also add these steps first line onto the code share. So you will not do these mistakes again. Okay, for now I'm hiding this index, okay, because we want to see these particular things, items.product ID. Okay, and we have seen last time it's took 210 millisecond, this time it's take 205 millisecond. It's vary time to time. How much CPU CPU usage you have and all those things. Okay. If it's same query is executing multiple times, this time is reducing. Okay, so that is also one case. See, from 200 to it's come to 146, but this is not the right way. If I close this MongoDB Compass and reopen it and execute the same query again, it is again give me more than 200 millisecond, or even it will cross the 300 millisecond. Okay, DB order collection create index. I got error. What error you got, Luis? Luis, could you please tell me what error you are facing? So, Luis, could you please check your MongoDB version is 4 point something, 1.4, and also check your install the Mongo version. Make sure it is greater than MongoDB 4.0. Okay, so if you see here, it's taking the few milliseconds, but it is examining the all the documents, whichever we have. So this is the not the perfect query, or we need to improve the performance of this query. Yeah, if you see only 146 millisecond it is taking the time, but don't think your application only get one query at a time. Okay, if you are getting 20,000 queries in every second, this is a huge time. If you see this 146 millisecond for your one machine, for one particular query, it is taking that much of time. If you have get the similar queries with some 1,000 queries you are getting at a single moment, your performance will be reduced over here. So better we need to fine tune this index. Okay, even MongoDB has by default the query profiler. If you are aware about the MongoDB Atlas, this is a MongoDB Compass. We can use this to connect to the local database, or even we can connect to the server database or the Atlas database as well. So MongoDB actual database is hosted, the company database is actually hosted onto the Atlas. Okay, MongoDB Atlas, where you are also able to see some query profiler, okay, which is tracking all those query which are taking more than 1,000 millisecond. Okay, so even if you have the enterprise level application and you want to see, okay, you don't know which queries are taking more time, you can just directly go onto the MongoDB Atlas, go to the profiler section, and you can see there what are the queries taking more time. So through that, you can also improve your application performance or the query performance. Even you are not aware about the what kind of queries you are getting, you will get the clarity there, what kind of queries you are executing. So if you see in this detail, you can also see the filter condition. What is the filter condition? Item.product underscore ID is equal to 15. So this is the query we have received, or this is the filter condition we received, and doc examine all the documents which we have. Okay, and the n return means the return documents, the match result. So with this product ID, 20,128 documents are matched. Okay, so you can also see that information in the JSON file. After click onto this arrow, you are able to see those details as well. Okay, but mainly if we see this even query performance summary, you can easily understand. Okay, so if we try to add the multi-key index on this field, so multi-key index is the index which we are applying inside the array field. Okay, indexing the array field within documents. So we called it as a multi-key index. So I want to create a query. If you want, we'll give on to the code share. Where is the code share? Yeah, the document we have the matching condition. Those are 28,128. Same documents we have examined. So we are not examining any extra or any single document because we have properly indexed that thing. And that's why it took 44 milliseconds. If we just hide that index, you will see the increase in the time. Where is the indexes? If I just hide this, okay, and go there and again explain the blab, see, it has to examine all the documents and the millisecond immediately increased. So this is the use I wanted to show you in the last session. That's why I mentioned I need some at least few K records. Okay, so this is, we can say, as a multi-key index. We can also do the indexing on the what is the other field? Quantity. We can also do the field indexing as well if we want. So mainly you have to decide which is the most filtering fields, or what kind of queries your database are getting, and what are the fields inside in those queries. So on that basis, and what is the combination of those fields, sequence also matter. So if you have the 6-7 fields, so you can create the particular index which involve that 6-7 fields and create the index on it. So it will give you the best performance if your fields and the order is same. But if you do the filtering in a incorrect order, we will see that. I will try if I can create that scenario. Okay, this is the hidden index. So if I go and check this again, or earlier condition, second, I will share this multi-key index with you first. I shared on code share multi-key index part, but I have to check what happened if we do the customer with the ascending order and city with descending order. Okay, so if you see now, I have hide the index, compound index, which we already created. Now I'm creating the index, another index I can create by using the same two fields. Only thing, city I want it in descending. Here it will not impact that much because we only have the two fields. Okay, but still we will see the impact. See, there is no impact, but if you see here, it actually takes 6 milliseconds. Yeah, Priya, as I mentioned, you need to observe your application from what kind of queries you are getting from your application. Okay, on that basis, you can understand what fields you want to cover into the index. Okay, right now I means we don't have any application which is calling this database, right? I'm just taking the indexes section, that's why I'm explaining directly over here. But see, no one using the database as it is directly. Okay, so your database storing or filtering things happen through any particular application, right? So you have some forms or some application, through that you are inserting the data in this collection, correct? And once you want that information back, so what kind of queries you are calling and what are the fields you are using in that queries, that is the more important part. Okay, so you have to check what are the most commonly used fields in your queries and create the index on those fields. Okay, on that basis you can, for now here I only consider, okay, I have one application and it is mainly calling customer with the city. That is the main queries I have getting, so that's why I have created this index. Okay, I also have observed I have another query coming which is basis on the product ID. Okay, for this product ID, who buy this product, so on that basis I have getting the queries, so I have created the multi-key index on this. So that way you have to check through your application what kind of queries it is actually coming, or if your application has a log, what kind of things it's actually filtering or querying to the database. Through that log also you can conclude, okay, these are the most commonly used fields. So on those fields you can create. Clear, PA? Geospatial indexes in MongoDB. Okay, so mainly geospatial indexes are used to support geospatial queries on location based data. Location based data means you have the latitude and longitude coordinates required to 1 second. Okay, yep. So for geospatial indexes, we mainly need the geographic coordinates, longitude and latitude. And then if we want to done any operation like finding nearby location, calculating distance, or creating any geospatial data visualization. Okay, like we are seeing in Google Map, if you are giving some coordinate longitude and latitude, it will show you that particular location. Okay, so similar kind of things, if you have particular location with the coordinates, then in that case you can easily identify, okay, this on this coordinate, this location or this place is at that particular coordinate. So there actually it's use. I will 1 second, I will check I have any example for that. Okay, yeah, I have at least 2-3 documents which I will import. So this is a few places like Central Park, Eiffel Tower, or Sydney Opera House. If you see this, Central Park, Eiffel Tower, or Sydney Opera House, these are the coordinates. Okay, and so this is our data. I just refresh here. Yeah, we have these fields, and on these fields, if you see, there is a lot latitude and longitude coordinates. So these are the coordinates. Okay, so geospatial indexes we can apply on this location. Like there are also two kind of indexes, mainly 2D sphere and 2D index. Okay, so there are two types of indexes. One we can create like 1 second. So mainly 2D sphere we are using for the our geographical means like Earth surface, we can use the 2D sphere index. Okay. But for the geometry coordinates, we are using the 2D index. So that is the main difference between these two geospatial indexes. Okay. Or you can say a flat geometry kind of thing where you can use the 2D index, but 2D sphere, if it is a 2D sphere index, then it is, you can apply it onto the earth surface. But if just a 2D index, then you need the, or you can consider the non-spherical coordinate systems or 2D maps. Okay, there you can use the 2D index. And the index format is, it's rarely used only if you are working on the particular data which contains these geo coordinates, then and only then these indexes are useful. Otherwise, you will not use in your common database, you will not use such indexes, geospatial indexes. Okay. So if you see here, I'm creating the on places, I'm creating an index on the location, which is a 2D sphere. Okay. So this is a 2D sphere index I have created. Let's see how it will look like. We don't have that much of data. I mean, I don't know the places with those coordinates. Otherwise, I will show the performance also for that indexes. But if you see here, the type of this index is geospatial index. And it's mainly applied onto the coordinate field. Okay. So if you are working on the map kind of application like Uber, Ola, then in that case, you need such kind of indexes. Otherwise, you don't need. Or even if you are 2D map example, means anything you want to calculate geometrically. In that, if you want to use the index, then there you can use the 2D index. Okay. And if you want to query such kind of data, then how you will do that? Okay. So we'll check the queries as well. So if I want to find the place with particular location, so there are also some fields filtering criteria we have to use, like near sphere or dollar geometry, and then we need to provide the these coordinates with the distance. Okay, I want the 10-kilometer radius, it needs to be captured. In that way, if I want to check, then our query also in that manner. Let's see the query. So this is a query. If you see over here, near sphere operator we have used, and max distance is in meter. Actually, it's a 10-kilometer. This is a 10-kilometer, but distance in the meter. That's why this is the comment I added. And if we search this, we get the Central Park with these coordinates in 10-kilometer distance. So it will give you the result in particular that place, that near sphere with the which is actually find the places within 10-kilometer of the Central Park. These coordinates are the Central Park coordinates. Okay, so we only have the one record with that coordinate. Okay, but if we have something within that 10-kilometer radius, then it will also show. Let's try one thing. We'll change the coordinate little bit, and let's see we are able to see that. Okay. So ignore I have using the insert many here again. But if I just change the central park and I can give the name as a new central park. Okay. And I will change coordinate like 74 and here I will increase it to 41. I hope these coordinates also come under the 10 kilometer of radius. And if I insert this, okay, key is duplicate. I also have to change the key. So I will change this key to some 55 and enter. Okay. So if I enter that and find the things again, then no, we are only getting the one result. I don't know these coordinates are correct or how long those are going if I change only one field. Let's change the field in particular decimal point. We will change just instead of 71, 73 was there. So 73 we will keep as it is. 40 we will keep as it is. We'll change this last thing to, here is 91. We'll change it to 95 something. And this 9 with 45. Okay. And then we will try to search. Yeah. So that one plus in the coordinates, it's actually going beyond that 10 kilometer of the radius. Okay. And that's why it is not showing there. But yeah, if you have the proper data of that particular location with the proper coordinates, then it will give you the result. With that near sphere, it is finding the places within that nearby places. And whatever the radius you have given, a 10 kilometer or 100 kilometer, 50 kilometer. So if you see on the Uber application, it's also asking sometimes the nearby places, or Google Map, even you are searching any place, it will also ask how much distance you can area you want to cover. Okay. So this is the simple query. I will share this insert as well. Where is the insert? Yeah, this one. Ignore the insert many in this case. I just updated the existing one, or you can add it as the insert one query and then execute this find query. Okay. So that is mainly a geospatial indexes. 1 second, we don't need this. Okay, now we need to see the text index. Okay. So let's see, we have the enough data. We will take any field like customer or the city. I think, yeah, Allahabad. Yeah, we have the city with enough character in the city. Okay. We don't have any paragraph kind of fields where we can do the search. So for now, we will just take the city field. Here we only numeric values. Okay. So if you want to search anything, like if you have a data in which you are storing some descriptive data, or something is like product and product description is there, or product information is there, or product comments are there. And out of those comments, if you want to search particular word in that paragraph, then you need to create the text indexed onto that particular field. Okay. So if we want to create the text field onto the name, we'll create like db dot order collection dot create index, and onto the city field we want to create. So I will type city, and in double quote I will give the other text. So I have to create the text index. That's why I have given the text. So if you see, the type of this index is text index. I am explicitly hiding other indexes. So we will, our query will only use the particular index. Other index, it will not able to see. Okay. As I mentioned, like if we want to do the full text search operation on the text data, like description and all those, if that is stored in the particular collection and in particular fields, then you have to create the text index on that. And this index allows you to search for documents that contain specific word or phrase in the text field. Okay, so means in string format, it's stored and it will search that particular word or particular phrase. So we don't have the multiple character data over here, but let's add some dummy text. Okay, first we'll search with the we'll do normal search for one of the city, and then we will add the more content in 2 or 3 locations, and then we will see it is actually searching or not. Okay, so in earlier session I have mentioned, if you are just execute the query like find, okay, just db.order collection find without any condition, and you have thousands of record, then it will not show you all the 1000 records, right? So in that case, what it will show like this. Now we have the data. Type IT for more. If I type IT, it will give me the next iteration. See, so these are the next records. So if you are just remember the earlier session where I have mentioned, it will just give you us this IT things, and we just have to type, so it will iterate through the next data. Okay, so if you see the search we did onto the text search we did, and it's applied onto the city, and we search with the Chennai, so it is giving us that result. Let me try find out some dummy paragraph. Okay, so we will add for multiple cities, and then we will try to search the. So on Rajkot, I have inserted some of the data and I updated that field. Okay. Also randomly, I'm going further for a couple of documents, and there in the city of Vijayawada, I also adding the similar data. I'm adding this dummy data only to check that our text index. Okay. So we will search any one of the word out of these data. Okay. I don't know in which records I have added, but 3 records I have added this. Okay. And I'm taking one of the word. So if you see, we have added in Rajkot, we have added in Vijayawada, we have added in Jabalpur. The situated word is there. Okay. So our text index is working as expected. So right now we don't have the cases for the description kind of thing, but we have added or updated the city field for a couple of one underscore ID or the single index. Okay. Text index, if you have to search particular comments, if you have the site likes blog or any product where you want to search particular good comments or bad comments, feedbacks. So there you can use this text index. Compound index, you have to check your application, what kind of queries mainly fired from your application to the database side. and what are the fields, multiple fields using that query. So club those multiple fields and create the index, compound index. That is useful. So mainly these three indexes are useful: single index, text index, and compound index. Geospatial index is only for the map kind of data. Multi-key index also useful if you want to search inside in the array. Okay, so this item.product ID key multi-key index we have created, that also you can use there. There are also other indexes. We will see those, like mainly hash index. Hash index, it's not a use in this side. Mainly whenever you are doing the sharding of this database. So our database is actually distributed in multiple shards. Okay, so if whenever you're doing a sharding, means horizontal scaling in short. So who's what kind of data reside in which shard, that mainly index through the hash index. So there actually you can use the sharding area, you can use the hash indexes. So hash index is actually the hash value of the field. Okay, and it's a fixed length index, hash index, which is a, if you see that index, I don't have the example right now, but if you see the hash index, it's a hexadecimal string that is used as a index key. So whenever you want to distribute data uniformly across a shard in MongoDB cluster, there you can use the whenever you want do the horizontal partitioning. As I mentioned, SQL is just vertically scale, but MongoDB you can also scale horizontally. But if you scale horizontally, how do you know which data at what shard? Like see, in SQL you have only one building. Okay, so if you want to search one particular flat, particular person flat, you just search in that particular single building. Okay, yeah, there are multiple towers. Okay, but there is a limit. Only in one building you need to search that. But in MongoDB, there are multiple towers or multiple buildings. Okay, so if you want to search particular person flat out of, or in particular society or in all those buildings, how you can do that? Okay, so this hash index is mainly used there, which keeps the track. Okay, from this to this data is in this building, this to this data in that building. Building means you can consider here as a shard. We split our data horizontally or partition our data in multiple shards, and there we can use this shard index. Okay, and it's hexadecimal index. Once we will see the sharding and all those are not immediate topics for us, but yeah, in future session we will see the sharding and all those. There I will try to cover this hash index part specifically. Okay, and yeah, unique index, I already mentioned it's a unique index. Like by default ID is the unique index. Okay, and even if you want to make a particular let's consider if you want to create this name as the unique. Okay, sorry, this customer as the unique or the city as the unique index, then you can just create like this way. I don't think I will create on this data because already there are multiple entries. So let's consider the name over here. We have already created the places collection as well. And if okay, there is no duplicate names. Okay, so new Central Park. Okay, I will delete this one Central Park 55 number record. I think I have not even shared that 55 number record with any one of you, even not onto the code share. Okay, here if you see, all the names are unique. So if I want to apply db.places dot create index, and on name I want to create the index with ascending, and I want to create it as a unique index. Then I will create in this manner unique and true flag. Okay, so this will make name as a unique index. If we go on to the indexes section, so if you see the name with the unique. Okay, so if we go again there, and if we try to push the similar record with the, I have shared on code share. Where is the code share? If you have the some product, if you are seeing the Flipkart site or Amazon site where you are buying the products, okay, that product has some description, or the product has some comments. This product is good, bad, how is the user experience? So everyone is adding the comments there. Okay, so if you have that kind of data, and if you want to search something inside in that data, the particular word, like okay, you just want to search, okay, I want the this product is good, so I just want to search the comments with the good inside in that description or the comment. So you can create the text index on that comment field. Okay, so it will go or travel in that inside the that comment, and if there is a good word, then it will pull out that information, or it is a matching condition if you are using the text index. Yeah, why we are using the places here, Priya? Because we want to check the unique index. See, I already mentioned ID is the unique index. Yeah, but if you want to create any particular field also a unique index, in that case, if you see the order collection data, there are multiple duplicate records. If I want to apply on this, it can't apply because there are already multiple record with the Ruby name or Ruby customer already there. Even if I check with the city uh, Gulbarga or Jamshedpur, you will see the multiple records already inserted. Okay, so unique index is actually you can apply a constraint kind of thing if you are aware about the SQL things. So it's a constraint, or you can say one kind of condition you are applying on your database as a unique. So if someone try to insert that particular field again, then it is not allowed. It will give you the duplicate key error. So we don't have the any single field in the order collection. That's why I have go into the places collection, because there only 4 records we have. Okay, and so for record we have the unique 4 names, and that's why we have created the unique index onto the name field on the places collection. That's why we have, instead of the order collection, we have gone into the places collection. Clear, Priya? What we are doing, we are creating the partial indexes. The purpose is, I will tell you the purpose of the partial indexes. Okay. So if we come over here, we'll go to the order collection and indexes section. This screen actually I enlarged, that's why it's okay. So if you see here, let me show you something. I will create the single index. I will delete all those indexes now. Give me a moment, or because it will confuse. Drop this, or okay, hidden is fine. Okay, so either compound index or the multi-key index now I have, and only ID is the single index. Okay, so I am creating one of the index onto the city field. Okay, then you will see the difference between the partial index and the normal index. Okay, just a simple example I wanted to cover over here. So db dot order collection dot create index. and on the city field with ascending order. Okay, so explicitly I have created one index on the particular city field. Okay, this is the case similar for the compound index as well as the single field or the multiple fields. Okay, so if you see now, I have to control R again. Okay, now we have the 5 indexes, and if you see now, city 1, it took 1.1 MB of size. Okay, right now we only have the 200K records, but consider you have 200 million records or billion document. Okay, in that case, the size is in GB. Okay, GB or TB. It depends what kind of data you have. So in that case, indexing size is increasing, but only if you know that only particular city is filtered or particular query is coming for only for this particular city, then why we are indexing all the cities instead of just targeting that particular single city? We indexed all the cities, so it's consume our indexes size or increase our indexes size. Even the performance is also reduced here because it has to index all those things. Even if we do the insert, update, delete kind of operation, it also update this index every time as per the city is there. Okay, so if we create the particular partial index on only if you know that, okay, only for the Patna city the query coming from my application, but it is not come for the Allahabad or any other city. Only the Patna city is the come into the filter area, or the query only come for the Patna, not for any other city. Then in that case you can create the particular partial index. Or if you have the enterprise level customers and you know the customer ID or the account ID, okay, this account ID only trying to filter out this kind of data, then in that case you can take that particular ID and create the partial index on that particular customer account ID. So it's a separate index created only for that customer. So similar way, with this short example of the city, consider you have only the city as the unique search, particular city. Patna has the specific search for the city, but there is no search for the other cities. Only Patna has this condition. So we'll create the index only for the Patna. So how we can create that? So right now, what happened actually, MongoDB is doing the auto naming, like the way it is creating the generating the ID automatically if we are not passing the ID. Similar way, if you are seeing these names or the definition, this is city _1. It's created by MongoDB itself because we want the city with the ascending order. That's why it's city _1. So after looking into the name, we can easily know that it's in ascending order. Okay, even if you see this customer 1 means customer with ascending order, city -1 means city in descending order. But here both are in ascending order because 1 1. So similar way it is creating. So here also we are creating try to create the partial index, but the auto naming, it's giving us a error like the index is already exist. And that's why it's not allow us to create the another index. So in this case, we are giving the name from our side like this, like so through this we can understand that, okay, this index specifically created for the Patna city. See, so this is our index name. So if I just refresh this or control R, now it show me the 6 indexes. And now we will see the size of the Patna. So I just minimize this. If you see this, all city, it has to cover 1.1 MB. But just to cover the Patna city, it only take the 41 KB. Okay, 41 KB. And here it's in MB. So if you have the million or billions of record, and in that case, if you create the partial index, it will save your indexing size onto the MongoDB side, because these indexes also taking the size on to your MongoDB Atlas search size as well. Okay. This is a short or very small data or collection we have. 200K is just a very simple data. If you see the organization enterprise level applications, in that you are see this is the billion or million records you will see in their collection. Okay, and if you see their indexes sizes, those are in GB and TB, 500 GB, 1 TB, 2 TB. Those are the index sizes. And in that case, if you apply such particular partial index only for particular account or particular customer, it will reduce your huge size. Okay, there mainly you can use the partial index. So if you understand the difference, why we need the partial index, because we know that only for the Patna city, we are getting the queries. So we don't need to target the others. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Luis. Ask me to install Xcode. Select first. Now I have. Okay. So this is also we have covered partial index. Till the indexes which we have seen, anyone have any questions on those indexes? Or if you are not clear about any particular index, then let me know. We only have one or two indexes more. Code share, yeah, sure. 1 second. Thank you for reminding me. Where is the code share? Yeah, I'm sharing the code. 1 second. Okay, till okay, situated, I have shared. Okay, till this we have shared. So this is for the unique index. And here we try to insert this field by changing the object ID. Okay, so you can also try this. It will not allow you, it will give you the error. Okay, then create the index on city field, check the size, and then create the index with name onto the spares index is like if you have some documents, okay, like I think we have the student collection earlier, and COLL is the our collection. Okay, so if you see this data which we have inserted, few documents have few fields, but few don't have that fields, completely different documents. Okay, in that case, you don't want to include the documents that don't have that field in the index. So let's consider if you have the name field index, but this document does not contain the name field. In this case, you don't want to cover this document as a part of the index. Okay, so there you can use the spare index. So it is not present in all the documents and can help you to save disk space and improve your query performance. Okay, so we'll see how to create the spares index. So I think we will try it on this data, because there we have the, in the order collection, we have the, you can say a structured kind of data, means every document contains all those fields. We don't have any, or we can try adding 2-3 fields in 2-3 document, and we can also check that. Okay, I will add few fields. Okay, in the I'm bad to using this UI. Okay, so I will give here the username field and Dylan123. It's a username of this person. Okay, and I'm updated that. Okay, so this username I added. I will go further to documents, and then I again edit, add the field with username and add violet 123. Okay, update that. Also go further randomly, taking any document, edit, add field, username, user123, and update it. Okay, so now I want to create the index onto the username. Okay, which is only part of 3 documents. So how we can create that? 1 second. We don't want to cover all the documents because that we know that that field is part of only particular documents. Okay, we'll order collection dot create index onto the username with ascending order. Okay, and I want this as a sparse index. See, most of the time what happen, if that field is the part, either part or not part, it index is try to cover all the documents. Okay, but through the parse index, it will only cover the documents which only contain that field. If that field is not in the document, it is not covering that document. In short, that is the main use of the sparse index. So it will save the size in indexing, in short. And it ensure that index only contain those documents which are having the indexed field. So username is the indexed field which we are targeting. And if the document does not have that index field, then it is not cover that document. Even if we use the multiple fields also, and let's consider, if I go with this data, I can explain you a little better way. So if you see, every document has, see, this is a document, okay, which contains the fruit and the state. Okay, if we create the index on state and fruit, it will cover this above document, but the second is only contains the fruit, so it will not cover that second document because it does not have that state field. So indexed fields are the part of that document, then and only that document is covered, otherwise it's not. Okay, so that is the sparse index. Now we will see the TTL index, which is a time travel index, you can say, or sorry, total time to live index. Total time to live index, which is actually auto deleting the documents from collection after specific duration of a time. What it means? Okay, let's consider you have the data for the log, okay, or any kind of data you have, like after 1 day you want to clear that documents, only 1 day documents you want, but the earlier of the 1 day you want to clear that documents. So what this TTL do, it will create the index on that particular date field, or the you can give the name as a expiry date field. And if that field cross that date and time, then that document is removed or deleted. Okay, let me create the document. So I will try to explain. Customer collection. Okay, now if I create on this, it will delete that. Okay, I will use the places data. I will add one document with the db.places. I'm using the places location, so we have only 4 documents here, so we can easily see how the document is deleting. Insert one. Okay, insert one with, consider some data I will add, like data in one of the field. Another is expiry date field I am taking. Okay, so it will create the get the date, current date, time, and it will add the 60,000 means 1 minute in that. Okay, so let's see, it is creating the document. Okay, 17 means I think it is taking the UTC time. Yeah, it is taking a UTC time. That's also fine, no problem. Okay, we have to create the index on this expiry, like we have created the document. So we will create the db.places dot create index on this particular expiry field. And expiry date is the field I want to cover with the ascending order, and it is expire after seconds. 0 second. Okay, so if you see right now, I have 5 documents and I have created this. If I refresh this, so if you see that earlier document is deleted and this is now here. Okay, so that index actually takes some time. If you see the document with this ID, you will not able to see only 6 doc. See, this also deleted. If you see this document, I just refreshed. Are you able to see that earlier here is a count 5, then it's again reduced to 4. Or it's too fast for you to see that? Just let me know. Either I will increase the minute to 2 minutes. So increase the minute to 2 minutes. I inserted the document. Okay. So if you see right now here the 5 documents, 17,439. I'm just refreshing the things. So if you see right now only 5 documents. Keep this. And after 1 more minute, yeah, if you see the last document is removed automatically because we have the index, this TTL index we have created. Okay. So use of this index is expire that particular documents, those cross particular limit or the condition. Okay. And what condition we have applied there? We have applied there the 0 second after that particular time is gone. And the document we have inserted document which is taking the current time, adding some 1 minute in that document. Okay. Or 2 minute. Once that time is crossed, 1 minute or 2 minute, it is expiring that document. Okay. I'm sharing this also on to the code share. Have you guys able to observe that or not? I'm confused, like the window is refreshing at your end. Yeah, yes, okay. Till what command I have shared? Second. Spares index I have shared. This is the time inserted with the 1 minute, 2 minute. You can also add the multiple documents with multiple time frame, and then you can also monitor that. And make sure we have added this in places collection, because there we can easily monitor. In 200K, we can't even see that count is increase or decrease. So for the small level of data, you can monitor that this execution or create the fresh data. Last time I have mentioned why indexes are useful. A similar manner, we have the book and book has the index. So through that we can understand, okay, which chapter started on which page, or if we have the dictionary, through that we can add easily go to that particular, directly land on particular page. Okay, if I want to search the word with the C, okay, it started from 112 page. So I directly go to the 112 and then I will search from there what kind of word I want to search, like CA, CB. So it's alphabetically order. Okay. So indexing also doing the same thing on the database side. It is ordering things and keeping the record of that order. So whenever you have the particular query which contains those fields, and if it's matched with the index is immediately giving the response to that query, and your performance is improved. Okay, so theoretically it's hard for me to in last session to explain that, but now if you see that how easily we can done the practical, and practically we understand the use of index. Okay, so that way it's you can even easily understand and keep in your mind, okay, how which index is performing in which manner. If I just go through this theoretically, it's hard for you to remember and even understanding these indexes. Okay, so we have seen how we can create the index part, finding the index. Okay, finding index we have not seen, so yeah, that's why I wanted to go through the slide. Get indexes. If I just execute this command, okay, so how many indexes on that particular collection, I just have to do that db dot order collection and dot get indexes. Okay, so it will return me the all the indexes with all the details, like what is the key, what is the name, and it's a partial index, it is giving this partial, this sparse index giving the sparse. If there is any uniqueness, it's also given that. Hidden, it's also showing me the hidden. Okay, this index is hidden. So through even with this get index, we can easily understand, okay, this is a hidden or unhidden index, this is a partial index or the parse index. Okay, this is the one thing. I will share this. Okay, that is one thing. Get indexes. Okay, drop index. I have deleted the index through the UI. Similar way, we can also drop the index. Okay. So last time I think I have shown you this drop index. If we want to drop any index, we will go there, drop with the, we also have the index db dot, we'll drop on the places side. Places dot get index. Let me check what are the indexes there. Okay. So we will drop this Patna index, partial index on order collection. db dot order collection dot drop index. We will give the name. This index I want to drop. Can't find the index with the key. Name city index Patna. Index not found. Okay. So city :1 if I give. So we don't need to pass the.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career growth with the full stack developer course.
Name like this, we can directly automatically know that the name. So if we just do this, yeah, it is dropped. Okay. So this way we can, with the name, we can drop any index. So even if we want to drop this expiry one, we'll just copy that name, replace with here with this name. Yeah. What happened? Expiry. Sorry, collection is different. My bad. So if I want to drop this one, this is on order collection. We have created the expiry one on places. That's why it's not found. Otherwise, if we try this, yeah, we have removed. And if we check here onto the order collection, earlier there are 7 indexes. We have dropped the 2. So I think there remain. I just have to do the Control R. See, 5 indexes are there. Okay, so I'm giving you these commands as well. Where is the this one? You can try on order collection. This one also you can try on order collection. The extra index I have created with the customer with ascending and city with descending order. Okay, so drop index, now we have seen types or properties of indexes. We have seen the single field index, ID, city, we have seen compound index, customer and city, we have seen multi-K index, we have seen the item dot product underscore ID field we have seen, geospatial index we have seen, the latitude and longitude and latitude, sorry, the coordinates actually required, and mainly it's used for the application like Uber, Ola, cab applications where they want the exact location, or the Google map. Those kind of applications use these geospatial indexes. Text indexes we have seen by adding the extra text on the particular fields, the city we have targeted, and we added the extra dummy text on that particular documents, and we have successfully searched that situated word or something. Hashed indexes I have mentioned when you are doing the when we are doing the sharding, like splitting the data in multiple shard. There we are using this hexadecimal index. Okay, we again go into the description. Okay, single field index is used to create an index on single field of document in collection, like the underscore ID and city we have seen. Okay, can traverse in ascending or descending order. Yeah, in compound index also you can go with ascending or descending order. That is not the single field index. And sort operation, sort order of the index key does not matter because MongoDB can traverse. Yeah, here the sort order does not matter because it's only single index. If you go by ascending or descending, the things will not change. Yeah, but in compound index, if you go by the sort order, it is impacting. We'll see. So multiple fields, if you are targeting in the index, it is a compound index. Okay, we have seen the customer and the city in the compound index. Multi-key index, we have seen the product, item. Under the items, we have the product ID, which is array. Okay, so we are targeting the values that are stored in the array. So there we, if we targeted that field, it called as a multi-key index. Okay. Also geospatial index we have seen, like if you want to go with the 2D sphere, then you need the earth kind of sphere coordinates, latitude and longitude required. If you go with the 2D, then it does not like that information. It only two-dimensional or flat geometry data you need. Okay. Text indexes we already seen. On city field, we have first search with the Chennai. Then we have updated couple of the city randomly by adding some dummy information, and search one particular word or phrase. We can search using this text index. Hash index for sharding we are using. Okay. It's hexadecimal key, shard key, through which we can do the indexing. Then we have seen the unique index. If it is tracking the unique value, should be add there. So once you created this index, you can't insert the duplicate value for that particular field. Even your ID, Mongo ID or underscore ID is different, but the content for that particular field is same, then it give you the duplicate error. Partial index we have also seen, like the particular city Patna, we have created the partial index. So it will reduce the size, okay, and it will match the particular condition Patna. Okay, so only for the Patna city it's created, not for any other city. Okay, sparse index we have seen, like it is not covering the other documents which does not contain that index fields. And TTL, it's total time to live index we have seen, like it is auto deleting those documents once that time or a specific duration is crossed, it is removing that documents. So mainly we are using that for the log information, okay, or session data you can say. So some server they need to store the session data as well, or temporary records if you are creating some temporary records, and those documents should be deleted after some time. after 1 day or something. So you can add the expiry date as a 1 day, add 1 day in the current time. Next day, it will automatically deleted. So it will also clean up the space. Okay. Then unique index, how to create, we have seen. Partial index also we have seen the creation. Sparse index we have seen. TTL index we have seen. Yeah, we have added the 0 second. If we add the 30 second, it will cross that time and also add that 30 second inside in that, and then it will remove that document. Okay. But what we did actually, we added 0 second here, and that expiry date we added 1 minute extra. So after creating that document, 1 minute is completed, then it is removing that document immediately because we added here a 0 second. If we keep the 30 second here, it will delete it after 1.5 minute, or 1 minute here, it will like 60 second here, it will delete after 2 minutes after creation. Okay. You can also try these things, and aggregation part we will mainly see a correct single quotation mark and curly braces. It works. Oh, okay. Okay, good to know that, Luis. Okay. Okay, so double quotes actually creating problem. Oh, the fields, customer and city, there are double fields. Okay, you can use the single quote, but for Windows, there is no problem. Okay, from the next time I will try to write the query with the single quote. In Windows, there is no matter if I go with the single or double quote, it is understanding both the quotes. Okay, next time I will try to use the single quote for every query. Aggregation in MongoDB is a powerful framework for performing data transformation and analysis of document within MongoDB collection. Okay, so in short, it is actually matching the data and then transforming it to the another stage. There also we are doing some operation on that and performing the again do the transformation and again pass that data documents to the next stage. So this is a definition of the aggregation. Aggregation are those operations in MongoDB that examine the data set, like the collection, and perform the calculation and then return the calculated result. Okay, either it's a one document, more document, grouping of the multiple documents to the together. That way it is returning the data. Either it's just one single result like count. If you are expecting some count, it is only giving that count. If you are only clubbing the some information about particular things, then it is only returning that particular things. If you want the grouping basis on the, we have the data for the order collection. So order wise or the city wise, if you do the grouping, it will give that result. That way it actually will see some pipeline operators. So in that multiple operators there, dollar group, dollar limit, dollar match, these are the commonly used, these three. Geoneer is mainly for the geospatial data. Okay. And skip, sort, project. So whatever we want in the return, that we want it. Skip we already see, and limit already we have seen earlier sessions, like how we can limit and skip the things. Sorting, it's same way, the ascending or descending order, in which order we want the document. Unwind it's we are if something is in array, we are separating that using the unwind. We'll see the example wise each and every stage. Okay. So so mainly there are some aggregation operation you can perform with the MongoDB aggregation framework, like filtering. You can filter the document using the $match stage. $match stage. Okay. with the specific criteria. So whatever is the matching condition, if it's match, if you want to do the match, then you have to use a $match. Grouping, it allow you to group the document by specific key and perform the aggregation operation. Example, counting, summing, averaging on that group data. $project, we can allow you to reshape the document by specifying the fields you want to include or exclude by creating the new calculated fields. You can, using the sorting, you can sort the result. Through limit, we restrict the number of documents in the output. If we give the limit 5, we only receive the 5 documents. If unwinding array, when you're dealing with arrays, you can use the unwind stage to transform array element into a separate document. Okay. Aggregation expression like sum, average, max. So to perform mathematical and statistical operations within the pipeline, we can use the aggregation expressions. Joining data. So the way we are joining the data in the SQL, like 2 table we are joining, and then we are what we want from after that joining the matching data, we can pull out similar manner like a primary key and foreign key. Using that combination, we are pulling the data out of 2 tables. In similar way, if we use the $lookup, we can also pull out the data from 2 collections with some matching conditions. Okay. So we will see some of the examples. First, we will go to our, we will come to the theory part after some time. Disconnecting the things and then connecting to the local host. We already have the customer data order collection. Okay. So we will shift to that data first, use customer. First, we will do some regularly use aggregation operations or aggregation queries. We'll go through that and then we will go to the theory part. Okay. So if you are, let me share the code share link. And first we will see some of the matching condition. Like the similar way, we are doing the find queries. Okay. Like db dot order collection and then doing the matching condition like city Ajmer, then it will return all the documents with the matching condition. Similar way, we are also doing in the aggregation, but the grouping and all those part we can't do on the find query. Okay, it's just a matching query. But in aggregation, we can also do a grouping and all those things. Customer. So how to exit from customer, found it. You can switch to another database. Like if you have the use student, you can just type the use student and you shifted to another collection. Okay, so first we will see the match and then we will check the other things. Okay, so aggregation, we need to use the aggregate word. Like if we have the db dot order collection, okay, dot aggregate. So this aggregate we have to use. In find, we are using here the find, but in aggregate, we need to use the aggregate word. Okay. And inside a circular bracket, we have to use the square bracket. And then we have to add our matching condition or any operation we want to perform, we have to add in array. Okay. The way we are going further, I will add the things. Right now, only there is a use customer. You're not able to see that line in code share. Yeah, the way we proceed, I will share the one by one queries there. Okay, yeah. So through this $match operator, it is able to understand that, okay, it has to match the things. Okay, or it is filter the documents based on this specific criteria, city equal to Ajmer. It works similar to the find method. Okay, if you just add the find and just provide this information, similar way it is worked over here. Okay, if I execute this, it will return that data. Okay, and same thing, this is we did through Mongo shell. Okay, but if we want to do the same thing through the MongoDB Compass, we will also see that. One second, I'm sharing this query onto the code share first. Okay, so if you already open the order collection, then you are able to see this aggregation tab here. Okay, so normal find we did through this, but aggregation we have to go to the aggregation tab. Okay, and here we can add the stages. Okay, so if we add the stage like match, okay, but it is only giving the 10 sample documents over here. And even if you see, this is the way, but if you want to see this in a text format, how it will look like, so this way. So if you see in aggregate, we have added the same thing. So this is our query, and similar query we also created in UI MongoDB Compass as well. Okay, so this everything we have written in circular, it is as it is. But if we have to change the mode to stages to text, okay, if I again move to the stages, you will get the drop down and you just need to add the internal query. It automatically consider this as an array, and inside that this match, because the stage we have selected the $match. Yeah, here if you see the add stage, click on to the add stage, then you will see the stage one. There is a drop down. You can just click on to the drop down. First you have to go to the aggregation tab, then click on to the add stages. Okay, and then do the match. Select or type the word match, $match. And if we don't want to, let's consider if you added multiple stages, but you want to remove particular stage. If you added 4 stages, one after another, like add stage, but you don't want the one of the stage, so you can easily do this thing. So this stage is disabled, but other are still there. So if you see here, if I just do this, the result is gone because stage is disabled. Just to enable, just to click here. Sure, I will show it again. First, you are in the customer order collection data. Okay, then click on this tab, aggregation tab. First go to the collection, then you are able to see these tabs. Click on to the aggregation. Okay, I am also deleting this stage. Just if you scroll little down, you are able to see the add stage. Okay, you are able to see all the 200K documents in a collection, but we want to add a stage. So we have to click on add stage. And here we just have to search for the $match. If I type, it is coming over there. And I just have to add the query, which is city Ajmer. then it will show the matching results immediately on the right hand side. Okay. If I just want to check the count, I will just type the count. Okay. And total 3,955 records with the city Ajmer. And if we switch this to text mode, it will look like this. And we can change this string to total count. I will repeat these steps again because yeah, for you guys it's little faster. So just go on to the aggregation tab. Okay. And scroll down, you will see the plus sign, add stages. Click on that add stage. Select the dollar match. Once you select the dollar match, it will ask you for the query. So in query, you just have to enter city : Ajmer. So immediately on to the right side, you are able to see the matching conditions data or the documents like this. I have selected the match. I added this query. Keep the curly brackets there. If you miss any or by mistakenly, if you remove this, it will not give you the result. Okay. And if you see on the line 5th, it's giving as an error. Everyone able to reach to this stage? At least 2-3 years. Okay. So again, add or click add stage. Then you can add the stage 2, and there you can select the count. Okay. And after selecting a count, it will by default, it is giving as a string. Just replace the string with whatever the things you want to type. So it will reflect over here. And it is giving you the value. Not matching details in the right side. So are you in this collection, customer.order collection? Check the spelling. Check the spelling. If your A is small, it will not match. If your city is capital C is there, it will not match. Or for the, you can also use the single quote as well instead of the double. That is also fine. Have you checked this is this stage is included? Like this is blue. Yeah, in similar manner, if you see here, this is a count. Okay. And if we just switch to this, it will show you how you have to write the query for the count. So this is our match condition. And if I just copy these things and paste it in front of our query, which we already executed. Okay, so this is a matching curly bracket completed. And if I add $count, okay, so either write it over here or use the UI in MongoDB Compass. Whichever comfortable for you, you can use that. Okay. Even if you are missing any syntax or anything, you can come to the UI. Okay. Instead of these stages, just click on to this text. Okay. Copy all the content as it is. Remove these comments and all those things. Even if you keep the comment as it is, that's also fine. And just I copied all the things as it is. I come over here. 1 second. I have the aggregate query. So I have deleted that inside the details and I just pasted whatever I have copied. I just pasted inside this circular bracket. And if I hit enter, it will work. So even if you are missing any syntax or anything, I have not even removed the comments from that query. I just directly copied the text as it is. Okay. Here also copy things provided and just paste it there. So that will also work. Okay, so count query. Okay, you are done with the match schema. Then if you again have to click on to the add stages, this button you will see. Okay, and after click on it, it will again show you the drop down. There you have to just search for the count and select that. Once you select the count, here it will just give the string. Change that string to something, what kind of count it is. For our case, it's a total Ajmer city count, or I just make it as a total count. It is giving me the count. And this is the aggregation stage. Okay, so after completing this stage, the result is this. Once you add one more stage, or so you have the complete collection of 200k. Okay, you added the match condition, so you transform this data from one things to another, like you just filter out the Ajmer data with matching condition. So this is a one stage. Again, you want this collection of data with matching condition, you give it to the stage 2. So it again transform the data and combine the things and give you a total count. So that way the aggregation is working one stage to another. So it's depend. Either it will give you the single result, single document, or multiple documents. If you just add this one stage, it will give you the multiple documents. If you add this count stage, it will give only a single result, not even a single document. It's just give you the count. And even if we disable this stage and add new stage, unexpected token in count. So stage by stage, the input of first stage is, the output of first stage is the input for the second stage. Second stage output is input for the third stage. That way it is going further. Okay. So we just seen the $match, $count things. We'll see the project part. It will return me the ID by default. We are not requested the ID. If you see this condition in project, we only want the customer and the order date, but it is returning the underscore ID by default. If you explicitly, if you want to, if you don't want the underscore ID field, in that case, you have to specifically mention, okay, underscore ID as a 0, then it will not return underscore ID. Otherwise, by default in your projection, underscore ID will come. And if I just make it as a, okay, I want other fields, but I don't want these two fields. Okay, so in that case, I just enter the 0. You don't have to explicitly mention for all the fields. Okay, I want customer, so I will add customer 1. I don't want city, so I will add city 0. You don't have to mention that. Either go with the 1 flag or 0 flag. If you pass the projection with the 0 flag, it will hide that information. If you see now, I will execute this query. So if you see now, it hide the only that information. Yeah. So it is giving you the all the details. ID it is written, city it will return, item it will return. Out of that record, only it hide 2 fields, customer and order date. Okay. So what you want, either hide or any specific fields. If I just want the city, I will just mention, okay, with the matching condition, I just want the city or the customer name. So what I will do, I will come here and only mention I need the customer name. If I do that, it will only return me the customer with ID. Why? ID is coming by default. So if you don't want the ID, either you want the fields, you don't have to mention all the fields with 0, 1. But if you don't want the ID, you have to explicitly mention for the ID. Okay, I don't want ID, so 0. If you want it, you don't have to mention anything about the ID. It is coming by default. Okay. If I do this and execute, it only return me the customer names. It consider, okay, only one field for one, so other fields it's automatically hiding. But for ID we have to pass the 0. If we just push the pass the 0 over here, it will return me the all the data. You have to try such kind of multiple queries at your end, then you are able to understand all these operators. Like, okay, match is the find condition, whatever we are providing over here, it's the matching things. Okay, if I just add one more thing, like if I just add one more field, two matching condition if we want, then I just passed, okay, customer with, yeah, yesterday someone facing problem with the double quote. We'll go with single quote queries. Customer with Natali or Lily. Okay. If this is my matching condition and I just want the hide the customer name, or you can say hide the city. City, if I want to hide, I just mention ID and city I don't want in the result. Then if I hit enter, it will give me that information. The customer is Lily, order date is this. So how many records with that matching condition, it will return all those data. So if you see, there is no ID, no city. Two things. Here we pass the 0, so it will consider other fields we wanted. If we pass here the 1, it will consider other fields will automatically hide. Okay, only for the underscore ID we have to take care. If we don't want, we have to pass the underscore ID :0. Then in that case, it does not matter what you are passing here, 1, 0. But if you don't want, then you have to mention that over here. And you don't need to pass all the fields. Okay, I want customer, I want order. So you are mentioning the, okay, customer 1, order 1, item. I don't want the item 0. So that way you can't do this. Whatever, either you mention whatever you want, or either you have to mention what you don't want. Okay. So try executing these queries there. Also, we'll see the project onto the UI side as well. So this is my city. I want the project. Even if you are new or you forget what this thing is doing, so it is giving you the short description. Add new fields to a document with a computed value, or reassigning an existing field with a computed value. Unlike add field, $project can also remove the fields. Okay. So even if you forget what this operator is doing, you can easily get the short description. But it's hard to understand this particular language. If you already perform multiple queries and you are aware about what the project is doing, it's easy for. So first delete this stage, add the new stage with the project. Okay. And specification. Fields to include or exclude. So I want these fields. So it is giving me those fields. Okay. If I make it as a 1, it is coming, but it's by default 1. So even we have removed this. Stage 1 is same. city Ajmer. Even if I disable this stage, it is still giving me the result. I disable the stage. So if you see the next ID is 102. If I go next ID is 10,003, 10,004. Okay. If I enable the first condition, the result will change. I just have to press enter or anything, modify in the second stage. See, first ID is 1001, second is 10,068. Okay, and if we want the city as well, or we'll just mention, I just hide the customer name. So all information, if you see, the city is Ajmer. And if I disable this, the data immediately change. First city is Ajmer, second is Patna. Third is Allahabad. Okay. And if I just mention, okay, only ID 1, it is considered, okay, other things will be hide automatically. If I mention ID 0, other fields automatically come. And if we go to this text mode, you can even copy the things as it is. Okay. First I have to enable the first stage. Okay, then I go to this text mode. If you just copy these things and paste it into the aggregate, it will also work the way it is working here. So I'm removing all these things till the square bracket, only circular bracket. If you see this, I only have the circular bracket. Inside that, I'm pasting the complete things which I have copied with the comment as well. And if I hit enter, it will return me the data. Same data which we are seeing. Ignore all the things. First, let's consider if you are here, okay? And you already have the query. Let's consider we have the first query, like count. If you see right now, we are in the project, okay? But if I directly copy the inside things from our query to over here, our count query, let me copy the content from there. Okay, and if I just come here, selected all and paste it, it is working as expected. So this text, it's actually understanding the JSON format. And if I just shift to the stage, it automatically shifts the stages. See, automatically 2 stages are added here. $match is also there and $count is there. Things, the commenting and all those part are not here. Yeah, even if we shift to the text, it is done the indentation properly. To the stage, it automatically created the stage for me because it understands that JSON. And again, I have clicked onto the text, it is done the proper indentation. Even if we will see one more $out, it will create a new collection. With order for specific city, like if we have this $match city Ajmer, and if we add the second stage and go to the stages, see here also it's mentioning if collection exists, it will replace the collection. Okay, run. Okay. Okay, if you see, I have to click onto the run. Then it created the Ajmer orders and the new collection is created with the output. Okay, if I remove this drop collection, also remove this drop collection. Okay, so I drop these 2 collections, and if I do the aggregation on to the another things like product ID 8, if we want to match, we will just go there, add the match condition. what we want to match? We want to match items with product ID 8. Need to match items with product ID 8. So if you see all these records contain product ID 8, either it's the first place or it's in the another array location. But yeah, the item array product ID is 8 is matching. This condition match, and if we just run this with the out, add stage, add the out stage. Okay. And if I give the name, okay, I will give the name like product ID 8, or we can say item with product ID 8. And run this, it created that collection. And if you see, it only contain that particular exported thing. Okay. So if you want to some filter out the data and create the separate collection, you can also do the what we can say, the particular condition or the match collection you can create using this out. So we have seen the match, we have seen the $out, we have seen the $project. Even if we execute, let's execute the same thing through this execute the same thing through query, our Mongo shell, and then we will check it's functioning as expected or not. So match. Yeah, sure. I'm showing the $out again. So I need to match the items product ID. This time we will match with the ID 10. Okay. So this is the our matching condition, like find condition. And I go scroll down. I'll click onto the second stage. I have selected the out. It will give you the short description, write the result of pipeline to a new or existing collection. Either it will create a new collection if it's not exist, or override the existing collection. Okay. And I have given here these details, but I'm not running through this. Or let's see, we will. So I just want to understand what collection I want to create. That's why I'm giving this name. You can give any name, whatever you want. Okay. So this is our condition. And if I just switch into the text mode, I have get this query, and we will execute into the our Mongo shell. So I have removed everything. Okay. So if you see this, I'm also giving this query on the code share as well. Sorry, I think I have given only the partial query. No, once I execute, I will. So if you see over here right now, I don't have the ID 10 collection. Okay. But once I hit this, it has to create the collection. Okay. If I just refresh this, see, collection with product ID 10 is created. And if we see, yeah, this is the matching condition. And let me give this query to you. Zaba, it's clear to you? The out, it is creating a new collection or overwriting the existing collection. Okay. Okay. So here also, first I will tell you the limit we already seen. It's a similar manner. Even if I add one more condition, like match condition or anything like, one second, we'll again add the match condition. So you will able to understand the limit part. Okay. This time I have selected the city as a Mumbai. Okay. So this is our matching condition. But we given this input, this output as an input to the second stage, which is a limit stage. And I just want the two limit. I have added the limit 2. So only 2 records I am able to see here. Okay. If I make it as a 3, it will only give me the 3 records. Okay. 1, 2, 3. If I just give the 1, it will only return the 1 record. So that is the limit thing. And if you check the total count, if I just add in between the count, so total matching record with the Mumbai is 4057. Okay. But with limit, we are only able to see the 1 because we have given the limit 1. Okay. So this is the limit. Skip also work in similar manner. So if I just select the skip, so if you see over here, first is 33, next is 35, third is 56. Okay. If I add the skip given the number, so it will skip the first. So if you see this from second, it will giving the all the records. Compass has the limitation, it only shows the 10 documents. But if you see the actual output of this query, you are able to see the all records excepting the first one, 33. This is our matching condition. So this input we have given to this skip as a input, and it's giving the output by skipping the 1. If we skip the 2, it will giving the return from the 56. You see, first entry is 56 because it skipped the first 2 documents. Okay. And if we want to see the query, you can see that we'll remove this counting part from between. And if we perform same, we have also seen this skip limit part in the find as well. So similar way, it's also working over here. Example of skip. I'm entering double line or 2 line space in code share. So execute those separately. And if I execute the same with the limit, I'll remove this and put the limit and hit enter. It will give me that first 2 records with the matching condition. We'll see the group collection. Once again, I will remove these stages or stage, delete these stages. And we have the 200K documents, no stage added. I'm adding a new stage for a group. Okay. So here we will see the group by things which we are seeing mainly on the SQL side, like grouping by city or something. So here if I do underscore ID is our actually field name we have to given. So we have to give the $city as a field. Okay. And the field N expression we have to we want to count city wise, we need the count, so we'll do the $sum and :1. Second. So if you see this, we are doing the grouping by city name. Okay. So Agra 2002 documents we have. Jamshedpur 1993 documents we have. Mumbai 2061 documents we have. Varanasi. So in that manner we done the grouping. Okay. And we can also do this execution through or go to the text mode, copy this and execute through the Mongo shell as well. db.order collection aggregate, and if I hit enter, it is giving us the count. So now if you see, there is a difference. This count is different. Agra here it's showing 2002, but if you see over here, Agra count is different.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards a career growth with the full stack developer course.
I will tell you why there is a difference. It's 4,000, right? Why there is a difference? Because this Compass does not go through all the documents. Okay. And that's why it's not giving you the proper count. If you have the million billion records, it only travel couple of the records and it is giving you the result on how much it traveled. On that basis, it is giving you the record. So if you want the group by condition and sum and all those conditions, better you can use the Mongo shell. If you perform the enterprise level queries and all those, then perform those through the shell, Mongo shell, or any command prompt you can use. Even you will see this difference or the problems if you have the multiple shards and there are primary, secondary shards, and you perform the query on to the secondary shard. Okay, their data is not updated. In that case, you will face such problems as well. So if you want the counting queries, better you can group and counting, then you have to go with that. If you just want the count, you can even use this Compass as well. Okay, even if you see it is not showing more than 10 documents on the Compass side. So they put some restriction onto the Compass side just to quick performance or improve the performance of the UI instead of going in detail or in depth in the all the documents. It is only going through a couple of documents and giving you the results. Okay. So we have seen the group. So this is a group by condition, like grouping on what? Grouping on city. City is our actual field. Okay. If we want to group by name, we can also do that. Like our customer field, and see, it is giving us the count. Okay. total customer doc count. So this customer has this much of document, but if we check the same things on to the query side, and hit enter, you will again see the differences there. 3,907. Here, how much we have seen? Only 1,900. Yeah, sorry. Dollar sum is actually one document. It is counting as one. So if with the customer name, this Wat or Lily or David, okay. So for this David, if it found the one document, it will add one. It will found another document, it will again add one. That way it is doing a sum. It's a document sum, or you can say a match condition sum. If we given here the particular we have some order data, okay, and if there is a price, and if we given the particular field sum, in that case the sum is different, okay. So what criteria you are passing, on that basis it is doing a sum. It calculates the total quantity of document for each customer. Clear, Abhinav? And if we give here the 2, so if it found the one document, it will add the 2 in the total count. If we add here the 5, it will multiply the result with the, if you see here, the William is 3,907. But if we pass there as a 5, so it will increment every document, it will increment by 5. Let's see. I will show you that as well. So the same query, here we are passing the 5. So whenever it will found one document, it is adding the 5 inside in it. So, okay, this time it's changed the result. We have to check any common data there. William and Faith. Okay, we will add one matching condition, then we will do the grouping. So it actually increase the count by 5. We'll do the grouping on basis of some stage. Add the one more stage, and we'll do the grouping by item count, something like that. We'll do the grouping. So match and items.product ID 10. This is the matching condition. Okay. Now we will see we have the match condition. Let's see the result of this. So with 1, what is the result? And with 1 second. We'll put the sort also. So we'll get the result in a proper order. Then we will able to immediately sort out the things. Sort by customer. And sort order is descending. Okay. And if we do the group by Leo Jordan. Okay, then we have to add the sort after this. because we want to check it is really okay. Okay, so we'll remove this stage. Go there, remove this comment as well. Copy this thing and then execute. So first we will execute with the 1, then we will increase it to the 5. Leo Rachel, and if we execute with the 5, let's see if we get the Leo. What is the Leo count? 284. Go with the matching condition, better. Customer with Leo. Okay. So I copied this. Then we will see the difference immediately. Ignore this sorting part. We need the customer Leo with the count, and we have 1980. Okay, but if we go with the same condition, we will multiply by 5 the sum, and if we hit enter, we get 9900. Better we will multiply by 10, so it will get the only add 1 0. So sum by 10. Easy to understand. Yeah, it's just added the 1 more 0 at the end. So one document it's received, it is adding the 10. Second document received, it is count is sum is 20. Third 30. That way it's going in increasing order. So I will give you all these conditions. 1 second. I shared earlier. Limit 1. We'll also see that geo near and all those things as well. Okay. So we'll add one dummy record in the places section. So I will use, okay, we are already in customer. So db.places. I'm using this. There is no use of that places. And there we can easily see, instead of creating a new collection, or okay, we will create the new collection. Why to use the existing one? It will confuse. Okay, I will create the new collection. Product. Okay. Instead of playing with existing collection, we'll create new DB product and insert one document. Here we are seeing the unwind how unwind actually works. So if you see, it's a dummy data. Like ID I'm passing as a 1. Okay. A product name widget A, and colors, or here we can pass the Apple mobile. Okay. Product name is Apple mobile, and these are the color of that mobiles it's providing. Yeah, unwind. Unwind, correct. The spelling is correct. Unwind, UNWIND. We'll see that. So for that, I'm adding this dummy data. So what it actually doing? So this is the one product and it has the 3 color of mobile. Okay. So if you do the unwind, it actually separate that individual colors for each product. If we use the unwind, here we have the collection of product and each document in the collection contains an array of color for a product. Okay, so consider the product has multiple documents and those have this color thing in every document. And if we do the unwind, it will do the separation of that collection or the document in a separate documents. Let's see. First, I have inserted this. We will see our product data is created. See, product data is created, and this is an array. Inside that, 3 fields are there. Apple Mobile. So if we do the unwind, see, it will unwind that particular document as per the array wise. Okay. So what we have given as an input, see, this field is the array field. Okay. So we have given this array field as an input for the unwind, and on basis of these inside array element, we did the separation of the document. So all the data is remains same, like these 2 fields. If you have more 3-4 fields, that will be same as for every document. Only thing, color is separated. If you see, color red, color blue, color green. So it's similar, like you are seeing the product on Flipkart or Amazon websites. So there you are seeing one product like same mobile with same configuration, but different color it is showing separately. Okay. So this is the way it's actually representing there by doing an unwind. So this separating color wise, mobile is separated. All the things are same. Only thing, color is change. And that was the array earlier. But if we apply the unwind, it will separate that document. If it has the 4-5 colors, it create the 4-5 separate documents. Stages, and then again text. Okay. Now you are seeing the things in proper indentation. This geoneer is used to find the places near the specified point. Okay. And this is the specified point we have given. Near specifies the target point coordinate. So this near, which specifies the target point coordinates in GeoJSON format. Okay. So this is the input it's actually required. And this is a specific condition for the geospatial data. You can't apply this geoneer in any normal data or normal coordinates. Okay. So this is specific condition in Uber, Ola application. They, if you have such kind of application there, you can use this geoneer. Distance field is set to distance, set to a distance, which will be used to store the calculated distance between the target point and each place. Okay. So if you see, this distance is 0. So because these are the exactly matching coordinates. If you see this is exactly matching coordinate, but here its distance is 0.05 because we increase the last coordinate by 5. If you remember the yesterday session, we just added the one more place with the new Central Park, and we just updated this last 5. And if you see, it's giving the okay, from this coordinate, this distance is how far it is. Like Google Map is showing you, okay, source to destination. So you are at your location to particular destination you have searched, it giving you the distance. Okay, this much of kilometer you need to travel. It is mainly calculated basis on this geoneer and this distance field. Okay, so distance fields is set to distance, which will be so distance field is just a this we have to use distance field. This you can change anything like 1 2 3. If you change, it will show it as a 1 2 3. So this is a string things, you can change it anything, but the distance field you can't change. It's a what we can say, the predefined field under the geoneer, like near, distance field. Those are the main fields or the attributes, you can say. Max distance, so we have to cover specifies the maximum distance from the target point, like which places are considered nearby. So in 2000 meter, it will check what are the places, and from this coordinate how far that place is. So in 2000 meter radius, it's actually checking the things. Okay. And spherical indicates that you are working with the spherical coordinates on the Earth surface. Okay, so these are the short info about this geoneer. I will share you the, if you have such kind of data, then and only then better to go in depth in such kind of attributes, or mainly those are not required if you don't have such kind of application. Could you provide an example of geoneer use case? Yeah, Luis, the geoneer use case is like Google Map. You are searching particular location, or if you just put the nearby places, Google provide you the option like find nearby places like restaurant and all those things. Okay, by default it is taking some particular distance. Here we have passed the 2000 meter maximum distance. Google by default considering or passing some default distance. Even you have to few maps providing these fields to how much distance you need to cover in that area. In that distance, it will search the nearby places. So the application, if you are seeing the showing you the nearby places, mainly it's taking your location, the coordinates. Okay, similar way, latitude and longitude. So these coordinates it's taking and showing the nearby places by passing this distance range. Okay, and then it will show, okay, this place is from 1 kilometer, this place is half kilometer from your location. That way it will populating all those restaurants and hotels information. So mainly we have to see only one now, redact. So it actually redact is a stage in aggregation pipeline is used to control which field and documents are included in the output based on the set of access control rules. It's commonly used to restrict or filter document based on certain condition. Let's consider example in our order collection, where if you want to restrict access to order based on certain criteria, such as only showing order for specific customer. Okay, like Leo is our customer. Okay, so in that case, if we want to restrict the access to the order and only show the order for the customer Leo, then we can use the redact. So mainly see where we can use the redact. Redact mainly we can use, let's consider if you have the this order collection. Okay, but different users are there. Okay, Louis is there, Hema is there, Abhinav is there, different users are there. Okay, and if you log in into your account, Amazon account, and if you go to your order section, you are only able to see your orders. Correct. Abhinav can't see the order of Louis. Louis can't see the order of Hema. Okay, you are only able to restrict it to see only your orders. But if all the orders at the Amazon side, those are stored in the same database. Okay. So through this redact, we can, they are not using exactly the same. I'm just giving you the example. Okay. So there they can use this redact. So it will apply the access control rules to the documents. Okay. So this is the customer, and it is as per the email wise or the mobile number wise, it only able to access if this data is matching. Okay, the order has this email or the mobile number, then and only then it will match that. If its record is matched, then and only then it will show that record to that particular user. So Luis only able to see the Luis records, Abhinav only able to see the Abhinav record, Hema only able to see Hema record. Okay, there you can use this, what we can say, redact. Okay. Okay, so we will see how it will work on our order collection. So we are already in customer. db dot order collection dot aggregate. This is aggregate, that's why square bracket start with the square bracket, and then inside the curly bracket redact, like conditional expression where you specify the condition for including or excluding the document. So my condition can go into the curly brackets. So this descend in this condition, it instruct the aggregation to continue processing the document and its sub document. So essentially it's a descend means it continue. Okay. And if you see this prune in else condition, it mention the aggregation like to exclude the entire document and its sub document from the output. Okay, so it's it means like exclude and prune this branch of document hierarchy. Or in descend, it mention the aggregate like continue into the sub documents or continue with the this particular document. So mainly it is giving the aggregation the signal, okay, it has to continue with this document or not. If it's matching, then okay, go with. If it's not matching, exclude it. So that's why we have to use this. Okay, and this is our actual field and actual what we can say. I hope after going through the example, you have the idea like, okay, the stages output is going from one to another. Like one stage output, first stage output is the input for the second stage. Second stage output is the input for the stage 3. We'll also see the lookup, and then we will go through the theory part. I think that is the match project lookup we have not seen. Okay, we'll first go with the lookup thing, and then we will come back to the theory. For if we go with the practical sessions, then it will be more understanding, and that's why I'm taking the practical first, and then we will go to the theory. Is that okay with everyone, or you want the theory first and then practical? Because we already perform the things, then we can easily understand, okay, what it actually doing. I have shared, yeah, last also shared query. So we will see the lookup. So what lookup actually done? It actually what we can let's consider if you have two collection. One is for customer, one is for order. Right now we only have the order collection created, but consider there is also another customer collection also exists. Okay, and each order document includes the customer ID. Right now we don't have in order collection the customer ID field, okay, as a reference. But yeah, if there is a customer ID field in the order collection, then we can map that to the customer collection. Then we combine the order data with the customer information using the lookup stage. We'll see that we'll create the order and customer collection. The sample things we'll create first. We'll create the separate collections just to see this grouping. Instead of disturbing our order collection, we'll create the separate collection, one for the customer and one for the order. Okay. So, and if you see over here in the customers, I don't have collection for the customer and order. This is order collection, but orders I will create the separate one. Okay, we don't need this out collection. It is confusing. Customers dot insert many. I will add at least one or two records at least. 1 second. If I have the ready-made records. Yeah, instead of typing the things, I'm adding the ready-made two records. It just ID 101 and 102. I have added the two records in the. Okay, so these are my two customers, the name and the email. Okay, and these are the ID 101 and 102. Now I have to create the some orders collection that I have to manually needs to create. db.orders .insert many. Okay, and many means array is required. Here I will pass the single quote. ID order ID, let's consider 1 with order number. What order number we can give? We'll give order 001. Okay, and customer ID. Okay, 101 and 102. We have two IDs, but this is a, in short, foreign key in this. So customer ID, you can say it's a foreign key kind of thing. First, I will give order 1 for Alice and second for the Bob. And total amount, order amount, we're just adding extra field. Like 500. Okay, I'm copying the same record and creating the another record. Oh no, it's not copied. So these two records, so these are the customers and these are their orders. For just to example, I just take the one entry. Okay, and we'll see now how the lookup will work on this. So lookup actually combine the order data with customer information. Okay, so we'll go with let's check we have the successfully created the orders as well. Okay, customer ID, no spelling is match. Okay, yeah, and this is a customer data. Okay, now we will see the join or bind the relation and then check the output. Combine the data of orders and collection. db.orders.aggregate, closing circular brackets, inside that square bracket because it's aggregate. Always remember, if you are writing the queries on regular basis, make sure the total amount spell mismatch in order is that. Oh, that's why I'm most of the time try to, yeah. Okay, yeah, ignore that. We are not even using that total amount field. We mainly require this customer ID, and we are okay with the customer ID. Yeah, thank you, Hema. Yeah, that's why mainly. How did you auto add? Sorry, auto add. It's okay. So here we mainly have to have 4 parameters mainly required. This dollar, from, local field, foreign field, and adds. Okay. So from means we are doing the aggregation on the orders collection. Okay, where the customer ID is the foreign key. Okay. So I will type and then explain after doing the proper indentation, because here it will confuse. Customers data we have created, local field required, and customer ID C is small, customer I capital. Okay, if I made any typo mistake, it will not work. Foreign EIGN, foreign field and in actual customer, it's a underscore ID field. So that's why here we are adding the underscore ID. Local field, order collection local field is this customer ID. That's why it's customer ID. From means where we have to look up in customers table, customers collection. This customer ID is the local for these orders. That's why it's a local field. Foreign field is in customer collection. It's underscore ID. Okay. And as we can give like whatever is the after join, the name we have to given. So that we can give anything like customer info or something. Okay, again typo. Info. Okay. Hope this will work. Yeah. Okay. So if you see, let me indent this. So I will explain that. Copied from here. Going to the orders aggregation text. Okay, stages and come back to, okay. So it's properly indented. So if you see this dollar lookup means we have to, this is actually an operation to combine the order data with customers information. Okay. So we are in the order collection now. Okay. So here we have used db.order and aggregate. So same order aggregation we are in. Okay. Lookup where we have to look up from customers. Okay. So this is a target collection. So from it is taking the target collection. Local fields, what is the field in the order collection? If we check, it's a customer ID 101. Okay. And that is a foreign field in customer ID is a local field. And what is the foreign field? Means in customer collection, where this ID will match. This ID will match with underscore ID. Okay. If you see this, we have forcefully inserted by our own ID. It's a 101. and 102, and it's a underscore ID field in customers collection. Okay, so the foreign field is this customers field, which is underscore ID. And as customer info, we have to club that data and show it as a customer info. So if you see here, we have clubbed this and it will show as a customer info data. Like, okay, this is the order ID. Okay. And order number, customer ID, total amount. And see this typo also come up because the other fields we are not taking care. It's actually merging the two things. Here the amount is different and here amount is, so other fields it's not checking because it's a NoSQL one. Okay, it just merged the two collections date document with that matching condition. So this order, and this way we have pull out the information from other collection using the dollar lookup. So it's a we are giving just a name to the join data. So complete customer information is here. If we have the other fields as also, those are also come under this. Okay. Clear the lookup and each and every field. I will share the insertion query and all those. Give me a moment. Okay, I will correct the typo here. And I will insert many. First I inserted the customers section. So this is the customer I have shared. Order. Total amount. I have corrected that, the mistake. And thanks to Hema letting me know that I have done some typo mistake. Okay, aggregate lookup I will give it from here. So with indentation you are able to understand at least the field and all that information. You know, it's join like in SQL. Correct. Like joining the two table basis on the primary key, foreign key. So here the underscore ID is the primary key in the customer. Not getting the output. Someone share the code share again. Yeah, 1 second. I will share the code share again. This is the code share, and why not getting the output? Let me execute it again. Or let me delete this 1 second. Orders, drop collection. So I will execute the same command which I have given to you, customers. Drop customers. And copied the customers again. It's inserted the two customer. I copied the orders. Orders also created. I will copy the lookup which I have shared. It is giving me the output. I just copy paste all the things again. Means mainly this is not a good practice to join and pull out the data from the MongoDB. It's a bad practice. But yeah, there is a way. In such cases, if you don't want to merge the particular small number of information in millions of records, then better to keep that separate. Okay. And even if you need particular information in multiple collections. So better to keep that separate collection. That's why they provided this option for the lookup. But yeah, if you see over here, it does not have the matching fields. You see over here, we done the typo here, the amount where in orders I did the typo here, but it does not care about that things. Okay, so but in the SQL, if if that field is not exist, okay, even if I change this order customer ID to something else like 501, okay, it is not giving me any error. Okay, the 501 is not exist in the customers collection, right? So if you see, it's not a directly binded to the customer collection, but yeah, if there is a matching condition, it definitely pull out that information. That's why there is no direct relationship, but we are creating the relation on basis of some field. Okay, this is the matching field, and on that basis, okay, return me the data of that collection. So pipeline consists many different stages, and each stage helps in transforming the document as they pass through the pipeline. Like stage 1 is completed, it will pass through the stage 1, it will filter out the data, and whatever is the filter output, it is giving the input to the second stage. Same, it's actually mentioning it is not necessary for the pipeline stage to produce the one output document for every input document, as some stages may generate the new document or filter out documents. Like we have seen, okay, in the first stage we have given the match condition. Okay, I want the customer with the Leo, so it given us particular documents. Or city Ajmer, we have seen that time it's written some 4,000 some documents it's written. But if we give it to the count stage, it just give the single result, the total count. It is not giving all the documents or anything. Okay, so it's a new result it's generated. Or if we want to club, we have one aggregation query we have seen, like group by. So we group by with the city, and it's giving the count. We did the sum there with 1 or with 10. That way it's incrementing. So sum 1 we have provided. Okay, if it get the another document, it will add 1. If we provide the 10 there, if it get the another document, it will add 10 in the sum. Okay, so that way we have seen it is generated the documents by grouping the cities. Like Ajmer has 4,000, Mumbai has 4,000 something, Allahabad 2,000 something. That way it's generated the multiple documents. We provided it 200k documents, but it generated something 100k 100 document by grouping all those city information. So that does not mean it will generate one single document or multiple document. It will either reduce the document. Okay, so it filtering every stage, it's transforming the document data, and once it's past that stage, the transformation of on that particular input is happened. Okay, so these are the pipeline stages we are mainly performing while doing the aggregation. Like GeoNear for the Ola, Uber, or the Google Map, where we will see the nearby places or nearby cab. You can see using the GeoNear group. We are doing the grouping like city by customer. We can do the grouping of the things either by person, either by city. So what things you want to group, you can do the grouping on that. Limit, we will restrict how much data, how much document we want in the return. If there are 1,000 documents, but we only interested in first 10 documents, we'll give the limit 10. If we interested in first 500 document, we will give the limit 500. Then it will only return the first 500 document. Match is it's a equal condition or matching condition, you can say. Okay, I want city as Ajmer, customer as Leo. These are my matching condition. On that basis, it will filter out the data. $out, we have seen to create the new collection. So whatever the matching condition, we seen like, okay, for Ajmer city, create the another collection. So it created the another collection for that matching condition. Okay, we have seen this out with the item product ID 8 and product ID 10. We have seen the examples, and those queries are already shared with you as well. So it created the collections. Dollar project, in dollar project, like in SQL side, we are writing, okay, select star. If we write the select star from table, it will give us all columns, correct? But here, if we have to, there also we have to mention, okay, I just want the, okay, customer ID or the customer city, email, that kind of information I want. So you can specifically mention, okay, instead of select star, you are mentioning, okay, select only customer ID, email, and order detail. Whatever the columns you want, you are mentioning there. Similar way, you are also mentioning in the project, like, okay, I don't want the underscore ID field, so I am giving underscore ID colon 0. So it will not return in the result the underscore ID field, but it will return the other fields. Okay, I don't want the customer ID, so I will add customer ID colon 0. So it will not, in the result, it will not return the customer ID. If I just if you have the 10 fields, okay, in your document, if you have the 10 fields, but you don't want the particular 2 fields, okay, so you just have to mention those 2 fields name there and put the 0 instead of putting the 8 field with uh, one flag. You just need to mention the 2 fields with the 0 flag. Okay, so it will not give in the result those 2 fields, but other 8 field you will get it in return. Okay, but don't do this like it will work like, okay, you given all the 10 fields name with 0 and flag combination, it will work, but yeah, it's a bad practice. Only mention whatever you want, or only mention what you don't want with 0 or 1 flag. Redact also we have seen, it helps to reshaping or restrict the content, like access, only show the particular orders, Amazon orders, like Abhinav able to see Abhinav order, Hema will see Hema's order only. So it will restrict the on the basis of the condition. So we have seen redact, there is a if then else conditions, and there we have seen in then descend and the prune in else condition. So it will gives the instruction like, okay, continue it or exclude that document or sub document if the condition is matching or not matching, depend on that is going into the then or else condition, else part of the if condition. Okay, so that is a redact. Skip, if you have the 10 documents in a result, but you are interested in the last 5, so you will add the skip 5. So skip 5 will skip the first 5 documents and it will return the from 6 to 10 it will return. Okay, and if you have the 1000 document but you skip 5, so it will return the next 995 by skipping the first 5. Okay, sort, we are doing the sort by okay, sort example we have to see. That was not worked, correct? So we will see the sort one. Give me a moment. Okay, we'll see one of the sort example with the aggregate where it's okay. So we'll just check with the specific sort field, sort by something. Let's see, We'll take one field, order collection. Okay, so yeah, it is worked. So first we done the group by things, okay, and then we have applied the sort on this. So customer wise we are done the total of the order sum. So Zoe has 1957 orders. This is the descending order, that's why it's giving in descending order. So what was the problem earlier? We all earlier also try the similar query, but ascending order. Let's check that. Sorting also we have seen. Unwind also seen. Unwind we have seen the example of the Apple mobile. We created the separate product collection. In that we have added the Apple mobile with the 3 color, red, blue, something third color, I forget the name. Yeah, forget the color. So 3 colors. So unwind, it's actually separated that array fields from the input document to the output document. For each element, it is for red, it is split, take the information of complete document with the red color. For blue, it will take all the information, same document. So it is actually array of each output document here get replaced by an element value. Okay. So instead of array, it is replaced with the single value. That is the unwind. So aggregation framework is a pipeline for data aggregation model on the concept of data processing pipeline. Document that enter multi-stage pipeline get transformed into some aggregate result. The same I already mentioned, it is going from multiple stages and the document get transformed and the aggregate result you are getting after that all the stages are completed. Yeah, this is just a theory, like the pipeline consists of some stages and each stage transform the document as they pass through. So match, they transform the document, it given input to the project stage giving it input to the lookup stage given it to the group. This is just an example purpose, taken some operation. Yeah, and at the beginning of the collection, it's the original collection, like 200K documents we have in the collection. Then after applying the matching condition, filter out the document that don't contain that match item. So if we start with the match with the customer Leo, it will return 4,000 documents. So 200K, we reduce the documents to 4,000. So 4,000 is input to this project stage, can reshape the document by either adding the new field or removing the existing field. So project step mention, okay, I just want the customer and the city information in the projection. So it will give the customer and the city with the 1 1 flag, customer and the city. So it will not give the order item and other information underscore ID we are passing as underscore ID 0. So it will hide that. So it will also again filtering that information. Lookup stage perform the left outer join so that it can create a new document which contain that lookup. We have seen the separate example. We don't have the this collection. And then grouping, then on top of that, if we do the grouping, it will again group the documents based on some specific criteria. Okay. Yeah. So if you see here, this is the array field. Okay. So whatever is the matching condition, if the customer table contain multiple with matching that field underscore ID, if there are multiple 101 customers, ID is unique, I know that. But if we choose any another field which is not unique and it is also available in another customer, it will give appending that information here by comma separated value. Okay, so that's why it's an array field. And same it's mentioning here, like adds a new array field whose elements are the matching documents from the joined collection. Okay. Or if we do the reverse join, like customer collection to the order collection. So one customer has multiple orders, right? So if that is the matching condition, then in that case, it has the multiple order array list items in that array. We'll pass these reshaped document to a next stage. So whatever is the collection is created, it's passing to the next stage. Okay. So this is a syntax I already mentioned: from, local field, foreign field, as embedded. Okay. Left collection, right collection. It will confuse if we go with this description because it's specific to this example, left and right collection. Here we have actually the right collection is our customer and this is left collection is our order. So that way we have seen the example. So if we read this, it will confuse us. If we go reading by like order is the collection on which the aggregation is being performed and is the left collection in the join, and from identifies the collection that it will join with the customer collection. So that way if we go, then it is understandable. But through our example, you can properly understand, right? Don't go inside in that. MapReduce is data processing model that is being used for aggregation to perform MapReduce operation. So MapReduce database command. MapReduce operation mainly consists of two phases: map stage and reduce stage. Stage, the document are processed and one or more objects are for each input document. Okay, so these are main two stages, like map stage and the reduce stage. Like in the map stage, the document are processed and one or more objects are produced for each input document. Okay, so either you have given one input, it is creating one or more objects, and the reduce stage is actually reducing the input thing. So in this stage, output of the map operation are combined. So by combining, like we are seeing the grouping. So we have given the 200K documents, but it's reduced to the 100 documents on the basis of the city or the on the basis of the customer name. If we do this, it will reduce that. Okay, so if you want to do or store such kind of data like application logs, and you have to define certain limits. Okay, I only need the last 100 logs information. Okay, or I only need the particular size of information to be stored. That does not matter how much is the records are there, either 100, either 1000. But yeah, I don't want to exceed the 10 MB size for that particular collection. I just want to store the 10 MB of collection size. And yeah, if it's it does not require to be exceed or less, but I want 10 MB logs collection. Okay, so in that case, you can also create. Or if you want fixed data, okay, 100 document logs or 100 files only, I want the latest one. Forget about what are the earlier logs. In that case, we can use this collection. Okay, so this collection is actually a fixed size. Okay, it's also maintaining the order, like first in, first out in this manner. So if you mention like, okay, I want only 3 documents in my collection. So whenever the 4th document enter, it will remove the first document. When the 5th document enter, it will remove the 2nd document. So 3, 4, 5, only 3 documents will be there in that case. Okay. And it is automatically removing the earlier documents. If you mention, okay, my document size is only 3. Okay, and it does not allow you to delete. If you want to, okay, you have these 3 records, and if you decided, okay, I don't want the 2nd collection or the 3rd collection or 1st collection, and if you write the command for the removal of that particular things, a particular document, it will not allow you to remove that. It is removed in the order. Okay, So way it's inserted, in similar way it's removed. First in, first out. Okay, so you are not allowed to update any existing record or documents. You are not allowed to delete any document. If you want to remove the things, yeah, not like a stack. Stack is first in, last out. Correct. Queue is first in, first out. And you can also apply the indexing on that particular collection if you want. And by default underscore ID is the index field, but you can create only unique indexes and compound indexes on that capped collection. You can't use in the sharding like what we are doing in the MongoDB. Once we go through the shard section, then you will realize, okay, you can distribute the collection into multiple shard. So that capped collection you can't distribute in the shard. Okay, and this is mainly capped collection used for performance purpose because it has a fixed size. Okay, and it's fast to insert and retrieve operation because it does not allow you to update or delete functionality. Okay, and mainly it's used for log storage or data buffer kind of things. You can use that cap collection. So this is the quick intro about the cap collection. We will create one cap collection and then we will practically see the difference, what we can do with the cap collection, what we can't do. Okay, capped collection, you can give any name. If you want to give any name, you can give any name. I just for understanding purpose, I am taking the cap collection and normal collection. You can give any name to that collection. Okay, this is our name, comma separated, and these are the option values for creating collection. In that, this is required parameter capped colon true, means it's a capped collection. Okay, size, I want size, actually it's taking in the bytes. I right now just giving 100 bytes, and the max we are using for the maximum document size. Okay, so we'll see that we will take the max size as a 3. Okay, and creating this collection. Okay, if I refresh this, capped collection is created. Okay, how you are sure, okay, this is a capped collection or not? If you are new to the database and you want to check, okay, this is the capped collection or not, how you can, right now I have given the name cap collection. But if you are new for that particular database and you see multiple collection and you want to check, is it a cap collection or not? You can simply do like its cap collection like that. DB dot capped collection, and you can just check is capped. So it will give you the true. If I check the same thing with the, this is my capped collection and this is my normal collection. Okay, and what is the size we have defined here? Maximum 3 documents and 100 bytes. Okay, and this is a cap true. Okay, now we are inserting another 3 records in normal collection and capped collection. First we will see adding 2 records, and then we will see the things. So at least we have some, or add one more. Forget about adding the normal collection. We are adding the entry 4. We are removing the other 2 entries. Okay. And now we are adding here Ravi. Okay. And insert 1. Even when we are inserted with the many, that does not give any error. But yeah, I just have to inserting 1, so I have change it to the insert one. Okay, and same we are doing for the capped collection as well. Okay, because both the collection have the same number of records with the same ID with the same name. Okay, okay, now we are going and check both the collection.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career growth with the full stack developer course.
I just done the Control R. So if you see, I have these 4 records. I'm in normal collection. If I go into capped collection and reload it, I only have the 3 documents, 2, 3, 4. So 1 is missing. Why? Because 1 inserted as a first. So it's removed. This is a capped collection and we define the limit or the max size as a 3. Okay. So the document size we have defined. That's why it's removed the first entry in the cap collection. Okay. Now we want to, okay. Now they are allowing the update and delete as well in the cap collection as well. Earlier it was not allowed, but in latest version they are allowing to update and delete as well. But yeah, you can't share capped collection in sharding. Other things are same, like if we add the one more entry, it will maintain the count, whichever the maximum count you are providing, it is maintaining that count because of size. 100 bytes we have given, and that's why it's crossing the limit. That's why it's remove the second entry. Otherwise it will not. Now if we add, because we have mentioned the count of, it will maintain both the things. One is size and one is max count. So anything is exceeding, it is clearing or clearing the earlier documents and creating the space for the new document. If we insert the huge document, all the 3 entries will be removed because of the space issue. If we see, we will add one more entry. We have the collection. So I inserted the 7 record. If we go into the cap collection, other 3 are removed. Why? Because the size is exceeding. We only given the 100 bytes, and that's why to clear the size, it removed the earlier documents. But if we insert again the 3 documents in the cap collection, insert many, and we will just change the ID 8, 9. We keep it 3 as it is. 893 we have inserted. If we just refresh that, 893 is there. So depend on to the size of the document, it's checked in the background. Okay, this size is and the limit of the documents. So it has to remove 3 documents to insert that one big document, because we only given the 100 bytes. Okay, that's why it's clearing all the document. But if we insert the 2 documents, it will only remove the 2 documents. If I insert the same like 10, 11, then it will remove only 8 and 9. So there we'll see, we'll remove this last entry for the moment. So you will see 3, 10, 11 will be there. 3, 10, 11. Okay. And earlier cap collection, if you have the older version of the MongoDB, like 4 or something, then there you can check it is not allow you to update or delete the documents. But in this upgradation, they allow to delete and update as well. Will it remove completely or move to history? Yeah, it's removing completely. It's removing completely. So what happened in earlier cases, if I want to remove anything, either I have to drop the collection and create the new one, or drop the complete collection. If I want to delete any particular things or want to update something in the log, I have to do the insertion of the new records or new document. But here they given that provision, you can update or delete an existing collection as well, cap collection as well. But earlier that was not the case. Yeah, we can also see how we can convert this normal collection to a cap collection. If you see now, if we insert the same records in the normal collection, if I update this in normal collection, 1 second. So if you see in normal collection 127, okay, I will add the latest entries as well. So normal collection does not have any limitations. Okay, it's adding the entries. But if we want to convert the existing collection into a capped collection, how we can do that? Like you already have the log data, but it's crossing some limit, like 10 GB it is already covered, but you want to convert that existing into the, without changing anything, you want to convert that normal collection to the capped collection. How you will do that? So there is a way to do that, and you can do that using a db.run command. We deleted in normal collection, but yeah, there is no point now in this deletion because they are allowing delete and as well as update as well on the cap collection. Find, we have seen after deletion it is not able to find that. Update, we have seen it is updating. So that is also, I think I need to then update the PPT as well as per the new version. Insert one, we inserted and we have seen it is removing the earlier entries after inserting. Okay. Forget about this entry. This is wrong entry for ID is mismatch. ID is duplicate here. If you insert the big entry, it will remove the other entries because of the size limitation. If we insert the similar size of documents, then it will, or the small documents, and space is not the concern, then it will go by the document size wise. We also inserted the things in the normal collection as well. So we have seen normal collection adding the things one after another. It is not clearing any documents. Okay. Now we are seeing the run command, how to convert the normal collection to the, first I will show you db dot normal collection is capped or not. So it is saying it's not capped. It's giving you the false. Okay. And now we are converting into capped collection, and we are also putting the limits. So it will clearing the things as well. Okay. Convert to cap, it is actually the word you need to pass exactly. Okay. So through this word, it is actually converting to the capped collection, and you need to provide input as a convert to cap. Which collection you want to convert to cap? Normal collection. So you have to give the name normal collection. Syntactically, the name is case sensitive, so make sure the C is capital, then pass the C capital. If it's small, pass the small. Otherwise, it is not able to convert the collection which you want if there is a typo or lower or upper case is not matching. I'm also giving the same size here, okay, and max size is also I am giving 4. I am giving here, okay, so we can easily see it is converted or not. Okay means this command is run command is executed successfully, and if we execute the earlier command again, you can see earlier it's giving the false, but now it's giving the true. It's a capped collection now. And if we come and see here, there are 6 documents. Okay, now I just refresh it. There are only 2 documents. Why 2 documents? Because the 7 document which we have inserted has a bigger size, so it can't keep the 3 documents. That's why it's removed that, but it will take the next one-liner document. So if I just insert one db dot, size of the document is small. If I insert the big document again, it will start removing the earlier documents. If I just insert it again by just changing the ID, it will remove the earlier record. So if you see 10, 11, 5 is here, I just refresh it, 11, 5, 6, 10 is removed. Okay, so the normal collection we can also convert, and we can also create from the scratch the capped collection. Okay, so if you just want to keep the log of last 100 logs documents you want, you can use this. Or you can want, okay, only this much of data is size of data buffered, then you can give that particular size, and the max count of the document you can give like how is the average size of document you have, so give as per that way. So whichever is exceeding either the size of the document or the size of the total size of that documents, then and only then it will start removing those things. Okay, Sumitra, you can't find the document removed because it's removed, it's permanently removed from that collection, so you are not able to find that. And it's like the log history. Okay, you are not interested in the earlier logs. You are only interested in, okay, what's going on and what's the logs of my application. You're only interested in latest logs, right? Even if you keep the collection like for the 7 days, and if you know that, okay, 7 days daily, my application is producing 1000 logs, and you give the size max 7000, and limit like one log file size is something 2 KB, 3 KB, the document size, then in that way you can give the size. And if you know that, okay, 7000 is daily 1000 logs are generating, and 7000 I want to store, but you are not interested in that case the 8th day ago log or 10th day ago log. Okay, so that's why we are using this. Why this is a fast? Because it's stick with the particular size. We can apply the indexes on this as well. If you see here, it automatically created on the underscore ID index. Even we can create the index in this. If we want to create the index on the capped collection, capped collection dot create index on the name field with ascending order. So it's creating the index. See, index is also created on the name field. If we want to create the index on the compound index, if you want, then we can pass, we can also create the compound index. So we created here the compound index. Okay, so total 3 indexes. I just have to reload 3 indexes. So we can also add the indexes on this collection, capped collection. either compound, either regular index. Okay, single field index or the compound index. Unique index is by default created in every collection. Okay, and Sumitra, you got the answer, right? You can't find the, okay, so this is the capped collection and mainly used for logging or to buffering the data, particular data, but you can't distribute this into the shard. If you have the multiple shard, once we go the sharding, then you will get the idea what is shard, like we are distributing or splitting the data in the shard, how it is distributed and how shard is working. We'll see those things in upcoming sessions, but not today. So once you get that, you will get to know, okay, a cap collection you can't use there. Only normal collection you want to, you can use there. Okay. No, it will not create Priya in that case. Or at least I have not checked that case. Let's check that case. We'll reduce the, create the collection for 10 bytes. Okay. And then we'll check. Good question. We'll check that immediately. Even I have not tried that. The size is, document size is greater than that, or what will happen. Okay. So we're creating one collection, the 10 byte. And let me first save this in a text file, how actual size it is taking the document, the big one which we have. 1 second. Yeah, it will create Priya. Let's see the example, because I just save that document and it's 150 bytes. We have created the new collection with the very small size, which is a 10 byte, and done the insertion of 150 byte document in that, and it is successfully able to create that. But if even we want to add hardly a very small document, which only a 2 byte, or including ID, it is 12 byte plus 14 bytes, because this is a 12 byte object ID. Okay. So it is removing that earlier one. Is checking document size, please repeat. Yeah, what I did actually, I have copied this JSON content, okay, and store it in normal text file and save that on my machine just to check how much bytes it is taking normally, this particular document on the disk, our local machine disk, how much size it is taking. So I save that and it's giving me the 150 bytes. It's actually occupied on my local machine hard disk. So we consider this is a 150 byte document, and the size we have given in the bytes, hardly 10 bytes. So we Priya question was, can we create the large document which is exceeding this limit? So are we able to create that document or not? Yeah, so we are able to create that document, even the size is exceed, but whenever the new document come into the picture, it will immediately remove the bigger one. Okay. Because it's already crossed that size. And to store the new document, it requires the size which is already crossed. So it is first clearing the earlier documents. Okay, so we are moving towards the theory part. My bad, actually, how suddenly the button is pressed. Okay, so capped collection, as I mentioned, we can apply the size limit, document size, as well as the collection size we can put there. Okay. And this collection is a fixed size and it's removing the documents as first in, first out order. The same theory it's mentioned by Circular. It means that when the fixed size allocated to the collection has come to its end, means whenever the collection reach to the end of the size or the count, in that case, it will start deleting the oldest document in the collection without providing any clear commands. Means it is not giving you any hint or idea or anything or any message. Okay, it's removed the 5 documents because you are inserting the new 5 documents, or you are inserting a big documents. That's why it's clearing all the documents from the collection. It is not giving you that kind of instruction. That is a small thing. And yeah, the slide is already updated. We can also, for the high performance purpose, we are using this capped collection. Okay. And we can do this operation, create, read, delete operations. So benefit is you can fix the size of that collection. So if you have the limited size on the MongoDB server and you want to fix size for these logs or anything, if your logs are come into the use size and you only want to keep 1 day, 2 day logs, and you know that, okay, in 2 days, I have getting 1000 logs per day. So 2 days, 2000 logs, I have to only store, others automatically delete. So in that case, we can use this. Or also we can use the time base, but in case your application is stopped, so you are you have noticed in 3rd day, then that time the time base things, if you have created the things we have learned in the earlier sections, okay, time base command, if we set up, then it will automatically remove. If we cross that time, it is removing that documents as per the size, if it's crossed that size. And if your logs has the size, and if you mention, okay, after 2 days cross, this document should be removed. And if you are aware, okay, 3rd day, okay, my application was stopped, but there you will not get any logs, those will be removed. But this is helpful. Even your application is stopped, you will get to know last 2000 logs. Even its application is not working, it will keep the last 2000 documents as it is. So that is the benefit, and it is faster compared to the normal collection. We have seen how we can create the capped collection. This is the name, db.create collection. It's a normal syntax to create any collection. The first name is the collection name. We can give any collection name here. We have seen the capped collection in the slide, capped lock collection 1. You can give any name. Capped is the word through that it is get to know, okay, this is the capped collection. Size in the bytes. Okay. And max, we also seen the max one. Yeah, the max argument for the maximum document, how much documents you want to store. Even the size is there, but you don't want more than 1000 documents in that collection, then it will remove. Any one of the limit is crossed, it will start deleting the documents. Okay. And we also seen is capped. Through that is capped, we can check it's a capped collection or not. We also seen how we can change the normal collection to the capped collection. We converted our normal collection to using this db.run command. We converted to the capped collection. We also check the same things for our collection, normal collection. Okay. So these are the advantages of the capped collection. Only allow updates that fit the original document size, which ensures a document does not change its location on disk. Useful for keeping log files. As I already mentioned, log or the buffer files you can keep there. Queries do not need an index to return document in insertion order, due to which it provide higher insertion throughput. Okay, so these are the 3 main advantages of the capped collection. So there is some restrictions also in capped collection. If the update result is being increased in the document size, then it restrict the updates to the document. Okay, let's check that. Let's check that this part. We have not seen that. Okay, now we have inserted this small one, and now we want to update this one. Okay, db dot test camp size dot update 1, and what we have to update first criteria, okay, circular bracket, then condition is a :7, and what I need to set, comma, $set colon, and we are giving the documents. 1 second. So I have copied that 7 things. I'm adding this information there. Okay. Update 1, it modified count 1 inserted, acknowledge true. So it's modifying actually. So if I want to find the same, one second, immediately we will refresh and check that part. Yeah, it's updating. So they changed the multiple things. In the capped collection, if the update result is being increased in the document size, then it restrict the updates to the document. So this statement is false now. Want to update any capped collection, then you have to make use of indexes, create index so that these update operation do not need a collection scan. That is fine. You can't delete the document from the capped collection that we already checked. It's allowed now. So this restriction actually removed. So I will remove these 2 slides from this while sharing with you guys. I will remove these 2 slides because these are now changed. Okay. Now we are looking into the GridFS. First, we will download one thing. For this GridFS, we need the download, and then we will check this how it is functioning, and then we will go to the theory part. Is it okay if we take the okay, first we will start the downloading and then we will take the break. Okay. Give me a moment. I'll share the link for the download. And make sure you have something on your machine like bigger size image or something which is more than 16 MB, or download it from the anywhere through the internet or any location. One image you need to download which is crossing the 16 MB limit, or give me a moment, I will share the link for that as well. So this is the link through which you need to download. I will give the queries and link as well. I also shared the link on the code share as well and chat as well. So you can go there first, and then you can see all the machines are there. For Mac OS, you can go on to the installing on Mac. For Linux OS, go on to the Linux. I'm on Windows machine, so I have go into the installing on Windows and click on here, MongoDB Download Center. It will automatically scroll to that location. If you directly land onto the download section, then it's hard to you find because there are multiple things. And here you can select the version, latest version, whichever there, platform. Okay. Or even if you are on the same page, Windows, you can change the version from here, like Ubuntu, Red Hat, Mac OS, whatever the version you have, you can select that and download the zip file. Start downloading the zip file. Okay, clear to everyone? Go to the link which I have shared. In that, scroll little down, we'll see. Okay, so as I mentioned, if you want to store the large files such as images, audio files, video files, etc., anything if you want to store in the MongoDB, then there is a restriction of 16 MB. Okay, MongoDB does not allow the document size which is exceeding the 16 MB. It does not allow you to store that document. Okay, so in that case, you need to split that document into multiple chunk files. Okay, so manually it's hard to you if you have one image, it's hard for you to cut that image and split that into a chunk size and then store it into the MongoDB. So this is the way actually provided, GridFS, through which we can do the store the big size images, audio files and video files in the MongoDB. Okay, mainly the default chunk size is 255 KB. Okay, and it's actually creating the two collections. Okay, one is whatever the collection, whatever the database actually you are using, dot files, and the chunks, dot chunks, to store the file metadata and the chunks. Okay, so one files actually is a collection of actual data, and it contains the parent ID and all those things. We'll see one after another, or how it is storing the things and all those. Good to know that. We'll go in detail like how it is doing the things. So once we downloaded the things, we have the location. Okay, so if you done with the download, you have to extract that zip file. I have extracted. I also downloaded that same zip for the Windows, and I'm extracting that. Okay, and after extracting, you have to go into the program files. Once again, I will show you step by step all the things. After extraction, this folder is created. Okay, on my download or anywhere, if you done the extraction, go inside in that bin folder, or better you can copy the complete folder. 1 second. So this is the folder after extracting. Okay, on my local machine, I've copied the complete folder. Okay, 3 dones are there. Okay, so in the right click there and open in terminal. Right click on the same location and click on open in terminal. Sorry, not here. Go inside that extracted folder. Go inside the bin. So you have to go in that folder and bin location, and there these files you can see. Mainly we are interested in mongofiles.exe. I'm sharing one image with you which is more than 16 MB. I'm sharing. I don't get any link to share it, so I will share through the chat window. I have shared through the chat window. It will take time to upload first, and you guys need to download that. First, I have tried to search any image online which gives a 25 MB size, but not found that, so we'll go with this files. You guys are able to see or download the file. Okay, last step is go inside that extracted folder. Once you paste onto the bin location, we have installed the Mongo version 7. That's why I'm in 7.0 in that bin. In that paste that folder. After pasting that folder, you will see this. Double click on it. Go inside the bin folder, and then you are able to see these files. Just right click and open in terminal, and also download this file. Okay, I'm renaming this file just to short name, sunrise.jpg. Okay, also copy that file onto the same location. Zip I have shared, sorry, the JPG file I have shared. So the JPG file I have shared, you can download that. rename it to the short name or keep the name as it is, no problem. But copy that file in the same location, that bin folder. Not getting option to open in terminal. Okay, no worries, Savita. You can open the command prompt by CMD. You can type the CMD. Open the command prompt and go to that location by doing the CD and path and all those things. So I have this path. I just copied that, and this is the normal command prompt. And go there. Okay. Or you can directly click onto the this tab and directly type the CMD and hit enter. You can also directly go in that location. Any option you can. There are three ways you can open the terminal on the same location. Directly click onto the address bar and type the CMD and hit enter. It will open the terminal on that location. Okay. Or through CD command, you can reach to that folder. Okay. Also copy the JPG file, and if you see, the size of this file is 17 MB. It's a default ID because we have not passed any ID while making the chunks. So MongoDB created this 12-byte ID. Okay. So this is the ID created by MongoDB. Okay. Unique ID for that this chunk. So this one document is a one chunk you can consider. Okay. This file ID, it's a if you see this files ID, it's a unique ID that associated with the particular file in FS files. So if you see this ID, C2B4 last and 653 at the beginning, and go to the this 653 at the beginning and C2B4 at the start. So this is the ID. So this is the ID. If you see, this ID is common in all the files. Why common? Because we uploaded the JPG files, which actually split into the multiple chunks document or the chunk files. Okay. And this chunk is for which file? So that's why this is the parent file. So it will refer to this FS files, this ID C2B4. Okay. And this N is the sequence number of the chunk within the file. So the chunks are ordered by this field to reassemble the complete file, and it start with the 0. Okay. If you go at the end, one second. See, all the chunks, are in sequence 60, 61, and 71 is the 70 is the last one because it starts from the 0. So total 71 files are the chunk files we created. We split that 17 MB files into this 71 chunk files. Okay. And we stored that. So, and this data is the binary data of the chunk itself. Either if you uploaded the MP3 file, MP4 file, audio file, video file, or image file, it's creating the binary data. Okay. Base 64. So it is stored in that manner. And whenever you want that in the club, so it is clubbing that information. Okay. But that part we are not seeing today. Okay. We are just seeing how we can store that things in the in the MongoDB, the bigger files, which is greater than 16 MB. That's why I have shared the file, which is a 17 MB file. Okay. So ID, I mentioned default ID created by the MongoDB. File ID, it's a parent ID, or you can say the through this you can check the FS files and you can get to know, okay, Okay, this is the matching ID. And what is the file name? Sunrise.jpg we have uploaded. So all the files related to this ID, those are linked with that sunrise.jpg file. Okay. And this is a sequence. So this is the first file, this is second, third. So N is the sequence and total 71 files. So last is 70. Number 70 is the last file. So last file, we can't guarantee it will be the same size as the chunk size. Okay. So the last file size is vary, but the other files, if you check the size of the other files, it is a same. Okay. And this is a data is a binary data. Now let's go to the FS files. So same, this ID is generated by the MongoDB side, but the same ID it's referred into the chunks. The length, the total document length in the bytes. This is the size you can say, and length of the file. So 17 MB files, actually, if we convert that into the byte, this is the byte size it's actually come up with. Okay. And the chunk size is the this one chunk size. This one chunk size, it's actually here. Okay. Uploaded date, it's showing the today's date, at what time it's uploaded. File name, what is the file name, which file we have uploaded. And if you want to pass any extra information, you can also pass that with the metadata, but we have not passed anything with that file. So that's why that is a empty. So these are the things related to the, you can try with any files with the same command. Okay. Metadata, as I mentioned, we can pass the sub document where you can store the custom metadata about the file. Like this file is related to for what and all those things if you want to store, but this is the optional one. So that's why we have not seen that part. Our chunks and documents are same. Yeah, so if you see, these are the 71 documents you can say in short. Because anyways, it's come under this collection. But we have used the okay. So how it is generated, generating 71 docs for this file. So by default, it's taking the 255 KB size. Okay. And on that basis, it is decided, okay, I have to split with this size. It is not decided by our side. We can also provide the chunk size if we want the particular chunk size. Okay, 5 MB chunk size and all those. But by default, it is taking the 255 KB as a chunk size. And that's why it's split into the 70. It's decided by the GridFS. And if you divide the this total byte with this, I think it will come to the 71. Let's check. 17 point something. So the last file size, I already mentioned the last file size is vary. It's not the same size as chunk size, because once you are done with the other things, like 70 file already covered that much, so remaining part only in the last file. Okay, which purpose we are using this? So MongoDB has limitation of 16 MB, and if you want to store any JPG or any photo or any video, in that case, how you can store that in the MongoDB side? So that part I actually shown here through the GridFS, we can achieve that. So that purpose we are using this GridFS to store the large number of files in the MongoDB. So mainly you can store the large number of files in the binary data format in MongoDB side, and whenever you want it, you can load one after another and represent that particular video, or yeah, through the ID you can do that. See, if you have this ID, correct? So with this ID you can delete that. The normal command you can use for deletion in both the collection. So if okay, let's see the deletion part as well. If you are confused, or so, we know our normal delete command. So let's consider I am in tb.fs.files. Let's actually show. So this is my collection. .files dot delete one, and what I want to delete, I want to delete that particular underscore ID object. And same thing, now we have to remove its chunks. Okay, how we can remove those chunks? Well, we know that this is the common for that particular ID. So what we can do here, we'll do again db dot fs chunks dot delete. It's deleted all at a one time. If you give the object ID for one chunk file, then it will delete that only one particular chunk, Smriti. But if we go with the actual mapping through which we can map that chunk to particular file, that way every file parent is same, or the file ID is same for that particular file. Because that photo, whatever the chunks it's created, the file ID for that all the chunks is same. Okay, and same we can use for deletion. So we are not think, okay, how many chunks it's created, and how is the size of that chunk, and all the chunks are removed or not. Better we can use that ID for the deletion. So it is clearing that all the files. So here we just pass that file ID to clear all the chunks, and file is only one file which we deleted with the underscore ID field. So we will go through the theory part. You can also upload any MP3 or the MP4 files, whichever you want. Okay, and as I mentioned, ID is the ID length, the length of the size, file length, chunk size 255 KB is the default one, date when the file is uploaded, the name of the file, and the metadata if you passed anything. And the application, these things, driver and client libraries, we are seeing tomorrow. So what we are doing, we are creating the simple application. Okay, I will show you quickly what we are planning to create. Okay, so we are creating the application like this, CRUD application. If we click on the create new user, it will take two fields, name and email. If we add the details, it will edit also. If we delete that, it will remove that entry. Okay, and all the things we will also check onto the MongoDB side. So you check that these things. Okay, now open the command prompt, or if you already have the open this one, go to the particular folder. I want to go into the download folder. So I have to go there, and there I want to create the directory, make directory for node applications. So I'm creating node MongoDB CRUD app. Okay, node MongoDB CRUD app I want to create. So I hit enter. So my directory created there. My empty directory is created there on the, now the folder is empty. Okay, so I will go inside in that cd node MongoDB CRUD app. Okay, I go inside that using the cd command. Make directory, created the directory, cd go inside that directory, and there we will type, still my directory is empty. Okay, then there we will type npm node package manager initialize -y. So it's created the package JSON file. Yeah, if you are okay with the Visual Studio Code, you can create using the Visual Studio Code. But I consider no one has any applications. I also have Visual Studio, Sublime, Visual Studio Code, all the applications I have. But yeah, here is the commands. If you want to use any editor, you can go with that. Otherwise, if you don't have any editor, we can go through this command prompt, normal command prompt I'm using. So no one will face any challenges. This command which we executed, npm init-y, is a shortcut for initializing a new Node.js project with default setting, or you can say without require you to manually provide the input for each configuration option. It's useful for quickly setting up a new project when you don't need to customize every aspect of your project JSON file. So mainly if you see that in the folder, only project JSON file is created and it contains this information. It's the command line scripts that you can run using the npm run and the script name in your keywords. We are not passing any array codes. By default, it's empty. Okay. If you want to pass the authors and the license information, you can pass that. And this ISC, it's added as a license. It's a open source license. Okay. So the basic part we need for the Node.js project is package JSON file. It defines the project metadata and its dependencies. And through the package JSON file, we can understand the what are the dependencies and what's the actual application. We can easily understand through this package.json file. So everyone done with this? Now we have to install the npm package for Mongoose. So for that, you have to write npm node package manager install Express. It's a Express is actually a popular web application framework for Node.js, and it simplifies the process mainly to building a web application and APIs. And it's also handle the HTTP request and response. It's mainly a middleware we are setting up using this. Mongoose is actually a object data modeling library for MongoDB. Okay, so we are using this Mongoose library. So through this Mongoose, we are interacting with MongoDB database from Node.js application. So for that, we need this Mongoose, okay, and EJS space EJS. So it's a embedded JavaScript. You can embed the JavaScript in your HTML template. And mainly we are using it's in the Node.js application to render the dynamic HTML content. So instead of the static HTML page, if we create the EJS files, then it will dynamically, we can add the dynamic content inside in it. Like I have shown to you, adding the form I have shown, create user. After adding, after create click, it's immediately redirect to the main page and you are able to see the latest entry will be reflecting there. So that is a dynamic content binding. It's not a static HTML page. It's actually pull that information from the MongoDB and bind it into the UI side, that EJS file. Okay. And 1 second, I think I have enter the 2 space bar. So after running this, it will download and install these packages and their dependencies into your Node.js project. Because we executed this command inside this folder, first we have created this as a Node.js project using this npm init-y. Okay. And through this, we have installed the things. So it's mentioned 14 packages are looking for funding. Run npm fund for details. Okay. 103 package it's added. Okay. So if you check the file on that folder, see there is package.json and node modules are added there. Okay. So 103 packages it's added there. Yeah, like Vue.js, we are here using the Node.js. Okay. So till the time what we executed the 4 commands. Create a directory, shifted into that directory, create the npm project, and then install the express mongoose and EJS embedded JavaScript. Okay. Now we want to create the folder structure. So the way I'm creating the folders, you can also create in the same manner. Okay. We can create a folder views. Okay. So in that views, we are keeping the files which mainly on the front end side, we are looking the files, those we are creating. One, we will create the index.ejs file. Okay. And another is edit ejs file. Okay. So if you have any other editor, you can use to go to in that folder, create the subfolder views and create the files. If not, create in the same manner through which I am creating. So instead of taking this as a, make sure you are also enable the extension. Okay. And create the file index.ejs. So it will ask you want to change the extension. You can say yes. I want to change it to the txt to ejs file. Okay. What note? 1 second. Few members facing some problem. Got some npm notice after running this command. So you mainly got this, right? Added 103 packages and all those things. If you run the earlier command, it will show, okay, this is the package.json file created on that folder. And then if you run this, Priya, what you want to okay, folder you want it. Okay. So see, we created the folder. I created folder in download location. If you created any particular specific location on your local machine, you can go there inside that folder. This is folder I have created, node MongoDB CRUD app. If you see, make directory command. So this is my folder structure. After executing the mongoose command, other files, package log and node modules folders created there. And package.json is also updated. So earlier 3 folders are there. I created new views folder. Everyone reach here. Created the views folder. Inside that I have created index.ejs file, embedded JavaScript file. Instead of HTML, it will again ask me, you want to change the extension? I said yes. So make sure you are enable this extension. If you are not aware how you can enable, options, view, extension from the known file types. So if you want to untick this and apply, you are able to see the extensions. So if I click this and apply, for the common files it will hide. So better if you untick it and apply, then it will show you the extensions as well. Okay. In any editor or the notepad, you can open that. Okay. Or you can simply open it. We will open it in notepad. So click on these three dots. Okay. Savita, this is for you. Click on these three dots. Options. Don't have these three dots. Okay. So which Windows you are using? I'm on Windows. Even if you click on here, sorry, ignore that. If you don't have these three dots, views you are able to see. In the show, you can also see file name extensions. If you have the older version of the Windows, then you can also use this. In views tab, you can tick this file name extension. Yeah, so remove.txt. So Priyanka, at the end, remove.txt. See, you want to, sorry. This is with my extension. There is no, it's showing, if you see the type column, it's showing EJS files. So if you check Priyanka, it will show the text files in the type section. Okay. So it has to show the EJS file. Yeah. So rename it and remove that .txt. So in the DBJS files, we are creating the MongoDB database connection using the Mongoose. It will use for the connection. Okay. There we can add the user model. I am opening that again into the notepad. Okay. And we need to connect the connection there. So I will take one variable constant mongoose equal to require mongoose. Mongoose is required for this connection. Okay. So this is a simple JavaScript I'm writing. Now we will, using this mongoose variable, we will create the connection with MongoDB. Mongoose.connect. And we will go to the Compass. I will copy this URL. If you are using any other application, you can also use that. Means if you have the specific server, you can copy that URL connection string here. If you are using the username password, you also have to pass that. But for now, we are going with the local server. So that's why I'm using localhost, and this is a default port. Okay. So I directly copy the connection string from the Compass. Okay. And slash, we need to create some database there. Okay. So I will create CRUD demo. Okay. So I want the things to be created in CRUD demo is the database I want to be created there. Either it's exists there, that's also fine. If you are giving the existing database, or if not there, no problem, it will create. Okay. And we need to add two more things like URL parser. So Mongoose Connect, through that we are connecting, and we can pass the two options in that mongoose.connect method. Okay, one is use new URL parser and use unified topology. So both we are passing as a true. Okay, so this is our DB connection file. Okay, if you want, you can also create, or if you have not created, I have shared this data on the code share. It's up to you if you want to use the ES6, but most of the members, I don't think they are aware about the ES6. If they are aware, then they can also use the ES6 if you want. But I'm going with the normal JavaScript file. Okay. And we also need to create, we already created the app.js file. Okay. And in that, we also need to add the code.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career growth with the full stack developer course.
Here also we have to mention some constant variables, and we will also import the required scripts we will import here, like Express, Mongoose. We also want it here. Okay. And the DB file also we required here. So Express, I will take in Express variable require I will also take constant for app, which will use this express. So express is mainly we imported to create the express application and set up the routes. Okay. Mongo is also required here. Need the DB file, the connection file for the database connection. So that's why we created a separate file instead of writing or connecting everywhere. We'll just refer that file. Okay. And in that, index.ejs file is just a dummy file. We just given the title, body we have not, we're just giving the empty link here. Okay, create new user. Once we done with these two things, then we will check the update the index.ejs file. Okay. Right now, focus on app.js file. Okay. Then we need to define some model like what we want. So here we are mainly using the users data creating and editing and deleting. So I want to create. So we will also set up the some middleware to like express.url encode and express.json. So these two middleware will add to handle the form data and JSON data sent in HTTP request. And these things are, yeah, I will share but this is not the complete code. That's why I'm not sharing. DBJS is the complete code. That's why I have shared there. Once everything is completed, then I will share at the end. So if you want to go with the same flow, you can also, okay. If you want, at the end, I'm sharing the complete code. That not a problem, but better for now, you can understand these things. Okay. And if you possible, you can also type with me. So you will also learn some, if you have done any mistakes, forget anything, because if I give you the ready-made code, it definitely work on your machine, because I will run it here and then the same code I will zip and share with you. Okay, that definitely work at your end, but then you will not able to understand, okay, why this is used, why this is not used, what is the use of this, why this dbjs file. Okay, so you will not able to understand the things. That's why mainly I'm doing this practical thing. Otherwise, I also have the other ready applications. Through that, I can refer, copy, paste the code immediately, and in 5 minutes, your application will be ready. That's also possible, but I don't want to go in that manner. You will not learn anything in that. Just copy paste will not give you the practical knowledge. So the app we have used, so we will use the app. We created at the top, app is our express application. And even if we want to store some or use some static files, if our web application has some image or any style, if we want to use, then we can also add the express static. But here we are not using anything related to that. So I'm not adding that kind of information. The request. So the first it will launch or once hit the server, then it is landing onto the home root. So we will add the home roots first with slash, means there is a local host and the 3000 port, which is the default port. Create the get request to the root URL, render the index.ejs template. Okay. So there also we will add one variable. If there is a data, We will load that data. Okay. We'll call our user collection and find. We'll get all the data from there, and whatever is the response will render into the index.ejs file by passing that data. Okay, so whenever we get the home route, okay, it will route the URL address to index.ejs template. It will fetch, and it will also fetch the data from the MongoDB database using the user.find and pass it to the template to display the list of user. So this is the data we have passed. Here we are getting the data from the MongoDB. Okay, and we want the code for port and all those things. So constant port, I am using the 3000 here, and otherwise use that port, or if take this 3000. If the environment port is provided, then use that, otherwise take the 3000. We have not provided any environment port. If you have the environment specific ports, you can mention in the specific environment configuration files. From there it will take that instead of taking the 3000. If not provided, then it will take the 3000. And if we want to add some message inside it, we can also. Okay, so this is our app.js file. So we done the database connection, and if there is a data, it will pull that and pass that data. But right now we have not done any binding with the data. Okay, so we will just check, is it working or not? Okay, so now this is running. So two things I did here to fix this. One is process.noDeprecation true. So it will allow me to process the deprecated things as well. Okay. And if I go to the localhost and check with the port 4000 initial level code, now we will go further. Okay. And then create the things one after another. Okay. So I want to go to the edit JS. So if I click on this, link, where is the browser? Yeah, if I click on this, create new user, where it will go? It will not go anywhere, because if you see the code behind it, it's just a empty href. Okay. So first we need to redirect it to create page. So create new user. You want to create new user, right? So we'll give there the path route for create. So this is, I have added the create path we want to go. Okay. And after click on that, where it will go, that we have to define in app.js file. So first it is by default land on home screen. Now we will add the same code. So I will just copy this and paste it here. I'll mention this is as a get call create. Okay. And we want it request response. We don't have any data at this page because we are creating. Okay. And going into the edit EJS files. because we are using credit and update, or credit or create or edit. We are using the same form, which is edit EJS form. Okay. And if data is equal to null, then it will consider this is a for creation for the new user. This request came because data is null. And if there is a data, then it will edit that data, particular ID data. Okay. So this is our create call for creating the things. I will save this and go to the edit.js file. Okay, right now the edit.js file is empty. Okay, so I will create the, or you can say copy the content from here, the HTML content, basic content, and go to the edit.js files, where I will change the title depending on to the, this is a embedded JavaScript, so it will understand the JavaScript. So if the data is null, then I want it as a create user, or if there is a data, then it will give the title as a edit user. Okay, so title is decided basis on the data. If we pass the data, then it will give the title to that page edit user, otherwise it will give the title as create user, depending on data. And data, how we are passing, we're passing data here for the create null, because we are first seeing the situation for the create. Okay, we want this to show for the same. And here also we will add some h1 tag. So method, we have to use method equal to post. So whatever information we are adding in that form, we need to post that. So we'll use the method post. But we have not written any post related thing in the app.js. We will see there. Okay. And here also situation come. Okay, you are passing the data, which the data you are posting, which is for update or create. How it will know that? Okay, the post request, it will go to the, it will create the new user or update the existing one, because we are using the same form. Okay, for both the both the things, for create as well as edit or update, we are using the same thing. This is not required. Okay, so action, how we can define the action? The same way. On the basis of data, we will define the action, but action means which things we need to call. If it's if there is a data, then call it as a update. We have not written any update related part there, but we'll write there. Or update, if that is an update, then there definitely ID is required, because using that ID you can update that particular information. If there is no ID, then you will not able to edit the information. And another is create. Okay, so the post thing, after hitting this form, it will do the two things, either post it to the update update method or post it to the create method. We just write there only get method for the create, we will write there. So I will add the label part here, label typo, label name, we want tech, and the label. Okay, and I'm assuming here you are aware about the basic HTML syntaxes. This input label, okay, giving this field as a name and value as a If it's if we are passing the data, that time we need to bind the value. Otherwise, our value will be empty in the create mode. So if there is a data, okay, then we have to bind the data dot name in this field. Okay, if it's in update mode or edit mode, and if there is a no data is null, then in that case we were binding the empty. Okay. Okay. And after this, close this Angular one. And we will add some breaks here. Line break. And one more, and we'll copy this and create the same thing for the email. So label is email, text box, email, data dot email we want to bind. Okay. And then we need the one submit button. To submit this form. And there also we have to bind the value. On the basis of data. If it's a new, then we will mention there create button we want to show there. If it's a old, then we will mention the update word there on that button. So if there is a data, show me the button with update. If the data is null, then show me the button create. Okay. Percent colon. Okay, it's already there and at the end. Okay. So this form we have created now. Okay. Let's see it's working as expected or not. This is not save mode. I have saved this. I am going again in the if I want to, this application is right now running. Okay. If you see, this application is right now running and I want to stop that. So I will press the Control C. So Control C, break that. And I will again run the same application. Okay. So if I click on create, right now, if you see at the bottom, it's showing if I click this, it will redirect to /create page. See, it's come to the create user page. Name, email, and create button it's show. And the data is empty. Why empty? Because if you see the conditions for the data is null, name is also empty and data is also empty. But if there is a ID is passed, then that data will be bind here. Okay. And it will not go to the create, it will go to the update. Okay. If I add anything and click on create, it required to be post to create post method. But in app.js, we have not written any, there is only get. So we also need to write the post method in the app.js. So to create the new user, we want one more post method, app.post. Okay. What is the route? Route is same, create. Okay. So if you see the difference between these two routes, one is get and one is post. So it will understand, okay, this is a get request, then it will use this route. It will post, then it will use this route, execute this method, the post one. Okay, and we want it in asynchronous. Request / response. We'll use one word. We'll use one constant variable user equal to new user. So this new user means we are using this Mongoose model which we define at the top. So this we are using actually user, new user. Okay, and data is request.body. So in that request body, we will get this user information, because if you see on the edit.js, we have given the name and email. Okay, so on that basis, it will identify, okay, this is the name field and email field in the body, and create that user, new user. And here we will await user dot save. And after saving, where it has to go? It has to go onto the, we need to redirect it. So then and only then we will get to know, okay, this is saved, and we are redirect to the home page where we want to show the list of users which we have created. So this is a response.redirect to this page. Okay. So I have saved this, and after redirecting index.js, we need to bind that data as well. Okay. So we need to bind the data. We'll use the ULLI simple list to show that list. End of UL, and we will rotate here. We're passing the index dot, not passing actually. We want the data here. So if you see the app.js, in that on the root, we also getting the data by user.find. So the app.js, if you see here at the root, we also getting the user.find. So all the users data we are getting here and passing it to the index.ejs. So we come here, the data immediately redirect. How it redirect? So we have mentioned on the edit page, after clicking onto the index.js, we click here, create new user. So it's redirect to create page /create. By default, it's a get call. So it's check the route here, get call. Okay, sure. I will repeat the edit page. So it will get the get call here, the route. Okay, it's a get create call. So where it has to land edit.page, and their data is null. So okay, it's go with this edit page. So I am repeating the edit page. So we get the get call. That's why we enter into the get call of the create. There are two calls with the same route name. One is get call, one is post call, but the route is same. If you see, everything is same here. Only thing, it's depend which call it's getting, either it's gets or post. Okay, so get call by default it get. So it will come here, data we pass the null. So it's check, okay, data is null. So if this is a conditional statement, question mark and colon. So if the data is null, then this condition is false. So it will take this as a input. If the data, there is a data, the condition is true, then it will take this record. If data is false, then it will take after the colon. So this is if true, then it will take this. If false, then after colon, it will take that information. Okay, that way the conditional statement is working. So I use there the conditional statement. Similar way, it's showing the heading for us. Either it's edit or create. So, and through databases, we also able to understand where we have to post this information. If we want to edit the existing one, then definitely it will come with some data, and that data has some ID. Okay, and then it will bind on that basis of that ID. We'll see that update part. But for now, there is data is empty, so it will go after the colon, which is create while posting. And we have entered the information Priya in the name text box and Priya@gmail in the another text box. And after click on the submit, it's showing us the create button, depend on the data. Okay, here only that is the logic. And once we click onto the submit, the post method is called, form post method is called, and action it is taken. Oh, there is a data. No, there is no data. Data is empty. So this is the create call post. The method is post. So it hit this route. Okay. In that, what is the request.body? In that, two things are there in this body. One is name and one is email. Okay. So on that basis, it will get that information, user information. It created the variable and it's mentioned user.save. So it's save that user request.redirect. Redirect to home page. This is the slash root, means the no need to add any sub part like the create or anything. So it will again go to this route. There it will again check, okay, user.find. It will find that Priya information because it's added in the database. It's render that. So it is passing that index dot redirecting to index.js with the data. So it come here. We have mentioned there, if data is there, and it is binding the name and email by separating this dash. Okay, the dash is added here, name is here, email is here. Okay, if we again create the new user, sorry, I'm not able to pronounce this, so that's why I'm not pronouncing the name. Okay, I don't want someone name is pronounced incorrectly. So I have created this user, and if you see, this user is created. Okay, so we have seen now what we have seen, the insertion, MongoDB insertion we have seen. If we go to the Compass, okay, and 1 second. If we go to the Compass and check that, you are able to see the entry for Priya and Priya@gmail.com. This dash v, I don't know why. I think it's versioning or something. I don't know how it's coming, but we define the model only for, if you see here, Mongo's model we have defined, where only have name and email. Okay. Why it's created a dash v0, I will check and get back to you why it's creating that. I also have no idea. ID, we are not passing any ID. That's why MongoDB creating the underscore ID field automatically. Okay. And this CRUD demo.users database it's created. And how it's created, if you check our DB, we have mentioned there the CRUD demo database is created. Under that, users and 2 users are added there. Okay. So insertion part we have seen. Now we'll see the update, as well as we want to use the same form for update also. Now we have the 2 records, but we don't have the option to edit those 2 records. So we will add the edit part in our index.js page. And let's go to the index.js page. And on the same list, we will add two buttons. Ignore the styling for a moment on this form, because that is not our main goal. Our main goal is to just do the CRUD operations using the Nodejs. That is our main target. So UI is little bit, I think we are not doing any styling here mainly. So it's just a bullet list. So that's why it's showing the dots here, and it will be unsorted list. Okay. So ignore the UI part in this application creation. If you are good in the UI, in the CSS cascading style sheet, you can apply your own style. Or if you are good in the bootstrap, you can apply the bootstrap as well. Okay. Okay. Good to know that. --v is a version key always created when we first create the Mongoose. Okay. Okay. So we get the clarity on this. Thank you for this information. Okay. So we want to edit. Okay. But where it will redirect? We want the route is edit route. Okay. So it will go to the edit route, and we want to pass the item ID. Whatever is the MongoDB ID of that, we need to pass that. So we'll pass it using item dot underscore ID. So it will pass that MongoDB ID there. Okay. And as I mentioned, this percent, it understands this as a dynamic thing or the JavaScript. It's not the normal HTML. Okay. So that's why these are the EJS pages, embedded JavaScript pages, instead of normal HTML. If we use the normal HTML, it is not able to understand these things. That's why we are doing this. And edit. But we have anything written on the app.js for the edit? No. Okay. So we need to write the get call for the edit, where we are getting the ID as a input. Okay. So that is a get call. I just copy the existing get call, paste it here. We want the path as a edit. Okay. And we are getting the ID. So /: ID we are getting in that URL. This is asynchronous because we want to pull out that information also for that edit call. Okay. Going inside it, and we need the data. What data we need? We need data of that ID, because we want to edit the information now. Okay. So users dot find by ID. So you are confused. Okay. You have some questions. Okay. How we don't have the save function? So where it's come from? Okay. So that's come from this Mongoose. There is also find by ID. So it will, it contains that drivers you can mention, or the library you can mention, Mongoose library. It contains that that functions, and it's understand. Okay. In the user database, it has to find by ID. So it is going and getting that information from the database side. So request dot params dot ID. So whatever the request we are getting from that request, we want to pull this ID. So request.params.id. So here we will get the ID which we are passing. After click on that edit button, we are getting it here. Okay. And now we have the data. So instead of passing the null or assigning the null, we are just passing that data variable to edit EJS file. Okay. Let's save this and rerun our application. Control C to break existing application and then check. So see, edit button is there, and if I just scroll over on that, if you see on the bottom, it is showing me the path. Localhost 4000 edit 653 E83 B3858457. So this is the ID. So if I click onto this edit, find by ID and update. Find by ID and update we will use, but we will use in the when we click onto the update button, there we will use that. So we'll check the delete one first, and then we will go to the update part. So whenever we are clicking on that, once again, I will tell you where you're right. If we click on this update button, then we will call the app.patch or post, anything we can use here. Okay, and through that, there we will use find by ID and update. In there we can use that user.find by ID and update. But here we don't, or we just have to pull the information on the that user by ID method. Okay, we will check. Don't worry, we will check that. So app.get we will check first. App.delete. So this is also a get call, or we can also give the delete call. Here semicolon is missed. That's why it's not working. If you see here, I just added the semicolon, and that is the mistakes. Let's see now. If you we just rerun the application. What is this? Yeah, in console we are also getting that information. We click on edit multiple times. So this console, I actually checking the browser console, but yeah, this console getting that information. And now if I click rerun the application, it is successfully able to edit that information. Let's see. So we will finish that delete part, that at least it's deleting properly or not, that things we will check. And then we will come back here. All the sentences are completed correctly. There is no syntax error. Application is running. Why it's not editing? I have to figure it out. 1 second. Yeah, so delete we will check now. So if I delete this, yeah, it's delete is working. Then what's the problem with edit? You see here, edit giving the proper call. It's getting the information in the back. We added the delete. Okay, so binding information has any problem? Let's check that. Yeah, right. Here is the problem. We miss the equal sign here. Got it. This is the problem. Now we are able to see. We will just break that and rerun. And that's why delete is working, but edit is not working. So where is application? Yeah. See, the data is here. Okay. So if I just change this with the something else, the name, I will add the surname also. Okay. And if I update it, it will not do anything. Why? See, cannot post with this because we have not written the post method in the app.js file. So we'll go there and write the update. So we want the post. I will use this post method as the update call. I want the route is update, and that is coming with ID. So colon ID. Here I have getting the await dot users user dot find by ID, and here we will use that find by ID and update, which you mentioned few minutes ago. Here we want to use that because this is the actual update call which will find that record. How it will find request dot params dot id and request dot body, it needs to be update on that ID. Okay, and again redirect it to okay. So if I save this and rerun the application, last time we have seen the error there. Okay, and even in the network call you are able to see the error. So we will go back and we have added here the information, and if we just update that, see the name is updated. If we want to update the email, surname.gmail and hit enter, email is updated. Okay, if we click on delete, it will delete that record. If we again go to create new, it will go into the create new, and if we create the new one, through this edit we are updating the information. Okay, and these are the methods which we have seen here. These are provided by Mongoose. Save for insertion, find by ID to search that particular field. Okay, read, you can say the CRUD insert we have seen. This is the read, and this is read and update. So it will find that and update with the body. And this is delete, find by ID and remove that record from the MongoDB. And if you see the Compass side, earlier we have these records. If we refresh this, we remove those. So we only have the whatever is the record we have, you are able to see there. Okay. So I'm sharing this code. You can try to execute the same code on your end, and just let me know if you are facing any problems or any errors like I have faced, or if you have any doubt, let me know. Now this is a little confusion on index.js. This is the complete now index.js. I've shared on code.js, code share, and edit.js I also want to share. This is the edit.js file. I have shared app.js, Mongo. Yeah, all the 3 files, 4 files I have shared, which are mainly we created. Mainly, we're looking into the replication first. Why replication is required? Okay, so let's consider you have one node on your server. Okay, there you can create up to 50 nodes. Like if you see, this is my one of the server. Okay. And in that I have created the 1, 2, 3, 4, total 4 nodes, including the primary nodes. Okay. Total you can create up to 50 nodes. Okay. And you can map those as a primary and the secondary. Okay. So what is the use of this replication? Okay. Simple question. What is the use of this replication? Mainly, so whenever if your one of the server is go down, okay, another server will be help you in that to return the data, write the data. So your application is highly available. Okay. When your one node is down, the another will be a primary. Okay. How it is decided, like which one is primary and which one is secondary? Okay. So whenever you create first node, that is considered as a primary node as by default. Okay. And then all the other nodes you are creating, you can create as a secondary node. Okay, let's consider your primary node is go down. Okay, what will happen? If you have only one node and that node is go down, then your application is completely non-function, right? Even if you created one of the web application, it has the UI and all those things. Okay, but suddenly your database is down, your application is not able to perform the other things, like storing any information or retrieving any information from the database. So it's a loss for your customers or the client, like they are not able to use the application because you only created the one node or the one server for the MongoDB database. Okay, so here replication come into the picture. Okay, I am creating the multiple nodes, and if one is down, the other will be support in that situation. Okay, so let's consider you have one primary and one secondary. So one is go down, then secondary will be the primary. So your application will be functioning in that case. Okay, this is called we called as a mainly replication. Okay, how it works actually? Okay, I have this one primary and 3 secondary nodes. Okay, then my application communicate with which node? That is the main question. So it will communicate the write operation performed by the primary node in any case. And it has the updated data. This is the primary node. Okay, if I had done some write operation on the primary node, okay, how that is reflected onto the secondary node? First, we will check the benefit of or why we require the replication, and then we will go through the other node types and all those things. Okay.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career growth with the full stack developer course.
Okay. So one is availability. Okay. So why we need the replication? That is the main thing. Availability. What is mean by availability? So I just mentioned earlier, like if your one node is go down, okay, so your all environment will be go down if there is no another nodes available. Okay, if there is a multiple nodes available, then your application will as an orchestration Kubernetes. Yeah, correct. In similar manner, here also in the MongoDB, we are creating the replication. So it is copy the data from one node to the another node. Okay. So availability. So it is available even one node is go down. If one node fails or become unreachable, the system can continue to operate using one of the surviving nodes. Surviving nodes means these secondary nodes. Okay. This also help you to reduce the downtime and also ensure that application remains accessible to the user. Okay, so that's why here availability it's achieved. Okay, redundancy. What is redundancy? So it's actually a data redundancy. Okay, replication provides data redundancy, means whatever the data you have in the primary, that is also you will found in the secondary, all the secondary nodes. Okay, so each replica contains a copy of the data, whatever in the primary, that is keeping the copy of the data in a secondary, and this data can be used for failover of primary. Okay, also let's consider how the redundancy, this data is redundant. Okay, that is we covered, but it also help us to uh, or you can say protect us to data loss. Let's consider your application is sending some data to your MongoDB, but suddenly primaries go down. So that data, whatever is the primary, in that case, it will be right to that primary node. Instead of the first primaries go down, out of this secondary, one of the node choose as a primary. How we can, how that is choosing and all those we are seeing in the next couple of minutes. But yeah, whatever is the primary choose, so data is written there. So you can also protect data or loss of data you can save due to a hardware failures. Okay, load distribution. Let's consider if you have these multiple nodes and your application is heavily used by let's consider there are few days in the every country, like Black Day, Big Billion Days, or some site has some particular days. In that, most of the customers are buying the products online in particular hour or particular minutes. So let's consider that kind of situation is there. Okay, so you have to write that information. Okay, what are the orders you are getting through the application? Okay, but most of the products also they are reading, multiple applications are expecting the what are the products you have. So read operations are also required there. So in that case, we can distribute the write load to the primary and read load to the other secondary nodes. Okay, so secondary help you to read the data which already stored in your database in primary, and write operation we can mainly divert to the primary node. So this help to improve overall performance and responsiveness of the system. If we do that, see on the if you are just trying on the one machine, primary and secondary, then it's hard to check that load and all those things. Okay, so that's why I'm explaining the things theoretically. Okay, and to show it practically, it's really need the huge setup and all those things. So that's why we are going through the theoretically. Okay. Okay. Disaster recovery. So as I mentioned, so something is happened with the one node. You can that let's consider the you have one particular location, and in that the one server is actually completely burned, where or something is happen, physical damage is happen. So you can recover the data from the another secondary nodes because data is already replicated there. Correct. Also, yeah, the scaling too, scalability, like replication can be a part of scaling strategy. So by adding more nodes to a replica set, you can increase the capacity and throughput of the database system. Okay. And we can also know this as a horizontal scalability. Like we can handle the additional load using the or read operation using the secondary nodes to distribute data across multiple servers to handle the writes and read operations. So write mainly handled by the primary operation, primary node, and the secondary handled by the read handled by the secondary node. Okay. Okay. Reporting, backup. We also have the backup of the data. As I mentioned, if there is any damage to the primary node, physical damage, like it cannot come up or recover. Okay. So you can take the backups from the secondary nodes without affecting the primary nodes performance. That is also one thing. So disturbing the primary node, better you can take the backup through the secondary node as well. So your performance will not be go down, and every few seconds the data is backed up. How data is backed up, that we will see. Okay. And also for the fault tolerance. So as I mentioned, like fault tolerance means your application is not going down in failure situation. The another node will be take the primary node position, and it's a fault tolerance in that case. Okay, so these are the main needs why we need this replication. Okay, availability, redundancy, disaster recovery, reporting, backup, and fault tolerance. We'll see all the things, or you will understand. Let's see. Okay, so as I mentioned, you have one of the client application. There the drivers will come in between, like we have seen the Node.js drivers in last session. Okay, so using those, it is performing the write operation. So mainly every write operation is performed on primary node only. Okay, and if there is a too much load, then you can divert the load or read operation into the secondary, but write always come to the primary node. Okay, so whatever the writes you are doing onto the primary node or the operation you are performing, so for that operation log is maintained, op log. In MongoDB, you can mention it as a op log, means operational logs. So whatever the write operation you are performing onto the primary, which is creating a log history, op log or operation log, and that operation logs is actually replicated onto the secondary nodes. Okay, so let's consider if you put one or two orders here. So operation for the order 1 and order 2 will be maintained in the operation log, and the secondary nodes both will read that operation log information and perform the same operation on the secondary node. That way it is replicating the data. Okay, so and they are taking their own time to replicate the data. Okay, in fraction of second, you will not see the data is replicated. Yeah, but within a 1 minute, you can see the whatever your last write, you can easily see that in a secondary node. It's available. Okay. So that way, even if you done some kind of things like, okay, you are writing one of the product information, and after a couple of steps, you are again deleting that product information. Okay. So read, write, delete, all the operations are maintained in op log. So same should be performed on the secondary node as well. So if you already added some information in primary node, okay, and you removed that or updated that information, so same operation will be also performed, like that information added here or updated or deleted in secondary node as well. Okay. We'll also see the heartbeat. Heartbeat is mainly these two nodes are connected internally, or in the background they are connected and they are checking the things. Okay, this is secondary node is giving some response or not. If not, then it will mention, okay, this is unavailable. That way it is deciding, okay, secondary nodes are exist or working or not. So that parts through the heartbeat they are checking. In every 2 seconds it's checking the things. And it is also possible, like, okay, let's consider this is a primary node and this is secondary, but replication, it's reading this operational log as well. From both the secondary nodes are reading the operational log from the primary. But in some cases, if the primary node is heavily used, then in that case, secondary node also take the information from the another secondary node to replicate the data. Okay. So that is also the possible, and through the heartbeat, they're actually checking, okay, which one is working and which one is not. Okay. So there are also different kind of node where those are just exist, but those node does not contain any data, and we call this as the arbiter node. We'll see that. Okay. So if you see that arbiter and heartbeat, will check. So heartbeat is a replica set member send the heartbeats, or you can say the ping, to each other every 2 seconds. If the heartbeat does not return within 10 seconds, the other member mark the delinquent member as inaccessible. Okay. So these secondary are communicating in every 2 seconds. And if the response does not receive back in 10 seconds, then it marked as a inaccessible. Okay. Similarly, we'll see the arbiter. What is this arbiter? So this arbiter does not contain any information. Okay. This arbiter does not contain any information, but it has the rights to vote. What it means, rights to vote? Rights to votes means, okay, if you have the even number of nodes, okay, we'll see that cases in the, okay, I will tell you. Okay. So let's consider how it is choosing which one is primary. Let's consider this is our first primary. Okay. So when all the 3 nodes here are eligible for voting, okay, we'll see the voting and non-voting criteria also. Okay. But if the node is primary and these are the secondary, okay, so every node in the means all these 3 has the voting rights. Okay. So let's consider primary, realize it's going to be down. So it is giving a vote to this one secondary, and this secondary also vote itself. So this secondary has the 2 votes right now. Let's consider this primary decided to be go down. Okay. So before go down, it decided to give the vote to this secondary node. Okay. So it has the 1 vote from this primary, and itself it's voted. Okay. So it has total 2 votes, and the secondary voted itself with 1 vote. So 2 is greater than 1. So that's why this is decided as a primary node. Okay. What happened in the next case? We'll see here. So here is the next case. Like this is a primary. It's voted here. The 1 vote itself, it's voted as a 1 vote. But here what happened? The secondary voted itself as a 1, and plus 1, this third voted 1 to the secondary. So 2 nodes, okay, 2 nodes with the equal. So here is the tie. So there are 2 secondary nodes which has the equal voting, and the confusion is created like which one is primary in this case. Why? Because here the nodes are 4 nodes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Total 4 nodes here. Okay. But here total 3 nodes. 1, 2, and 3. So in the case of odd number, okay, voting is we can find at least the major one in the voting case. Okay, or there is at least one node has the major vote. In the case of odd number of nodes, like here nodes are second, that means can only rise to primary. What if the primary goes down? Would it any one of the secondary that will take over as a primary temporarily, or is it a permanently? So what if the previous primary node is restored? Would it restored as the primary node again? No, it is restored. Okay, I'm explaining the things. Let's consider this primaries go down, okay, for 10 minutes, okay, or you explicitly shut down one of the node for few minutes, and then you again restarted this node, okay. So first time this is decided as a primary. So this node is restored after 10 minutes. So it will come as a secondary node. It will not come as a primary node. It will that time, once it is restored, it's come to the secondary node. Primary does not change. Even the earlier primary is restored. In that case, primary is not the change. It is still there. Once this primary again decided to go down, in that case, again voting happened between this and this, and then the primary is decided. Okay, that is clear. In which case voting is required. Voting is required whenever the primary node is going to be down or crashed or anything happen with the primary node which is unavailable. In that case, voting is happened. How the primary can understand the node has to be going down? Yeah, if you execute the shutting down command, or given the some time frame, okay, after this time you can execute the shutting command. So if it's get the request of shutting down, it is giving the vote to the another. Okay. If it's sudden crash, okay, if it's sudden crash, then these two secondary nodes decide, okay, which should be the primary. Okay, in that case. So here node count is 4. Okay, and that's why ties happen. So to resolve such kind of situation, whenever the node has the even count, in that case, mainly we are adding the arbitrary node. Okay, so this is the arbiter node for the voting only. It does not have any data, and this should not be a primary. In any case, okay, one by one, all the nodes are going down. Okay, this is primary, then down, this is primary, and then down, this is primary, then down. But only the arbiter node is there, but it should not be primary. So your whole application is down in this case. Okay. So this is just for the voting purpose. It does not have the data. Okay, that's why it is not making it as a primary. So there is no use, okay, making this as a primary. It does not have any data. So it just added for the voting purpose. In sudden crash, how primary node give the voting to the secondary? In sudden crash, it is not giving you giving it to the vote. Okay, in that case, the existing node decide which one is a primary, and if there is also a case, then in that case the arbiter will be considered for the voting purpose. So maximum you can create 50 nodes, okay, in one particular location, and that 50 nodes, 7 node has the voting permission, including the primary. Okay, so 7 voting member and 43 are read-only or non-voting member, you can say. So they does not have the rights for the voting. Okay, and how we can eligible node is eligible for the voting as per the below condition. The priority in the configuration of that particular node, the priority set to the 1. Okay, and the node is primary, secondary, recovery, rollback, or arbiter role. If the node is in this state, then it is eligible for the voting. Okay, and how you can set the non-voting member. So priority 0 and votes also 0. So in the configuration, you have to set the two things. If you see here, the third members votes 0 and priority 0. Fourth votes 0, priority 0. Fifth votes 0, priority 0. So setting these two values in the configuration of that node, you are setting the that is non-voting. There are multiple secondary nodes also. Okay, so let's consider you have the multiple nodes. Okay, and yes means secondary. Okay, so all these are the secondary nodes. Okay, so this has the rights to vote, this has rights to vote, this has rights to vote. Primary also has the rights to vote. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. So these 7 has the rights to vote, but other don't have the rights to vote because priority is set to 0. Even the node is secondary, it has the data. Okay, it has the data as well. All these secondary has the data, but does not have the rights to vote because maximum total 7 nodes participate in the voting, and total 50 nodes you can create, including these arbiter and all those in one particular location, or you can say a shard. Okay, we will also see the sharding and all those part. So what happened actually, I will how the replication operates, I will tell you. So when the new secondary node is added, okay, let's consider, where is my mouse? Okay, yeah. So let's consider this new node is added, okay, to the replica set. It initiate an initial sync with the primary node. Okay, it will start syncing the data using the primary node, and during the sync, the primary nodes send a copy of its data to the secondary nodes. So whatever is the things in the primary node, it is sending that information to the secondary node. Okay, and op log, if you see here, this is the op log or operational log to keep the secondary nodes up to date. Okay, so this is the secondary node, primary node sending the data to it, but how it is updated or up to date using these operational logs. Okay, the op log is a special collection that logs all the write operations. So all the writes operations are stored in, and this is a mainly capped collection. I hope you guys are remember the capped collection. Like it has the specified specific size of the in the bytes. Okay, size in bytes. You can either give that, or you can give the document size as well. So whichever is exceed, it is start clearing the earlier first in first out kind of like a queue it's working. Okay. Max to, you can max to set 5 terabyte in size, and document you can give any number. Okay. And so this is an operational log. Okay. We already seen the cap collection, so no more discussion on that. So secondary nodes tell the op log and replicate the operation to apply them to their data. Okay. So here it is get to know that what things should be updated in the secondary node, or what operation needs to perform. Only write operations are here. Read operation are not, you will see in op log. Election. So election we have seen recently, like in the replica set, a primary node is essential for write operation. If the primary node becomes unavailable, the replica set hold an election. So this is the this is the replica set holds an election to choose a new primary from among the secondary nodes, and this process is automatic. Okay, this process is automatic and ensure that data remains accessible even if the primary node fails. Okay, so that is the main purpose of the replication. Even though your primary go down, this will immediately do the election, and by voting they are choosing, or through election they are giving the votes and then decided which one is come as a primary. Okay, and it's a background process is automatically do all those things. And as I mentioned, read operation on secondary is also possible. So secondary nodes can serve the read operation, distributing the read load across the replica set. Okay, so you can just keep in mind that there may be some replication lag between the primary and secondary nodes. So read preference can be configured to specify which node to read from, primary, secondary, or nearest one. So as I mentioned, if the primary has the much more loaded and this secondary is near to this replica 2, then it will fetch the data from here or replicate data from here. But every node has its op log. Okay, every node has its op log. So even if the secondary is doing the write operation, it is also generating the separate op log. It is same, like here if you see the 1, 2, 3 orders, here you will also see the 1, 2, 3 orders, and it is taking that same information from this adjacent or nearest node as well, 1, 2, 3. So this every node has its op logs, and through that another node get to know that, okay, what are the write operation performed on this particular node. So it is taking that information and performing same operations on its own data and maintaining that operation log. Horizontal scaling we are mainly achieving through sharding, like distributes the data set over multiple servers. Okay, and each server it's considered as a separate database. Each shard is an independent database, and all shard consist a single logical database. What it means? All shard consist a single logical database. So you are distributed 1 to 100 records. Your application has the 100 products, and those you are separated in this shard. For example purpose, I just take the small count 1 to 100 just to explain you the things. Okay, actually shard is mainly used for distributing the huge amount of data. If you have the billions records, then there mainly it is very useful to distribute the data in shard, and you can also distribute the shard in multiple locations. So okay, if US East 1 regions, people mostly buying such kind of products. Okay, keep that product information in particular shard, and also keep the shard location in the US East 1. Okay, these 50 to 70 records or the products mainly accessible particularly this location. Create the shard there and also replicate the things there also. So that does not mean if you are accessing the US East 1 location, the US West 2 product data, you can easily access. All these things are mainly data is distributed, but the this sentence I wanted to explain you, like all shard consist of single logical database. So your database is 1 to 100 product data that you distributed. So your product site is showing all the 100 products, okay, but that is distributed in different shard. So logically it's a single database, and we'll see why mainly the sharding is required. So okay, let's go to why shard is. Okay, so the main purpose of shard to improve the performance, scalability, and availability of the large and growing data set. Okay, it's increase the cluster throughput, read write scaling. Okay, reduce the cost. So you can mention, okay, how it is reducing the cost. Actually, we are increasing the assets, so the cost is actually increase. So how we can say, like, reduce the cost. Okay, so reduce the cost means, see, if you go with the let's consider if you want to buy a laptop with 64 GB memory, okay, and 5 TB hard disk, and some 10 GB graphics or something. Okay, so if you want to buy that kind of one laptop, or you can buy the 8 GB 8 laptop and some graphics in distributed. So which one is cheaper? See, 64 GB is a specific requirement, so you need to create that kind of configuration laptop, and definitely it is costly because few motherboard does not support the 64 GB RAM and all those things. Okay, so motherboard also customized in that case. So if you see that part, so it is increasing a cost. Okay, instead of we are taking the 8 laptop with a smaller configuration, but if you combine all those things, it will go with the similar configuration which we are expecting. Okay, so there we are reducing the cost. Okay, and here we also eliminates the hardware and software hard limit. Like I mentioned, okay, your motherboard does not support this much of RAM. Okay, so there is no so we will actually eliminate that limits by adding the multiple laptops. Okay, adding multiple motherboards, so every motherboard has a different RAM. Instead of adding one big RAM in one motherboard. Okay, so that way we are actually, okay, some key concept I have to tell you, like shard is a physical server or a cluster of server that stores a portion of data in a MongoDB database. And as I mentioned, each shard is an independent MongoDB replica set. Okay, so let me draw something here, 1 second. So earlier in the replication, we have seen this is a primary. Okay. Similarly, we have the second shard and third shard. The example I have explained, like 1 to 50 in this, 50 to, sorry, 51 to 70 this, and 71 to 100 in this shard. Okay, so every shard has primary and they have multiple secondary nodes. Okay, the shard 1, shard 2, shard 3. Okay, so this is a physical server. This is located in US East region. East also have 1, 2, 3, and this is US West region. West 1. This is in US West 2, and there is also a shard key. What is shard key? Shard key is a field in each document that determines how the data is distributed across the shard. Okay, it choose when defining the sharding strategy and should be carefully selected to ensure a balanced distribution of data. Okay, each shard can be located at different location. Yes, each shard can be located at different location. Yeah, right. Okay, so how shard keys define? Okay, so shard key knows that okay, we'll go through one of the diagram, then you will get to know all these things. Okay, let's consider you have these application servers. A server, you have application servers, and there is a router or Mongoose. Okay, Mongoose is actually an interface between the application and shard cluster. Okay, so these are your shard. Okay, so we consider the three shards mainly: 1 to 50, 50 to 51 to 70, and 71 to 100. So shard hold the cluster data, database collection documents. So whatever related to whatever is a database, it's completely at the shard location. So we are saying the database contain the collection contain the documents. So all the things hold in the shard location. So complete database in the shard side. Okay. This configuration server mainly holds the clustered metadata. Okay. Or you can say it is map the cluster architecture. Okay, so this configuration server has the information about these shards. It's mainly you can say a critical component in sharded MongoDB cluster. Okay, so the primary function of these Mongos is to interface between the application and the sharded cluster. Okay, so Okay, yeah. So if you see between this, your application and this shard, this is the router or mongoose, you can say. Okay, so it is doing a query routing, distributed query processing, load balancing, caching. So all those things are done through this mongoose. Okay, so what is the query routing? So it actually routes means router receives the query, okay, and updates from the application and routes them to the appropriate shard based on the shard key, and which is mainly specified in the query to ensure that the data is accessed from the correct shard. So it gets the or it wants the data for 31. Okay, so on the basis of the shard key, okay, it is realize which shard it will get that data. So it will get that data from this shard because this shard contain 1 to 50 records. So 31 if we requested, then through this router it is identify which shard it is getting the data, and it is reaching out to that route and getting that information. If router send these things to this, it will not get the record. Okay, so that's why it has to keep the using the shard key. It is mentioned, okay, where you will get which information. Okay, shard key know that, okay, so every shard has the shard key. So on the shard key basis, it is identifying where it will get what kind of data. Okay, also what happen if my application is requested 31, 61 and 81. Okay, so what happen if I requested 31 data, 61 data and 81 data? Okay, so all these three data are distributed in different locations. So 31 here, 61 is here, and 81 will get here. Okay, so what's this router is mainly doing? It is collecting the information for 31, 61 and 81 and then combining that here and then returning to our application. So that is, you can say, a distributed query processing. It's also do the load balancing. Okay, it distribute the load. If the one particular shard getting the load, it is distributing that as well, like write and read load, it will distribute. It's also doing the caching as well. So if your application continuously requesting the data for the 51, so it will cache, this router will cache that information. And if continuously asking for the one particular records, then it will cache that, and through the cache, it is returning the data to improve the performance. Okay, because it keep the track. Okay, this record is continuously called or requested, so better to keep it in cache. It will does not go and collect the data from the shard. Yeah, but the data is updated, then definitely first time it is reach out to the shard and pull out from there. Okay, so it also has that track as well. Okay, which record is updating? If the cache record is updating, then it is taking the updated information or cache the updated information for that record. Okay, what is this configuration server? If you are seeing this, what is this configuration server? It store the metadata and configuration information about the sharded cluster. Okay, so this mainly play a critical role in maintaining the cluster organization and ensuring that the routing processes is efficient. So what kind of metadata it store? Okay, so it stored the data about sharded cluster, including the range of shard key values and mapping of chunk data partition to shard. So this shard key, okay, and the chunks means our documents. Like we have seen the chunk thing in the when we uploaded the one image, large image we uploaded. Okay, so it's actually distributed in chunks. Chunks mean a small number of files. So, or you can say the chunks means small documents in short. Okay, so that information and mapping, shard key, so all these information stored in this configuration server. Okay, so it has that metadata, cluster configuration. Okay, so configuration serves and maintain the information about the shards in the cluster and the active and inactive chunks. Okay, and it's also hold the data that mainly determine like which helps the router to determine which shard hold the data needed for a particular query. Okay, so if this is the query for 31, so through this configuration server, it is get to know which shard key and where it has to route that router query to which shard. So that information it is getting through this configuration server. And as I already mentioned, shard is actually our physical MongoDB server. Okay. And each shard has a portion of data like 1 to 50, 50 to 70, and 70, 1 to 100. So portion of data and okay, so each shard stores a portion of data and collectively they make up a distributed database. So this is an independent database, shard 1, shard 2, shard 3. Okay, so this is actually we distributed that data, but collectively it's a single application data we stored or distributed in different shard. And this shard has the actual data documents, and data distribution is controlled by shard key. So if I want to store or update the data for the 42, okay, so depending on the shard key, it is get to know that okay, 42 I will found in shard 1, so it route to in that location and update it there. And on the shard location we are doing the replication. Okay, so shard contain the replication, so it will be highly available. So one node is go down, other will become as a primary. The replication we already see. Like shard can be implemented as a replica set for the data redundancy and high availability. So each shard typically has a primary node for write operation and one or more secondary nodes for read operations. Okay. And through this, we are achieving the scalability. Like instead of keeping all the 100 records in one single DB or in one shard, we distributed into smaller shard by doing the horizontal scaling. Okay. And 1 to 100 keeping in instead of 1, we distributed in the shard. Okay, so we'll go through this some basic theories. Okay, and then I don't think today we are covering any other things excluding the replication and sharding. And Tomorrow mainly we are seeing related to the security related things in MongoDB, like MongoDB security and like authentication, authorization, encryption. Those things we will see tomorrow. And then we are almost done with this course. Tomorrow we will finish all the remaining topics and we'll close this course. So even if you have any other questions related to the earlier session, you can also ask those. Or even if you are not clear about this replication and sharding, I'm ready to explain those again. We'll just go through this theory part and then I will check the chat section. If you have the questions till the time, you can ask in chat window. Okay, so mainly sharding consists of 3 elements which we have already seen: shard, config server, and Mongos. So shard hold the clustered data, database collection documents, means actual documents or the data is in shard, but it's in distributed manner. So one shard has 1 to 50, second shard has 51 to 70, third shard has 71 to 100. So that way we distributed that. Okay. And that information is actually with the configuration server, which holds that clustered metadata and map the cluster architecture. Okay. And Mongo is mainly the serve all driver request and route each request to a shard. Okay. Even you have is there any limit of data each shard can store? Yeah, there is a limit. We'll see in the next slide. Limitation. The shard has limitations and we are seeing those limitations. Okay. So we'll see in upcoming slides. Okay. So if you have the distributed data, like I have mentioned, 31, 61, 81. So all the data which you required, which is in distributed or different shard. So router mainly doing that part, collecting all that information, combining that and giving you the combined result. Okay. So that's done through this Mongo or the router part. Okay. How sharding works? Range partitioning for collection, like chunks. We'll see how much chunks. I think it's a 250K chunks. It's we can store. Okay. Key to define the chunks fields, like where is that chunk will found. Chunks are metadata on the config server. Chunks can move and split and merge. So if that chunk limit is exceed, it is shard key also updated and it is moving that chunk to the another shard. We'll not go through this. Yeah. So the limitation we'll see, like every shard key is a unique index. Okay. And the collection size, the initial collection size, avoid the collections greater than 256 GB.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career growth with the full stack developer course.